The S tier.
Boys, good day, good morning. Hope you're all having an absolutely fucking beautiful day. It's getting colder and colder and colder and colder. Cap Pap, so close. Kirito, sniping the first from Cap Pap, took it out from under his hands. Yo, Carepal, how are you, my dude? Idolar, a darter, how are you? Widow, thank you for the follow. Arcane Adam, Discord DM, God. Gosh freaking dang it. Gosh freaking. Listen, I'll tell you what. You guys just gotta buy me a quick, like. Oh. Yeah, I got you. I got you. I got you. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Does soon work? You guys are fast. You guys are very fast. Well, at least I'm excited. Okay, soon. We'll say soon. Soon can change. Soon is good in the gaming industry. That's a quick response. Bravo. Bravo. Honestly, I've seen people stream the PTR and get slower of a response than that. Thank you, sir. All right, soon. Soon. The hype is building. I'm actually having a horrible day. Why? Because you spent the entire day with me? I know, that's so sad. Cypher, what up? Good morning. I hope you're having a beautiful day. What are we up to today? Because today we have no boost NPCs. Which means I'm doing approximately... Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. This can be accommodated. Hold on, I got you. Hold on. One sec. There is evolution. Teamwork makes the dream work. Boom. Undercover. All right, cool. We're set. Has Dusty found enough proof to verify if Vera's flat? I've been underneath it. I've been to the edge of it. I fell into a crack in the anvils, and we went underneath, like me and Emu, went all the way under the world, swimming in the water that's underneath the flat Vera to keep it floating because it's a flat island. And then we popped up in another part of the world, just zombied through the ground. Now, it didn't get out because while I was underneath Vera, I distracted everybody by enchanting a pickaxe with an excavation kit so they would think that I was bad for exploiting something other than falling under the world. So sometimes it's like, you know, you gotta commit murder to distract from the Grand Theft Auto type shit. So basically, yes, I have found the proof that I need. The proof will come out in due time. I have many YouTube videos in the queue. Essentially, what I'm planning is a bunch of positive hype. Also, Z, good day. I'm planning a bunch of positive hype around the 11th to get people in and well informed. And then sometime around New Year's, I drop the Vera is flat video that basically exposes all of the lies of the foundation of Vera, crumbles it all down, and then we all just go back to New World and then save New World. 07. Man, wouldn't that be a crazy story? What if I poached Steven to, like, take over Amazon Games one day? Like, we were just in cahoots on the back end, and we're like, hey, Steven, it'd be way easier to just grab New World at this point and take the team over there. And then one day it's like, hey, we're Amazon now. Also, scrap the ashes, we're going to New World. Bro, I'm telling you, you would get, man, minimum 2,000 players, maximum 4,000 players out of that. I'm telling you, the potential is there. Save New World 2026, boys. It's a good investment. A book written in a language nobody knows how to read. Written for an audience that isn't reading anymore. What a wild investment. Saron, what you up to today? What's happening in your VOD? Adultery. But you don't need to worry about that. It's team encouragement. It's mutual benefit. And this is how friends prepare themselves for PvP. It's scrims. Now, Carla, are you aware that, like, the ancient Roman and Spartan soldiers were very friendly with one another? Very friendly with one another. Some of the manliest men of all time or showing their friends how manly they were all the time. I'm just putting that out there. It's a sign of being a man. You have to own it. Stomps, what up, Doc? How are you? What you getting up to today? Been doing some Stranger Things, getting ready for the new season. How do you think the new season's gonna be? I feel like Stranger Things is one of those where it's truly going to be a you die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain, and I think it might live long enough to see itself become the villain. I don't want to make an early predict preying on the downfall of anything, but like, I'm a little scared for Stranger Things. Especially with how, like, I've just seen people ripping apart, like, the editing and, like, the scene compositions. The fact that everybody looks like a full goddamn adult now, because they are adults. New update to Stellaris. Dos Bongiorno, my boy. Stellaris. I had a roommate in college that played Stellaris. He was a fucking weeb. And I'd always try to, like, figure out what he was doing. And it just looked so foreign to me. It just like wasn't anything like what I had any experience playing. And I was like, no, that's good. I'll pass. I'll hit you later on that, dog. I don't know, cautiously optimistic. Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing too. With the Stranger Things universe, I feel like a lot of people are going to be bought into it at this point. To the point where there's like, I want to see this through to the end no matter what. And they'll be a little bit more lenient with it. But it's also like Stomps. One Punch Man, is it? Is it One Punch Man? That's getting like the terrible reception right now for its latest. Oh, it's One Punch Man, where they essentially have like fewer frames in some of the scenes for the actual like new season of One Punch Man, like the animated show, than they did in the actual like in the manga. Yo, Toro, what up, dude? When Game Watch is on Steam, any cool sources and guides for classes and leveling, etc. that you use? So it's kind of hard to stay up to date with like YouTube content in terms of leveling guides and things like that, primarily because we are receiving on the private test realm and on live. Once this update hits and they continue implementing on live, we will be receiving many updates. Over the course of the past, I'd say like week and a half, there's been a huge emphasis on them kind of like streamlining and revising the first time user experiences. We have two different ones in the Riverlands and in the Anvils. When you start your character, you can choose where you start. So essentially everything right now has been changed up to and including today. There was just an announcement that went out that the focus test for today is like, hey, we changed our first time user experiences once again. Let us know what you're thinking. We changed some mob placements, some scaling on early gear, fixed some bugs, so have fun. So every day so far, the private test realm has been the emphasis for, God, a few weeks now, since they started to have the announcements around the potential fresh starts, wipes, all that stuff. So essentially, today is the last day of PTR for a few days. The private test realm today. Toro, thank you for the follow, dude. Much love. The private test realm's up today. And then I'm assuming it goes down later tonight. Probably like 1 a.m. EST is usually when it comes down. Maybe it comes down earlier, though. Chad, do we know when PTR comes down tonight? Is it 1 a.m. EST or are they doing some weird 9 p.m. EST shit? Because I know they're likely to pull that. Either way, the PTR will go down at some point towards the end of the day today, later. And then tomorrow, Shoal and Lotharia, our live servers, are back up for like an end of the world event. So basically, Shoal and Lotharia will be put back up. They will have boost NPCs, so you can like max level your character, get gear sets on the 1st of December. I don't know if they'll have them before then or not. Don't quote me on that. I hope that they do, though, so people can get in and they can, you know, mess around a little bit. But on the 1st, GMs will be in the game for a huge end of the world event. They'll spawn a bunch of stuff in. They'll do like a little GM-led event. It's usually a blast. It's just to retire the old servers. Then we go back to the private test realm from December 2nd to December 10th. So that's our last chance to kind of like test and theory craft and like plan out our new routes. So like today, I'm going to be letting this VOD run as the visual. And I'm just going to be yapping, as I always do. If you've been here before, you know. But yeah, I'm just going to be yapping and running leveling loops in the background. So, big meteor come from sky to destroy live server. Everybody on live server run for cave. Cave not enough protection. Yes, meteor hurt. Exactly. And then live server become new after meteor leave. Yes. Yes. Meteor come. World survive meteor.
Together.
Yo, Toro. Thank you for the T1, dude. I appreciate that much love. If you have any questions, please feel free to let me know, man. I just started stream up today. I stream every single day for 8+ hours of Ashes. So like I said, dude, I just got leveling loops today. All of the research is typically done within communities, and you'll kind of see like this phase is like you'll have this guild over here prepping their route, and you'll have like the polar route, and then you're gonna have Vice with a really good leveling group, and they're gonna be prepping their routes. Then you'll have our guild with our leveling routes, and like everybody kind of like gets like squared away in their leveling routes, and everybody hits a questing route and then tries to get into mob grinds almost immediately. So on launch day, we're just going to be pumping like mad. We are going to be trying to, as a guild, get as many people as we can out ahead of the curve. So for us, it's like right now we're targeting questing to level 7 to 8, depending on how much experience is available from questing early on. Where'd my VOD go? Word, there we go. So yeah. We're just trying to get as much information as we possibly can as a community right now. And that way, when the 11th hits, we're able to make characters, have a very clear and concise questing route for everybody in our community to follow. And the good thing and the bad thing here is that I'm way too transparent about stuff. Like, I'm not really keeping stuff for just my guild. I'm kind of putting it out here for the public as well. So our questing route is very much built around being non-contestable quests, very light kill quests, and essentially just a non-contestable start to come out of the gates hot and get ahead of the first few levels of the people that are like not sure what they're doing. From there, you scale that into a mob grind in the right level range. We'll have like heat maps of where to go for mob grinds, and then from there we scale that into our next mob grind. And once you hit your second mob grind, you're into level 10 plus drops, so then you just get ahead of everybody. That's the big goal. But as of right now, questing has come so far for the first time user experiences. Like, we are working on routes that are going to get us to level, our hope is 7 or 8 with all of the quests in by 30-ish minutes. We can do 6.5 right now and about 25 with a couple of the quests being bugged a little bit. So there is still a little bit more that we need to figure out, though. And the changes are always coming in hot. So 11's gonna be lit. 11's gonna be so fucking fun. Having so many people starting in one area, well, I'll say 2 areas, but just in any MMO world, having a shitload of people just starting at base level and progressing simultaneously towards max level is unbelievably fun. And I think at the very least, people that are coming in for the Steam launch, while they may not stay for thousands of hours, I think the first 100 hours as somebody plays in Ashes can actually be pretty enjoyable, especially if you're coming in right at the start of a server where there are going to be people in your immediate vicinity. I think that is the best part of the 11th for new players, even if you don't understand the systems, even if you have no fucking idea what you are doing, what you're looking to do, or what you're trying to accomplish. You have a bunch of people around you. You can just looking for a group, and people will be posting for every class all the time. Rocha said 1 p.m. tomorrow PTR comes down, but that's not set in stone. Oh, okay, cool. So they're basically keeping the PTR up until live servers come up. And then they'll just flip the switch and they'll take PTR down, then they'll put live servers up. Have they said if there's going to be an update to live at any point? Or is it just going to be like the same environment? Oh, DOS. Oh, no, the Bakis. I didn't see anything about that. I don't think they'd push an update to live, but they literally could. They could push the entire current PTR build if they wanted to, but in the past, they have not done that for these end of world events, at least the ones that I've been a part of. So I would expect it to probably just be the same environment. But I mean, even then, we can just get big ass sets of scrims together, enjoy the the old TTK one last time for the ranged DPS that are never going to be able to play the game again after that. Because that's going to be a problem for those lads. I feel so incredibly bad for all the mages and the rangers out there. But melee are on the fucking rise. and I'm so excited. Some of the most fun I've had is during leveling. Oh my god, yeah, no, it's so fun when you see a group next to you. Like, we had an instance against a couple of supple groups. Hey, yo, Master Chief.
Together.
What up, my boy? Thank you for the 9 months. Much love, much love. You know what's crazy?
Hey, brother.
I'm never gonna have to pay for that sub. I'm never going to have to. I guarantee it. I am feeling so ungodly confident that I won't have to pay. I don't know. I'm very confident. Didn't see anything about that. Yeah. Temptation to forsake summoner for fighter is high. Like, I think a lot of people are going to try to play fighter and rogue this phase. I think it's going to be a pretty melee heavy phase, which is going to be an intriguing shift, because if too much of your damage is coming from melee, then you could actually see heavy come in to play for some people, like a heavy 5-piece, a light or medium 3-piece. I don't think 8 heavies to play. But it's like, I wonder how fizz heavy we're going to be looking. Because if more range are playing rangers instead of mages because roots are better than prizzes, then that's going to be fizz skewed ranged. Melee is always going to be fizz. So, it makes me pay for the sub? Yeah, what the fuck you mean? Yeah, I take her money. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But she uses my car. So, it all works out. Yo, Gotha, what up? Is this live alpha server or the PTR? It is PTR. So this is from when they had the visual NDA lifted for the 1v1 tournament. So I kind of just use this VOD as a glimpse into like what the PTR is, but I'm playing the PTR on my gaming PC. You guys just can't see the visuals from that. So you could hear me clicking around. Like if I went into my character creator, like you can hear me, making all of the changes, interacting, all that stuff. It's just a visual NDA on the PTR. And fortunately for this VOD time, the PTR was not visually NDA'd. Any rock hits on this VOD? Bro, I don't play Roblox. I'm not a miner. Like, I do lumberjacking, lumber milling, hunting, and herbalism. So, like, I get to vibe out. I just hit trees, I pick flowers, I hunt animals, and then I take the trees that I hit and I make them into planks. I avoid the rock hitting life. It's a hard life that brings in much uncertainty. It's much strain on my delicate little hands. And if my delicate little hands become damaged, what will I do? What will I do? Have you been playing a lot on the PTR? Have they made profession improvements on there? I mean, the entire profession, the trade skill UI has been entirely changed. In terms of sport fishing is in and works. They've made some adjustments to some recipes that weren't working properly, recipes that needed recipe adjustments, like material adjustments, Sublime, thank you for all much love. And then from there, they've adjusted processing costs. They took out fuel needs for processing as well, so you no longer need to bring wood with you to processing benches. So they've done quite a few changes. I'm sure there are more in as well. But I, as not processing main, of course, won't be up to privy on all those. But right off the rip, I would say the most important are the adjustments to fuel, no longer needing fuel for processing, the adjustments to processing costs, the recipe revamps, and honestly, the UI. The UI goes fucking hard, and then sport fishing as well, but I won't sport fish that much. Maybe I will, but I feel like I will pillage and pirate the sport fishers much more than I would sport fish myself. Thus, he makes wooden weapons to torture small animals. No, I don't make wooden weapons. I use the wooden weapons, and it's not to torture them. I pet them to death. They get euthanized in a very friendly way, and then those ethically acquired skins are given to a very deeply connected to Vera crafter. They will then take those skins and perform a blessing on those skins. They will return them to the earth, where they will then return to where they returned them to the earth. And from there, the skins will be ready to be used. Only the finest skins go into any Cat's Crafted product. So, in a very friendly way, like Roman and Spartan soldiers with each other, no, I will not be making a Tolnar on Rip. I will not be doing that. Senbino, what up, dog? How are you? I will not be doing that. Blotto, what you get up to, dude? I predict sport fishing will be too good of a app tool, and Dusty will end up doing it a lot, especially in the PvP zone to get PvP. Oh no, I'm so susceptible out here. If only somebody came out and took all of my fish that I'm not protecting. Oh no. Bro, don't reveal my tricks. Wait until you learn that the full tech is for me to fill up my storage tanks with fish while I'm sport fishing in a lawless zone, right? PvP on, tank full of fish. And then I'm going to go, oh, hold on, Carla's yelling to me. And then I'm going to take my headset off, and I'm just going to move right here. And then I'm going to watch my monitor until somebody stream snipes. And then kapowie! I'm back in the frame. You thought I left. You thought I left. You thought I was fucking gone. Nope, I got plans, dog. It's the old bait and switch. They think they're hitting an AFK person. It's like, I used to watch a show that was called, like, Bait Car, where they would park cars in, like, fucking Skid Row and shit, and then just, like, leave the windows down and stuff so people would get in and steal the cars. And then the car was wired, so they had, like, a kill switch in the car, and they could, like, lock all the doors and stuff. And I'm pretty sure it was all scripted and fake, but it was a dope concept, so it inspired a lot of how I, how I go about capturing the stream snipers. They lock them in. I've seen clips. Yeah. And they, like, roll the windows up and lock them in and shit. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious. We're gonna go big on 11-12. Just resign my job? Hey, yo. Wait. Like, for ashes or for other reasons? Wait a minute. You left the job. Hopefully because you have, like, other things lined up. No. Okay. Good. For other reasons. Well, hopefully you're so rich that you don't have to work anymore. That'd be cool. And then more ashes full time. Can you imagine you couldn't get time off, so you're just like, I fucking quit. Yo, I've heard of people quitting jobs for crazier. I'm gonna be completely honest. I have heard people leave very good jobs for crazier things. And for like 6 months, oh fuck yeah, you're chilling then. Yeah, the next 6 months will be absolutely blissful for you. Make sure that you use the 6 months to get way the fuck out of there and like get out of your comfort zone, go outside. Like don't sit inside the entire time. Don't just game all the time. Like when I first went full time on stream, I very much underestimated how much just getting outside on a regular was beneficial, especially once you were cooped up. Don't sad face me. Get your ass outside and at least go for a morning walk. It'll be refreshing. Groot, what up, dude? Shout out Google Translate. Shout out Groot. Big guardian of the galaxy there. Doss, what you up to? Is it 6 inside, damn? I want to touch grass. I want to touch pixels. See, this is the trick, though. Before you're touching your pixels, you start your day, you slap on a YouTube video. During that YouTube video, you go for a walk. And then you come home, and you grab a big old mason jar full of water. And you drink. No, Carla, Groot doesn't know English because Groot is Groot. Like the Guardian of the Galaxy Groot. This is a real one. I know you might not believe it. But like he sent me selfies to prove it was him. And I'm bought into it. All I had to pay was $25 for each selfie because he is a celebrity. But yeah, no, I believe it's the real one. In the old days, cooped up was known as cabin fever. Yeah, you just get the fuck out. You literally just walk around. Getting selfies from other bitches? No, group man. Yeah, no, you're fine. Was he naked? If a tree does not have clothes on, is a tree naked? There were no leaves in the picture. But I also did not see his branch. I don't have any reason to believe that it was like that. I'm not quite certain what I should think. But I will say I paid good money for those. I paid very good money from those. Oh, drowning. Drowning in them. Yes. Drowning in them. Absolutely. That is my life goal. 1000%. Can I remember if I said hello? Yes, I said hello back. I did indeed. I absolutely did it. I hope you're having a good day, Z. What are you getting up to today? Was in something. Oh, shit. Well, I hope it was something fun at least. Trees are naked when they don't have leaves. There are a lot of naked trees up in Maine right now. There are like most trees are completely bare ass naked right now. I cannot go outside without being absolutely accosted by naked trees just shoving their bark in my face. If I'm being honest, it's disgusting the way that they're handling themselves. Foop. Hello, friend. Dude, I'm dragging my feet. I don't want to do leveling loops again today. I'm going to make my character and then just sit in lion hold for a year and a half. I know that I shouldn't. I know that I should go do leveling loops and I should go do stuff. I don't want to. Like I actually just I don't want to do leveling loops today. I want a PvP. And there's no PvP because Asmongold demanded that we have level 10 PvP protection. And now we do. So be it. What's new today? Anything exciting and cool? In terms of patch notes, they fixed, I believe, I haven't checked to see if the sets are actually fixed yet, but the level 20 sets that were coming out of the crates, I do believe are fixed. Makes sense. That's great. They said the focus test for today was like same leveling experience and they had made some tweaks. Let me see. What were the rest of the patch notes? The patch notes weren't that crazy today. It wasn't anything wild. Hold on. Let me see here. Give me un momento. Yeah, it was nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. They said the focus is early leveling experience. They've been making adjustments and improvements to Riverlands and the Anvils. This includes itemization, respawn time of enemies, and enemy placement. So, oh, is Dusty doing well? Oh, yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Carla and I went shopping today. So that was cool. We got some holiday themed stuff and some winter prep stuff. I needed a new like little, ice and snow scraper for the car. So we found one of those bad boys. I needed a little boot tray because I didn't have a boot tray, like those little, plastic trays that you put boots on and shit so the water doesn't go everywhere when you're tracking it. So we got like winter prep stuff. We're up tremendous. And then I also found some very puffy pants, which happen to fit quite well. So all is well. It was a great day. I got outside time. I got sunlight. I made coffee. I cleaned the dishwasher because like I made the discovery one day, and this was a while back, but like you would think that a dishwasher that cleans dishes would clean itself as it's cleaning the dishes. And you wouldn't need to like take apart the dishwasher to clean it regularly. But you do. You have to perform maintenance on those things. It's not just something you set and forget. So like I took apart the dishwasher. I cleaned the dishwasher today, made sure that's all running limber and smooth. So I feel like I was a pretty productive dustball today. Got a lot of prep and planning done for some very exciting things that I was too excited about. Sorry. Was slightly too excited about those. Your dish person isn't keeping it clean. I know. I'll have to have my communication person talk to the dish person and also talk to the cleaning person. So the dish person can relate to the cleaning person that they need to clean the dishwasher so the dish person can actually make it more efficient. Played every MMO out there. All of them are pay to win or dead rage really badly. Wow. This is 6 to 8 years ago and every specific hilarious amount of time to finally find a good MMO again. I mean, dude, Ashes is really enjoyable if you're looking for something community-based. Now, my caveat to this is that Ashes is in the worst state that it will ever be in. And take that how you want it, but what I mean by that is that it will continue to get better on its way to launch. Now, there is always a non-zero chance that Ashes, like many other very promising MMOs along the way, encounters difficulties and could not make it to launch. There's a non-zero chance that somebody flings a goddamn fucking, I don't know, socket wrench through my window and it smacks me in the side of the head and kills me right now. Non-zero chances exist. I'm pretty confident that Ashes will be perfectly fine on the way to launch. I think it'll encounter its difficulties just as MMOs do, and as any game in development does, but the growth that I have seen in God, I've been here just about 11 months now, so just under a year. I think the growth that I've seen here since I've been a player, both in terms of, just how the base game functions, how it feels to be a part of the world, how it feels to play, progression standpoints, the narrative, the questing, everything like that, right? I think that's very exciting. Rift, WoW, Terra, Aeon, Metin, 4-Story, RuneScape, Star Wars, Final Fantasy 14, done them all. Tragic Converters into Ashes. I mean, I came over to Ashes from New World. Like, that's my background. And I mean, before that, obviously, I played many more MMOs. But like, very recently, it was New World. And that was up until like December of last year. And then I came over to Ashes after following Ashes for a few years. And just, ended up really enjoying where it was at. I felt like there was enough for me, and it felt like the road ahead of Ashes was actually quite similar to the road that New World ran. And New World just had to run the road after launch. And New World also had the disadvantage of an absolute tyrant at the top of that company. So, Amazon Games was structured entirely different with entirely different goals than Intrepid Studios. And I think that's one of the large things to keep in mind in terms of, comparative states, right? Ashes is going to have its own problems. Ashes could run into problems that make it never ready to quite launch. And at the end of the day, I'm feeling good. What do you think about the TTK? It needs more work, but I think the TTK is a step in a good direction. I, however, think that the TTK needs much more work before it's in, a very good spot. But I mean, even if it was in a good spot right now, level 26 to 50 comes in, secondaries come in, other forms of power scaling come in, and then they've got to adjust TTK again. I think TTK will simultaneously always be in a good and a bad spot because the TTK will always continue to change and evolve over the course of the remainder of development. So from my standpoint, like, I would rather have a TTK that requires a lot of coordination and like damage synced up to actually secure kills, with the element of like, if I get pulled in, I can't Omega move out, I'm forced to take some damage and get punished for out of position play. And like, my ideal TTK as a melee player and as a tank player and as a frontliner, I like to see health bars bouncing. Like, I like that HP bounce meta where it's like, I'm not just 100 or 0, I'm 10% to 90% for a majority of the fight. Somebody's focusing me as a frontline because if you don't, I'm gonna wreak havoc on your backline. And if you are focusing me, chunk, heal comes in, positive chunk, defensives come in, slowing the chunk. And like, playing in between that 10 and 90 is very fun and very rewarding. So I think this is a step towards that being possible. Of course, my preferences don't dictate what the TTK will be in Ashes by any means. But like, I'm a fan of a slower TTK specifically for group-based stuff because it does require a big, like, coordinated, get picks, and then we're going to dump in 3, 2, 1, everybody use all of the damage that you have available. So I think that's a big thing. Did they nerf Mate yet? Nah, they can't touch me. Yo, Cat, what up? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Meta, Pog, Zop. I got everybody coming in. Weelaw, what up? Can I play Archer as an assassin type of gameplay with stealth and such? Secondaries will help a lot more for Ranger in the long term. Ranger has not like a stealth, but it's got kind of like a pseudo stealth where it's a lower level stealth than, say, a rogue stealth is, right? It's not a true stealth. So as a Ranger, I'll be able to see you like through your stealth, kind of like moving, you're all like a little wispy and stuff, but it's easy to see where the Rangers are at. Then if you frontal cone them, you can usually target the Rangers through their stealth really easy as well. So, I mean, it can be cool if you have the skill point to put in, but it's definitely not the emphasis of that. You only root. Yes, your purpose is root. You are root. Are you streaming PTR? Yes, because I do what the fuck I want when the fuck I want. I am DustyWhy, the alpha and the omega of this directory.
This was from the PTR when it wasn't visually NDA'd a couple of days ago, so we're okay to show this VOD.
This was from the 1v1 tourney. So they took the visual NDA away for they took the visual NDA away for this tourney and then for the rest of the day. So the visual NDA is like back on and has been since this day. But they basically were like, oh, you guys want to show off the dual tourney? Awesome. We'd love to get some footage as well. Record, make videos, whatever you want to do. Get clips with all that stuff. And then from there, you're good. You can change the notice since it is an Alpha 2 footage. Yeah, but that requires me typing. Servers will be up tomorrow, and then I'll maybe get a cool new VOD. I need to get a good VOD tomorrow, dude. We need to go pillage. I don't know. I don't even know if there are going to be enough people to pillage. We need to, like, script some content tomorrow. I swear to God. It's unfortunate. Content creator program, are you in it? I don't know if we're supposed to... Are people supposed to, like, talk about it freely? We were asking questions about it yesterday. I don't know. I don't know if we're supposed to talk about it, but emails went out. I just don't know what I'm supposed to, like, talk about or what I'm not supposed to talk about at this point. Everything, there's a lot going on emotionally for me at this point in time. PTR's not 88 tomorrow. Well, PTR's not up tomorrow, so technically not. But also it doesn't exist. Production realms come back up, so like live realms, Shoal and Lotharia, those will come up for the like end of the world event. That'll be the 26th to the 1st. Then on the 2nd of December, PTR comes back up, ND8 until the 10th, and then on the 11th, the new servers come up. Also, I have huge news. Oh my God, I'm dying. There's been a hit on my life. I got denied for the Twitch front page for the 11th. So I will not be on the front page. So we're up tremendous. I will just be chilling in my corner. I was hoping for the front page because then I could keep up with all of the super big streamers that are going to be coming in. Because front page is just 8 hours of a couple thousand viewers for free. It's essentially legal view botting. So basically you can apply for it once a month, and if you get it, you have to take a 90-day break from, like, you know, being on the front page again. So I was like, yes, maybe I get this. Maybe I get this. So that would have been dope, because then it would have been like 2,000 viewer Andy for the day. But unfortunately, no front page. So we're down freaking horrendous. It's a bummer. I don't mind. It's not like I lose anything. I don't fucking care. I can just apply next month at that point. Like, the thing with front page, like, I'm gonna be completely honest. The coolest thing about it is the ad revenue. Like, this is demonic tech. I did not change my ad revenue at all when I got front page previously. But if you run 22 minutes an hour of ads when you're on the front page, you unironically will make like $1,000. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I run not 22 minutes of ads per hour. And for like my front page promotion that I did, God, it was like, when was it? Was it the start of 2 server starts ago, I think? I want to say 2 servers ago. I was front page. And I kept my ad time the same, and it was still like $200 for free. That was cool. Someone was watching some Ashes vids last stream and is excited about boat content. Dude, I hope he comes and checks it out. There's not a ton else to do. You can make a fucking rowboat and go chill in a rowboat. You can make big boat and go chill at big boat. You can make medium boat and go chill in medium boat. You can sport fish. You can steal other people's fishes. You can walk up to swim up to people's boats on a shoal skipper, so you can go underwater and breathe underwater and then pirate stuff. So some larger streamer apply for it or something. Actually, don't know how the system works. Could be, it could also be that like they have other titles in that slot. So they essentially have like 3 different time slots, 8-hour time slots that you can apply for each day. And then they rotate the front page carousel on that 8-hour basis. So basically they open up the applications for every day, every time slot the month prior to, and then they close them off, you know, a few days before the end of the month so they can get it all sorted and then notify people. So the earlier you apply, the better your chances are. But if you apply later in the month and for like, you know, not Friday, Saturday days and not peak time slots, then it can be a lot better. Like when I got front page for the like 2 launches ago, it was, I think it started at midnight and went until 8 a.m. because I was doing a 24-hour stream. So I ended up, because it went so long, I think I ended up doing like over 24 hours that day. I think I did like a 26 or a 28 that day because of the front page stream. But if you apply for these like not contested slots, then you're good. But oh my God, Dr. Frankenbob says, fuck the front page. I got 5 on it. Dr. Frankenbob, thank you for the 5, dog. Leon's got like a watch streak going. Dr. Frankenbob says, I'm gonna get me a gifted sub streak. Brothers drip feeding the 5. Dude, thank you so much, Dr. Frankenbob. I appreciate that. Thank you, dude. You are unreal. Lion's Hold Start feels jank. What? You don't like the Lion Hold Start? I thought the Lion Hold Start felt great. Like, comparatively to what it was before, you think it feels jank? What feels weird about it? And are you still doing Sweaty Your Brow? That is the question, because Sweaty Your Brow isn't supposed to be done anymore. It's different than 2 days ago? All right. You sold me on it. I'm making my character now. God fucking damn it, Toner. I hate it here. I hate it here. All right. So what feels jank? What are we looking at? Why don't you do Sweat of Your Brow now? Because Sweat of Your Brow is being deprecated. Deprecated means retired. So do not get comfortable doing Sweat of Your Brow. Because a deprecated apparently means retired. And they said in the patch notes that Sweat of Your Brow would be deprecated. PTR's off NDA for streaming? No. This is from the 1v1 tourney. Yeah, this is when it was off NDA. Sweat's still here. Storage clerk visit not here. They killed my dog, Jaren! No. No, they fucking didn't. Bruh, I swear to God. Alright. They removed the visit storage quest. I swear to God, I'll smack a hoe. What's replacing the horsey? Now when you start, you spawn in and there are 2 gate watchers before you exit the door of the castle. The gate watcher on the right is Gate Watcher Bronson, sends you to the Lion Hold side. He gives you a quest that is no longer an optional quest. It is kill 3 goblins. So, there is no way around it. You just kill the gobbos, and then once the gobbos are dead, you turn that in. And where you turn that in, you get a necklace. That also gives you another quest to go down into Lionhold. I'm being harassed by this fly. That gives you another quest to go down into Lionhold. And again, this is predicated by killing the 3 goblins. So you have to do the 3 goblin kills to start outside of the Ruins of Ayla. Once you do those 3 goblin kills, you turn that in, get your necklace. That gives you a quest to go down to Lionhold, talk to the NPC in Lionhold that's at the tent. The NPC that's in Lionhold at the tent should then give you 2 quests. And then that will also be where you get your mount from, like, you know, completing that quest. So the first 3 goblins are meant to get you to level 2. And then a little bit past level 2. So my biggest thing is just like get the 3 goblins and then get the fuck out. So also curious on how you get tools now. So what the fuck? There's a train of 5 people on auto follow just running by me right now. What the goddamn helly? But yeah, they're going to be redoing where we get our tools. I don't quite know what their intent for the tools are, but we are going to be getting tools from a different source. Yo, Mike, over on YouTube, what up, dog? Will secondary substantially change your archetype? Like if I'm Bard, or Bard Mage, will I be a totally different archetype? Not like totally different, so to say, but you could find parts of your functionality or playability that are a bit different. So basically the structure with the secondaries, as far as we know right now, you have your primary archetype, which is going to determine your abilities, right? So I am tank, I will always have my tank abilities. And then from there, what I augment my primary with, or that, you know, that secondary, that augment, however you want to call it, that is going to give me little bits of flavor for my primary archetypes. So, or for my primary abilities. So like, I will still have all of my tank abilities. I will still have grapple, I'll still have wall, I'll still have my trips, all of that. But depending on what secondary I choose, and then what school of specialization for my secondary, once that is chosen. Weird, yeah, Jaren doesn't give the quest anymore. Oh, that's so fucked. Okay. Jaren doesn't give a quest anymore. Doing your part doesn't work from the commission guy. Oh, this might be a little cooked. This might be very cooked. It's like that on almost every normal quest that we would use. Why? What do you mean? So is there just like no questing startup in Lionhold now? Like, do we just do 2 things in Lionhold and then leave? What's the objective there? I'm very, very, very curious what the objective there is. Oh, it's like the anvils and you just pick them up? Yeah, I'm not quite sure what their plan is. Because as of right now, only thing I could get was the North Area Goblins. Weird. What about that Caroline bitch that has the pick up the shards or whatever? Accept quest. Gather splinters from the ancient tree. You get 12 of those. And then you bring those back. That's 3k XP. Gonna set a Lionhold too much of a bottleneck? I agree. But I also feel like leaving Lionhold, if there is not much in Lionhold, should absolutely have a, like a, I don't know, a bridge quest where it literally just lays out, go here, do this, and run over to these people. I didn't like either Samia's or Bonfire. You didn't like Samia's or Bonfire? So did you like Lionhold and Hammer Rest? Seems like you're confident on holding server load and Lionhold again. Right. All right. I mean, dynamic gridding is going to be up for this set of changes, which I think is going to be the largest aspect of it. Wait, are you able to interact with this on your mount? What? Are people interacting with shit on their mount? I'm very confused. There are a lot of people that are running new player loops right now, though. Like a lot. I think we're meant to stay here longer again. In Lionhold? I mean, it depends, because I'm getting the fuck out of Lionhold if I'm being completely honest. Like, regardless of what quests are there or not, I'm taking my happy ass all the way over to Second Sword immediately. Now, I'm kind of curious. You can't go Harbor right at level 3. Because to go Harbor... Oh, you also get the Lost Weapon chest from completing that first quest. So, when you talk to the guy outside of South Lionhold, you get the Lost Weapon chest. So, out of that Lost Weapon chest, if you're a Fizz, you should take the Longbow, because out of the first steps 8 out of 8 commission crate, you're going to take the weapon there. You'll take a melee weapon, because there's a great sword there. So, good to see people doing the goal for the test today. What the fuck else can we do? If the goal for today is to see how long people can run for and I'm locked in a room with a treadmill, then I got nothing else to do, Foop. Happy to help. But let me tell you, I'd rather be PvPing right now. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I think they're scared to have 20k people in line. Hold on, December 11th servers blow up, all the EA people will throw up. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but I also don't think it's gonna be 20k people on one server. I'm not quite certain. Today we're testing level 1 PvP. We can't because of fucking Asmongold. What do you mean we're testing level 1 PvP? PvP doesn't exist until level 10. We got a goddamn bubble now because of Asmon. No, you can. How? Are they changed it to 10? Yeah. Yeah, it used to be 1 to 5 and now it's level 10, so. That's just, you can't get corrupted. If we both flag, we can fight. So, if we're both mutually flagged at the same time, we can fight. I couldn't flag on you the other day, but I can flag on your mount. Yeah, you can flag on mounts and you can flag on summons. I submitted bug reports for each of those. It's a little strange. Whoever thought that PvP would ever start at level 1 is crazy. It was obvious MMO would be adjusted to start a bit after people level some. Wait, but what do you mean? Why would I want to level to max level when I could just sit there in the most baseline gear hitting for 3 and 4 doing super sick 1 ability rotations, Fupo? What do you mean? Why would that not be the peak gameplay loop, to completely disregard leveling and just beat the shit out of each other with pool noodles? Oh, say what? Say what? Bro, the number of times, Fubo, and I guarantee, if you're lurking over my leveling stream, you're gonna hear it. Somebody in my group is going to go, Dusty, let's fight these people. They're too close to us. And I'm gonna go, shut the fuck up and hit the mobs. I swear to God. That is going to be exactly what I say. I don't have the time to be trying to grief motherfuckers. I don't have the time to be fighting over these level 6 grind areas. If they step into our spot, then we'll fight if we need to, but what are the chances the 11th gets delayed? Higher than 0, less than 100 at this point in time. If you ask me, I think probably pretty low. I think at the very least, the playable state of affairs, in the event they can get this goddamn stupid fucking stutter out of the game, I'm gonna be completely honest. I would delay the 11th purely based off of how bad this fucking stutter is, but I'm also convinced they'll get this stutter fixed. It's a very high priority for them, and every single day that I play on this stutter, it makes me understand violence a little bit more. It's like, why do bad things happen? Well, now I understand. It's because this fucking stutter exists. It's a lot better today. I think it's better once you're in an area for a decent amount of time. But I just ran into second sword outpost, and I was like, today. Like, dude, it was literally like me when I get worked up. It was so bad, stutter will get shot. I hope they shoot it, light it on fire, and then put the fire out with baseball bats. In my personal opinion. And then dissolve the torched body of it with fucking acid. I think some of the stutter might be due to the stuff they have running in the background to gather data. They talked about this before on PTR stuffs. They're touching my back end again. Right. Right. I don't know what it is with Intrepid and back ends, but some freaky ass devs, bro. I swear to God. I swear to God. Nin, all will come in due time. I can't. I unironically, I cannot reveal. Like, if I revealed, things would fall apart. So all will come in due time. Just sit back and relax and trust that I have good things working. Just trust. Are the journals bugged still? What journals? What do you mean the journals? Hope they fix this random black screen thing that I have to relog to fix. Wait, they said they were fixing that today in the notes. Are you still getting it? Because I was getting it a lot over near Jova. So, I can't say whether that is for sure, but it has been before. Yeah. I know, like, during old Siege testing and stuff, they were also running the additional debuggers and stuff like that. So, I'm not necessarily shocked. I mean, the PTR has notoriously run, like, pee-pee poo-poo before. And you know, it's worked out before. So, still getting it? Weird. Where were you? I get it on my road to Jova route, but you're sending DMs to us, even it just keeps responding with the Caesar's block communication with images. Bro, honestly, that might be a good thing for me to do. Unironically. Commissions that wouldn't track on the main HUD. Whenever you would gather or complete a step of a quest, is that fixed? I don't know. I've been prioing commissions a lot, if I'm being completely honest. Like, commissions on an early brow are kind of more of a, like, in my opinion, if you get them done, you get them done type thing. Now, I'm probably going to look to incorporate a few into the route, but I've been more focused on, like, the quests and the commission completions, just because it's usually a bit out of the way to hit comms. But, I'll give some looks. I also could see the validity and, like, oh my God, wait. Did they make the Ember Springs large as hell on the map when you zoom in? Wait a second. Is it just me, or does everyone else's Ember Spring, when they, like, pull up their world map, pull up your world map, zoom all the way out, and then start zooming in, and they get, like, really, really, really big, and then if you zoom in too far, then they blow up, and they pop. Massive. Huge respawns. That's fucking awesome. I mean, at least there's no doubt where the Ember Springs are. Yo, Jazz, what up? Can you sum this game for a WoW player? Oh God, pretty much the opposite of WoW. Everything is open world. You have to gather, refine, and craft to get the best shit in the highest rarity. So, like, you could find, you know, a Warglaive from Illidan, but that Warglaive isn't going to be the highest rarity of Warglaive. It's basically going to be like a super low power version of a Warglaive. The best version of the Warglaive would come from killing Illidan until you got a recipe to make the Warglaive, giving that to a crafter that's a high enough level, and then going out to gather the materials to make the Warglaive, and then crafting that Warglaive. All along the way, you can actually like fight in the open world, so it's got that open world PvP aspect of like a classic WoW. There's the competition over every mob in the game. If people are trying to fight for that, there's competition over resources. There are guild wars. There are wars between towns. So think classic WoW, but if it was a RuneScape or Arcade. Yeah. Very like classic WoW social vibes with a lot of the, without a lot of like the linearization and the quality of life that killed WoW. So got a 3-minute ad. Oh my fucking God. Bro, these ads are devious. Twitch snipes the shit out of everybody that asks a good question. I swear to God. Twitch is absolutely fucking vicious out here. Yeah, for at least 20 minutes now. And listen, I try to give the thorough feedback, dog, any way that I can. Now, it's also funny enough, by the way, looking like they have not adjusted XP payouts of quests in a very substantial way. Like, Road to Jova's still 14.6k. So what I'm gonna hit here is I'm gonna try to go Road to Jova. And then I'm gonna, like, head down to the harbor and see if I can hit Harbor Loop. But Harbor Loop is immediately gonna be down 6k XP because Jaren no longer has the storage quest. What are we looking at for Destinies? Destinies are still pee-pee poo-poo. Not like pee-pee poo-poo, but they're not like a lot of XP. They're not much. So, at least you're more alive than back in the day dying New World. And listen. I'm happy to be here, dog. I vibe. I live my best life over here. Yeah, when Jazz is out of the ad, we got that. But, do you avoid church altogether? Yeah. I don't fuck with POI grinds, if I'm being completely honest. I think POI grinds are just ungodly inconsistent, irreplicatable, unprotectable. Like, there are going to be so many people there. Most 1 to 10 POIs are going to be so full. Oh, dude, it's not just 1 to 10s. Like, talking about fucking Steel Bloom. Like, Steel Bloom is usually so full at the start of servers that you physically cannot find a place to grind. Oh my God. Let's say we get a specific item that should be sold immediately if we get it. What are those items you'd say? An item? Shit, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If you get any drops, like completed item drops along the way that your group doesn't need, I would sell those. And then I would try to use that money to then buy materials that people are gonna be selling for cheap. And then stock up on materials, and then play materials being worth more money as the server actually generates liquid gold. Because, like, before the economy is populated with gold, you will not be able to sell something for 100% of its normalized price. Chaz, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. You'll have to wait for the gold to actually populate in the world, right? You'll have to wait for people to kill mobs. You'll have to wait for people to complete quests. You'll have to wait for people to be spending. So, while that populates, you'll be buying and selling typically for lower, but the purchasing value of your 1 gold is much higher than, later on in the server, So with that, any extra drops, anything that you're not going to use, like, you're not going to use it. It's like, oh, maybe a guildie could use this. A guildie's also going to be leveling and grinding and will get the same shit that you're getting. So from that standpoint, progress yourself first. Sell to other random players for an inflated amount because it's a completed item drop. List it, and when someone's like, how much you want? Be like, how much you got? Take all their money, because people pay all of their money for a good level 10 plus weapon drop. So I think the biggest thing for every player that's planning to be ahead of the curve, get to level 10 plus farms. Farm up level 10 items, and then sell level 10 items. If you get to 20 too quickly, which a lot of us will, 20 items aren't going to be the peak selling point because not everybody's going to be in the 20 item market, nor will there be enough liquid gold assets on the server to actually accommodate that, you know, to actually accommodate that huge amount of worth. Now, with that, level 10 weapons, entirely different story. Mr. Ansel, wild question. Yeah, I got you. Suppose I should econ this time around. Econing is huge. I'm gonna be completely honest. And it's something that you can do so easily. What do you think is a good price for a decent level 10 weapon drop if you get one? It depends. Honestly, it's so hard to say. Without statics being in, without like knowing what dupes or exploits are going to be in, it's hard to say. And notice how I didn't say if there will be, I said what dupes and exploits are going to be in. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So it just depends on how the economy holds up. Yeah, statics are gone. There's going to be a little bit weirder of a demand around materials. So I was paying 1 to 2 gold in P3 when it was harder to get gold. Yeah, it genuinely depends, because with settlement leveling coming in as well, with a lot more people in the world, and also the second starting area in the anvils being a little bit more developed, mayhaps we see the towns in the anvils level a little bit more organically this time. I'm still not 1000% set that like Kaltorum and Vexhelm are going to be like T3 as quickly as the Riverlands will be. But when that leveling does take place, then you're going to have outs for your crates. You're going to have places to go to drop those crates off, which means there will be gold that's stacking up. So buying and stacking high level mats for cheap is a strat. My trick, don't worry about Willow and Braidwood. If you look at most of the late game recipes, the hardest thing to find is very basic resources in bulk and high rarity. Heroic, epic, legendary, oak, ash, daffodils, you know, all those things, snowdrops, like zinc, copper. Yep. I think that's the consistent thing, because like with willows, you gotta wait to get willows until tables are up anyways. Like those are going to be something that will be phased out of like a lot of the recipes. You know, it's not going to be omnipresent. The T1 mats are needed in mass. Now, the mass will exist more, right? But we're talking for certain crafts, like 1,000+ ash or oak, all in Lego that people will need. Fish in epic and legendary for item level 29s. Any hunted things you'd keep? Grems, ravens, otters, wolves, bears, most hunted things, if I'm being completely honest. Like hunting is, bears not so much. Not as much, but I mean bears are still gonna be worth shit. Like bears are still used in some crafts. Crafting's a lot easier this time around. What are the thoughts on that? Otters and wolves make the caster shit. Yeah, but caster shit's not gonna be used for anything because there are gonna be no fucking casters. The fuck do you mean caster shit? Blotto, I'm going to the harbor and dodging you. Yeah, like why play caster when you can just play melee? If you see a weeping willow or braidwood, skip it and leave it for me. Well, you're not gonna have it for a while anyways, so let's be the sumo tank meta. No, unfortunately, as a sumo everybody meta, dog. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nobody will want caster shit, just don't bother with all of it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm gonna bother with it? No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. DPS, no, what if it doesn't get buffs? What if they nerf DPS even more? What if they make it so tank has an ability where it's like during my indom, I can then reflect 40% of damage back to the attackers. Don't be scared if you see me on League, I promise I'm working. I will put the bars back up on the door. I swear to Gord, I will do it. You just got the bars off the door the other day. Don't make me put the bars back up. Casters are bad. I mean, casters are not the greatest right now. I mean, I don't want to say they're not the greatest. I don't want to say they're not the greatest. Like, bards and clerics are still bards and clerics, and summoner is a piece of shit. Mages, with the changes to time to kill, as well as rangers, are seeing a little bit of down badness. Now, mages are much more out of a job than rangers are. Rangers root. That's still good for me. You throw vines out, you're doing your fucking job. If you're a mage, your entire job was to be able to blow people up, you know, freeze, shatter, brrr, dead. Me thinks that's a harder thing now. Me thinks that's a much more difficult thing. Separated by one thing, classes with sustain / classes with no sustain. I also think it's more of a throughput than a burst meta right now. In terms of group stuff, I don't even necessarily think that it's a matter of like DPS wise, sustain versus no sustain, because groups generate the amount of sustain that you need anyways. I think that Rogue and Fighter are currently capable of applying more pressure and more like dog down damage for group play than Mage and Ranger are. Because I feel like Mage and Ranger, it's like, I go through combo, and then if combo doesn't kill you, then oppressiveness is kind of done. But like, at least Fighters and Rogues have that presence to put through consistent damage more than Mages do. I'm not scared of anyone's damage, not a single person's. I mean, I'm also not scared of a single person's damage, but I'm also scared of an entire group's damage. That's the thing. Good fighters wipe groups with good control. Yeah, I mean, I think fighters have great potential this phase. I think rogues also just being able to jump in, play space, and kind of like hold that toe to toe a little bit more and play less like guaranteed disengage. I think that's the thing. Sustainability? No, it's not because of the sustainability, Nin. Because like, you still have bards and clerics coming in. Like, fighter doesn't need to be independent in groups. For 1v1s, sure. But like, the thing with fighter is that it just provides much more pressure over the course of a long time than I think a mage does right now, or especially a ranger. A ranger is vines and then a couple of shots, and then it's basically just chilling until you get combos back up. I just feel like fighter and rogue are those, like, I don't know, more persistent on you, dogging you, tripping you, stunning you, like all of that comparatively to mage, which is just ha ha ha, shatter, do damage. I think that's the difference, in my opinion, right now. Just as an outside perspective. If a mage tends to with any class, and they only do damage abilities, I think mage wins every time. Well, see, that's the thing. If it's only damage abilities, so that makes sense. But it's also the CC and like the presence, right? If you're just standing near me and you're not doing anything to me, then I don't mind if you got bad breath. But like, if you're tripping me and holding me down and breathing in my face, then I'm gonna be really pissed off at your bad breath. Like, mages and rangers don't have that element of like, I'm gonna trip you, I'm gonna hold you down, and I'm gonna breathe in your face for a very long time. It's like, I, kick your feet together and then give you a quick whew, and then give you a breath and then run off, right? I think that's the difference. Mage and ranger will get changes. Yeah, change to the fucking bench. What's this, fighter clays I hear? Fighters are gonna be good. Like, fighters are going to be good. They wouldn't put out a survey for nothing. What if they put out a survey specifically so they could print out all of the complaining from mages and then put it in like one of the offices on a cork board and laugh at all of you guys? I'm just throwing that out there. What for the alternative, because that's sometimes what I do. I have an entire whiteboard where I basically print out some chat messages every time people complain about other classes, and then I'll look at it every morning and I'll feel a little bit better that I play tank. It's nice. It's nice. All right, anyways. When I said Dusty Fighter, folks, you're like, go Bard? Well, I mean, Bard does still fuck. Does still fuck. Hold on. Okay, sorry, somebody just messaged me on PTR. It was it was a funny set of oopsies that led to that question. Bard's still strong. Bard's great. I did not do safe fast sure, by the way. No, I did not. Safe fast sure is meh. I feel like safe fast sure's largest benefit was previously that it gave gear. But like if we're getting geared, then it doesn't really matter. Because then Safe Asher is more just 5k XP. You know what I mean? Does it remember the XP amount? 5,400? If I remember correctly, right around there. Don't quote me on it. It was under 6k though. I know that it was under 6. 5k free ain't bad. Yeah, I mean, if you get it for free, then that's great. It's just, I don't know how replicatable it's going to be. You know me, I like replicatable. I like controllable. I like, you know, something that we can handle, right? Reach level 5 is 5 glint, by the way. So you can definitely do Road to Jova and then come down and you can do the caravan quest immediately after doing Road to Jova. Because you still get crate, you still get van, purchase caravan, prepare launch. So, I mean, this is still working even without the XP guy. Did they change payouts of XP a little bit? Or is this not going to be enough? No, this isn't going to be enough to get me level 6. Huh. Huh. You can pick up one package for all of them? Right, but it doesn't just, like, sit there fully existing all the time, right? I don't believe so. Gonna roll a Bard. Anyone know what best weapons to use for Bard? For PvP, just longbow, honestly. PvE, you can pretty much use whatever the fuck you want. Some people like one because bzz, some people like short bows for PvE. PvE is much more of just like whatever you're feeling, but for PvP, most things primarily tend to be very longbow based. Longbow provides the best range out of any weapon in the game. It also provides wound being Ash's anti-heal. So that's huge. Book for PvE. Oh yeah, book can be kind of cool because it's got like the multi-projectile or the multi-target projectile too. Yeah, I mean, there's honestly a lot that you can actually run in PvE. It really just breaks down to preference. No, it's not like past where you had to get unique. Every package is unique farm spot now. Right. So if you do happen upon one, you're gonna be there for any amount of time, right? That's good. That's good. But I don't know, I'm just not sold that we're gonna like be there for that long. Our goal is to get the fuck out as quickly as we possibly can, you know? That's my immediate thing. I just want to be able to hit quests. I want to be able to get to whatever fucking level I can, whether it's 6, 7, or anything in between. I want to be able to get there, and I want to be able to pump my levels as quickly as humanly fucking possible. And then I want to get into mob grind, so I ain't got to worry about jack shit. That's the biggest thing. If that's 1 out of 10, do you want to scoop? Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. If in the event I run by one unattended, then, you know, it's not like it's a bad thing to have it, right? But don't skip picking it up. Right. No, I totally get that. Like, it's not like you're going to want to skip it. I am kind of sad about, come where I am. Wait, where are you? What's up? I'm on my way over. Because right now, Jova and Harbor Loop got us 90% of the way through level 5. That's not that good. Like, we would definitely need to get at least 6 and then go to an area that supports us up to like level 9 and then go to an area that's level 12. Would be like the big parts that we would need to hit, I think. But I'm intrigued how it's actually gonna work out, boys. I'm very intrigued. Cause this is all uncharted territory for your boys. People sleeping on the anvils. The anvils is just like lacking follow-up usually, you know what I mean? That's the big thing about the vills, is without any form of follow-up, it doesn't matter if you have that like initial start that's really good, because with the vills it's like the follow-up is everything and it's what you don't have. I think that's the biggest thing. It has a killer start. Yes, the start is great, and then the start falls off a goddamn cliff immediately. It hasn't had the throughput to actually be able to sustain people longer than that initial start. Maybe anvils into tropics. I mean, it very well could be good. It's all just a matter of, oh, I found a weapon from killing a few fucking ravens. But yeah, it's genuinely all just a matter of like how fast you can get out to your grinds. If you can get out to your grinds, oh, I have to talk to a storage clerk. Whoops. I feel like they should have kept the storage clerk quest in because you're supposed to talk to a storage clerk for one of the destinies to get the 8-piece, and I forgot to do that. But yeah, I mean, anvils to the tropics would be good, but I think a lot of it breaks down to how quickly can I get out to that secondary spot? Because with questing right now, I mean, if you're in the Riverlands, providing you're not chasing any other chains after the road to Jova to Harbor, then you're gonna be level 6. Now, you can pass level 6. You can blow past that. Absolutely. But I feel like the time input might not be worth it. Now, the good news is, along the way from the destinies, we are able to get very, very, very set up with weapons. Very set up with weapons. So that's nice. There is a great sword. There is a one-handed mace. There are daggers. There's a scepter from that last weapon chest. You get a chest piece as well. So that's fucking great. I'm very happy about that. But I just don't know if I'm sold on the XP right now. 1,000 XP from traveling to another settlement. Join a party of players. All right, so that's level 6 through destinies. But that's also not a lot. It's not a lot. Level 1 to 9. You hate Africa, huh? You hate the bardcore Africa. I got you. Here's the pop arcane circle. Shell, then I'm pressure. Stop talking about mage stuff. Mages don't actually play the fucking game right now. Mages don't actually do anything. I don't know, man. I don't know what you guys are trying to fucking be on with all that hubbub and hullabaloo, but I don't fucking believe it. I don't buy into it. There are many options here that could be solid. But I mean, that second magical bag of mixed goodies, that's gonna give just extra shit. So I can grab that, throw on the bracers. Venturous health kit gives a scroll. That scroll is gonna be huge. And I don't want to get too much into like the additional crates that we have, like the 11 crates in our inventory, because those crates are supposed to be distributed to quest rewards. So I'm a little intrigued there because I've been trying to not get too used to those bad boys. So the question is, what do... Blotto, what's over near you, by the way? What am I coming over to you for? In-play class requires thinking. Excuse me. Excuse me. You can definitely tell when there's a brain-dead fucking tank versus a tank that actually has a brain. I will say. The class might not require thinking, but the class does require at least a little bit of brain power to play on a high level. Swing bonking tool and sit on someone. All mages is press all your buttons in random order as long as you're executing shatter. Yeah, all of your buttons just do damage. So you just press button and then it's the same thing. Just press button, spell come out of hands, hand do damage. Actually, hands don't do damage anymore. It's not random order. I'm convinced if I got a bunch of light up buttons and gave a dog a treat every single time they hit a proper combo, I could teach a dog how to shatter combo. Oh my god, what is up with all these griffins? The fuck? I mean, hey, if you're the first person to get over to these griffin spawns, that could be good. Because griffins are also griffins are a commission. So, I mean, if you're running through here and you get the commissions, then that'd be cool. Because these, like, aren't difficult. They have essentially no HP. And I'm hitting these for 20 already, so that's fine. So I'm not too worried about that. My druid died in D&D by having his brain sucked out. What an ironic way for a caster to die. He doesn't have a fucking brain. Yeah. I don't understand how you can even die that fate. The fuck do you mean you got your brain sucked out? That would be like me saying I got into trouble because I was being too fucking humble. When have I ever been humble? When? God. It's absolutely crazy. Absolutely insane. I feel like you gotta challenge your DM on that one, Oracle. I feel like you can't let that shit slide. Bro, just brain dead caster sitting back, press buttons for free, and then go, oh, my job's so hard. Goodness fucking gracious. I can't. Just put me in the house for 1200 DPS per backstab. Okay, well, maybe if you had armor, mayhaps it would be a different story. Mage. Oh, shit. Wait a second. Play Cleric if you want a challenge. Brother, Cleric is literally the best 1v1 class in the game. The dual tourney says so. Legitimately the best 1v1 class in the game. I feel like Cleric should be substantially nerfed into the ground. Yes. 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 I think Cleric, Mage, Summoner, Bard, Ranger, Rogue, and Fighter all had really strong showings at the 1v1 tournament. And I feel like all of those classes should be very heavily considered for some pretty powerful nerfs. I feel like maybe disabling half of their kit, maybe taking away their ability to effectively play the game, maybe nerfing Fighter. Listen, you've had your couple hours in the shine. It's time for tanks to come back. I don't want to hear about fighters doing damage. I don't want to hear about fighters having sustain. I don't want to hear about fighters surviving. I think tanks should not be able to wear armor. You just want to see me naked. Didn't you just need to be able to type /roll in that 1v1? No, you didn't even have to type /roll. The GMs did it for you. Yeah, you could have actually shown up as a tank and then just AFK'd for 3 minutes and then come back 2 minutes after your AFK is done to see if you won. You could have. What they changed about the fighter sustain, or is it just health and mit? Primarily health and mit. Like health and mit scaling scales sustain. Anything that's percentage based, of course, is going to go up multiplicatively. And then anything that is, you know, playing it on sustain is also being protected more by mitigation being a factor. Mitigation scaling has remained relatively similar to what it was in terms of basement, but like block mitigation scaling, the second you use a sword and board, you sacrifice a little bit of power, but you can gain upwards of like 40% block chance, and then that's passive, by the way, and then like 60-50 on your block mitigation, 60 fizz, 50 magic, very, very, very easily. And that's super easy to actually set up. So essentially all of the sustain that's percentage based sustain, you have even it breaking down to like ward and inner fire on your weapon skill trees. Like ward is that percentage based HP shield that you get on finishers and extended finishers. Inner fire is health and mana on those bad boys. So essentially, like those things have been increased because of the percentage of resources, and then those instances of health and shield coming in are further amplified because there's not enough damage coming in numerically to strip off that health and that shield. So, yo, Blood, thank you for the follow, much love. Midges are also handicapped slightly because of our keystone abilities. One of our keystone abilities is non-functional. Which one? Blink? Because that shit poo-poo. Yo, Blood, thank you for the hydrate. Much love, dog. Aftershock? Oh, dude, I'm actually rooting for Aftershock to get added, to get fixed. Because that facilitates off of Stagger. And I, as a tank, I'm your Stagger bot. So, in an ideal world, I go in on your targets with you. I run into him for that very reason, to stagger every target, because Stagger immediately lowers their CC evasion, so they're more likely to get hit by CCs. And then Stagger can also facilitate things like Aftershock. Stagger can facilitate things like Mez Dance. So yeah. Stagger is huge. You know they keep the stats like that with the feedback they got from TTK? I feel like the stats will always be changing. I don't think they're going to revert to old TTK. I think they're just going to work on some scaling on the offensive end. I hope that they look at penetration coming back in if they're planning to keep mitigation at the level that they are. Like, not having penetration to scale through mit is just cooking shit. And I don't know if I would rather be on the side of allow penetration and then scale down crit chance, or just nuke mit. But one of the two, in my opinion, needs to happen. I think pen builds are very important. I think that mitigation is very strong and uncounterable right now. That's my take on it. Let's combine and gather. Oh, dude, you could gather and mine all you want over here, Bloods. I don't know if I fucked up something, but I have no crate. It's because you're a little bitch. So when you're talking to the caravanserai assistant, also Dennis, what up, dog? Where's that optimal route? You did? It's in the dumpster because it got changed. Fuck you, Intrepid. So anyways. So when you're talking to the caravanserai assistant, Blotto, you want to talk to him, spam your interact once, spam your interact again. That's 2 accepts. Talk to him a 3rd time, and then you want the last option with his interact where it's like, tell me about caravans or whatever. Accept that, and then you talk to him a 4th time, and then he gives you your crate. Then you run over to the caravan master. Dr. Bob, caravan master gives you your defend a caravan quest, which doesn't currently work unless they fixed that. Because if defend a caravan works, that's another 15k XP, which would be nice. But I don't think defend a caravan works. But essentially what you're looking to do is talk to the caravanserai assistant 2 times on the first interact, once on the last interact, 1 more on the first interact, and then you come over, talk to the caravan master, summon your caravan, and then do your crate, put it in the storage, go back to the caravanserai assistant, turn that in, run to your caravan, jump in your caravan, turn in your caravan, then talk to the caravan master. I think I cooked the assistant then. Yeah, you can brick it. Yup. You can brick your quest right now. You do not want to brick your quest. Our biggest single target damage is actually firebolt times 3 fire prisbeam combust. Oh. I don't know shit about mages. I'm gonna be honest. I just like making fun of you guys. It's in my pocket. Yeah, it should be in your inventory. And then from there, you go into your, like, the caravanserai, and then go to the storage tab that pops up behind the caravan tab, and then go into your crate, just shift right click it, and then pack. And then you should be good there. Then you'll get an objective complete, and then your goal is to have 20 silver worth of glint by that time. So that's the big goal. The thing is, by the time you get here, between your destinies and between Road to Jova payouts, you need 20 silver. But you do get 20 silver really easily. I mean, for perspective, I'm at 25 and I've already done my caravan. So all you have to do is turn in your initial destinies. Make sure 8 out of 8 first steps, and then 2 out of 8 initial adventuring, initiate adventuring. Jesus Christ, sorry. And then from there, you're gonna get clams from it. So it's really not that difficult. Deliver a construction crate to a settlement construction project. We can't do that. We can't do citizen. Defeat 25 enemies is 5 silver as well. But I mean, that's not gonna be too crazy about it. So I mean, I feel like 6 is still a fine start for how quick we can optimize it, and then just go into grinds from there. But it's like, I'm sure there are other questing opportunities that we can get. Seems like the scroll to start Slivers of the Past isn't dropping. Oh no. How much XP is Slivers? See, that's kind of where I'm at too with a lot of the side quests right now. So many side quests seem to be a little fucky, to the point where I'm almost like, let's just go mob grind. Was a lot. Was Slivers the 60k one? Where like, you talk to the golem, like the flesh golem on the island, and you do that shit, and then you interact with the gravestones in the certain order, and then you kill the one big mob, and then it drops the thing? Am I thinking of the right quest? If not, what quest am I thinking of? Because there's one where you talk to like an aberrant, and the aberrant gives you your quest. It's like a friendly aberrant on a on an island with some wolves and shit. He gives you a quest to talk to gravestones in a certain order, and then once you talk to the gravestones in a certain order, you get a new quest to kill something. You kill something, then you turn that in, you get like 60k XP or some bullshit. Where's that optimal route you did? Everything got changed. Yep, everything got changed. Intrepid literally cooked our entire route. Now, I will say the baseline of the route is still in touch here, but gonna scroll from a bed in your line hold, go to the tower, read a note, go to second sword, go to Seth. So like running around stuff. Right. What do you pack crate with? Nothing. You just seal it empty. Yeah, you just seal that bitch. It doesn't have to have a thing in it. As long as it goes into your storage, you're set. Okay. So where is the quest? Which quest am I fucking thinking of? It's not the Spiral Island. I feel like it's around water. It's like an island in the middle of some fucking water somewhere. But I can't remember which island it is. Oh wait, no, I remember which one it is now. I just saw it. It's north of Halls, I think. It's north of Halls, and then it's the one with the little, like, mandala circle there. It's not working for sealing it. Are you right-clicking? Shift right-click, and then, seal. As long as you're in your Caravansary tab, and you have, like, you should have the storage pulled up, and then it should put it into your storage. Oh, they changed it all again, so you have to go through and do it all again. Foop. You know I would. You know I would. Listen, the more they change it, the more it benefits me. Because if nobody knows how to quest, I'm just gonna mob grind. Like, I'm cool with that. Okay, so maybe harbor into Minotaur chain into also aberrant quest, question mark. If we grab that north of Hodge quest and that's working. Now, the only thing is you have to talk to the gravestones in a certain order, and I do not know what order to talk to the gravestones in to complete the quest. I haven't done that quest before. So if we can get that between, like, the quest functionality, which order to talk to the gravestones in, and then also get the mob kill, that'll be nice. But I don't know what the respawn time is on the mob. I also don't know how contested it's gonna be. I don't know how hard we'd have to compete to get to first for it. So I'm a little torn. It's like, do I want a chance running all the way up there for Minotaur chain and for that mob when I could just go somewhere else and grind? I take my entire group and I can just go mob grind somewhere at level 6. Get up to level 9. And then go from 9 to another grind. Did I hate my startup last time? Where we went Titan's Ring to start? Because, like, Titan's Ring really wasn't terrible, and there's a world event that's level 9, Mycelial Masses, that's spawning on Titan's Ring. Our start was ass last time. Fair. You boofed it. Okay, well, yes, fair, but Minotaur quest on the way to Jova. The Minotaur quest just takes you too far north, I think. Do you think the drop table stay? If so, what mob do you think you'll target? I don't think it's a matter of, like, targeting a mob. G2 to PvP and node and all shit in between. Will you only level till we still beat you? Oh, I wasn't talking about the full loop. I was just talking about the start. Yeah, I was just talking about, like, start of it. I feel like it was mainly asked because we got, like, 2 drops in 20 hours. Yeah, no, I mean, we had many other problems. Because keep in mind, G1 by the time I hit level 25 was not G1 anymore. I think the biggest factor there was that G2 didn't fall apart. But yeah, no, I definitely boofed our mid to late game prog a little bit, which I'm not gonna do this time. Very simply put, it's too easy at this point. You just sit in one area and grind like crazy. So that'll help a lot. But yeah, I mean, the drops will help. I mean, the gearing is way better now, Wood. Did they change more for early leveling stuff than in patch notes? Oh yeah. Yeah, they've been fucking with quest givers and everything. Yeah, absolutely. G2 had me ranging every time anyone took a break to breathe. Yeah, I'm gonna be taking bong rips in the stream room. I'm just gonna summit and turn my camera off for it, get an air purifier in this bitch and close the door. Oh god, we're giving you a boof group so it falls apart. Well, all you have to do is put fucking Nin in my group and then we're already ass, so.
Farm him, reaped. Dead, fucking idiot.
You're the idiot. That's a plan. Gotta hold me down somehow, dog. Gotta balance that shit out however you can. I fucking get it. You gotta balance out the tank differential on our side with the DPS differential. How many subs for dabs on early access? I mean, I don't have a rig, but I can top Bolskis with dabs. Shit, I have a rule. I have a rule. If in the event somebody ever wants to donate for something specific, just donate with the tag of what you want the money used for. Obviously legal only. I will not buy Fent or prostitutes unless it's really worth it. But exclamation donate if you guys want to donate money for something specific, that's the most efficient way to get money through, because the only thing that goes is like a couple of percent. So if you're looking for something specific like that, I always say throw a dono out with the tag of like, we used to do fucking Taco Bell nights, and Chad would be like, Dusty, get Taco Bell, here's $10, and I'd go get Taco Bell. So I always say that's the most efficient way, and anything that is like donated, I always just take for that purpose and then go through there. So enjoying the app hashtag legal drugs. Yeah, big thankful to be in a state where I can just be like, yeah, only things that are legal. I'm gonna go to the dispensary and buy some THC concentrate. Yeah, some things that would have people thinking witches were real 100 years ago. Oh my god. Bro, can you imagine if somebody like 100 years ago ripped a fucking hand-rolled, like, extract-infused doink at this point in time? They'd be saying fucking slang that we didn't even know existed. Like, they'd be coming up with shit. They'd rewrite the goddamn English language, brother. Talking about someone trying to salve your toilet. I think I still have tummy issues because of that. Dude, there was a time where I was eating Taco Bell like 4 to 5 times a week because chat just kept donating money for it. It was bad. Fight takes longer than I thought. Oh yeah, the fights are very long right now. The fights are very, 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 very long right now. All right, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna fill up my coffee, and it's also coincidentally 4:20. Be right back. 1 second. I am actually just out of coffee though. Un momento. Good day. Didn't turn off your bot? Wait until you hear about the overlay and the aimbot and the auto loot. Oh god. Wait until you hear that I have technology that makes my skill shot grapple not even require skill. Whoa. Currently playing Guild Wars 2 and you literally get one shot in 3 seconds. Oh god. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, Ashes, the way that it's headed, is definitely not going to be like that quick one-shot Thanos snap meta. especially in small scale. I will say large scale, the more people you add in, you're more susceptible to getting your shit absolutely blown up. Now, with that being said, the time to kill right now is actually very supportive of between the initial time to kill itself, the mitigation, the HP scaling, and then from there, also the amount of support, like, it's quite nice. Well, because of gear difference? What, one-shot meta? No, God, no. I mean, obviously, like, if you are way worse geared than me, then you're still going to lose, but, like, if you have any gear whatsoever, you're going to probably be tanky enough to actually survive, a decent combo. Gear difference is definitely a large thing, but the thing with Ashes is it's kind of like I don't know, like a hierarchical order is basically what I mean. Now I guess I get to work. Yeah, you better. So it's almost like if you take two people in really good gear, one of them is a good player, one of them is a bad player, then obviously the good player in very good gear is going to win comparatively to the bad player in very good gear. If you take a good player in okay gear and a bad player in the best gear, the good player can still outplay the bad player and can still win with that. If you take, a bad player in bad gear versus a bad player in good gear, obviously, bad gear is going to lose there. But the crossover comes when you have like mid players in okay gear, really bad players in really good gear, then you feel the gear difference the most. And I think that's the scenario where it's like, I'm kind of, able to bridge this gap. I'm able to do whatever. But I feel like in most instances, the gearing difference is felt. But the thing that stands out more to me is how people are using their gear. If I'm being honest, like there are plenty of people that can take gear down fights that can come out on top of those simply because they are better players. They're using their combos better. They are, maintaining their resources better. They are winning every trade. They're playing whatever it is that their class is supposed to play better. So they turn on crafting at all, or is it still 900 wood to make level 29 weapons? I'm gonna be honest, Wood, the crafting isn't that bad if I'm being real, especially if you know what to prep for. If your long-term goal is level 29 weapons, then like my biggest thing is, especially with new fishing and stuff, the biggest thing with level 29 weapons wasn't even the wood. It was the fish and the emblems. So fishing is a lot better now, especially for higher rarity fish. So that's going to make item level 29 weapons easier. And then the emblem farm is probably going to be the hardest thing to accomplish, especially with things being more populated. And with, just more people existing in the world. Emblem farm is going to be fucked. Yo, Draco, what am I go? How are you? Been a minute, been too long, dude. Hope you've been well. So like emblem farm is going to be the big thing with 29s. Is gathering bugs patch? Yeah. So like statics and stuff. Yeah, statics are gone. So as of right now, gathering is working, in my opinion, better than it has at any point for a, for like a long term. Heard you didn't get into CC. there was an oopsies. Fortunately, they reached out. The community was more mad than I was. I figured something had happened. But there was an oopsies. So they reached out and they were like, hey, you got the wrong email, doc.
Absolutely
so we're good. Yo, Steve Fence, thank you for the follow. Much love. Yeah. So yeah. No, I got all taken care of. I got the wrong email. Yeah. Wait, see, did you not hear about that? You got in? Yeah, they sent out emails yesterday and, I got the wrong email. And it got fixed. But my fear is that a lot of people might have got wrong emails. Because we're kind of like going back and forth about like, we're like talking back and forth about like who got in and who like wasn't getting in and stuff. Or not like who wasn't getting in, but they sent out denials. But I don't think a lot of people got denied. It was mostly like, people getting into the content creator program. And then Pock and myself got emails about the Bardic College. And like nobody else was getting Bardic College emails. So Pock and I were like, what's going on here? This is weird. So I have a theory. And again, this is just a theory. But I know something got them. What, denials? Oh, RIP dogs. Anyone talk to Narc? Did Narc get it? Oh god. But I have a theory. I know someone got them college. Okay, word. Now, are those larger creators or smaller creators? I'm curious now because my theory is that the email list got swapped. Smaller? Interesting. When did those emails go out? Because yesterday there were batches that went out and like people were getting CC emails that were like, I haven't like posted any content in a long time. And people were like, what's going on there? So Pac also got the college email. I don't know if they reached out to Pac or anything, but yeah, they reached out to me immediately. Because I'm assuming somebody said something or somebody was lurking in stream. But yeah, they reached out immediately and they were like Discord. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. It was an oopsie. But Block's insane. Yeah, Block's disgusting. Block is so good. Does he get the wrong email? Steven just wanted to see, does he cry a little bit about it? I wasn't even upset. Like, chat was more upset than I was. I read the email and I was just like, oh, there's probably just a reason they wanted to put me there. Like, I was literally like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Tell you exactly what happened, but I'm not going to talk too much about it. Hit my DMs. What if they hate me? What if that's it? What if there was a leak that was like, man, fuck DustyWhy. He's dumb, stupid, and dumb. And tank main. Was all fixed? Yeah. No, absolutely. I have done many things with email lists in my day. And funny enough, I was actually talking earlier this week about how a like potential sponsor reached out to me and they went to reach out using an email template, but their template bugged out. So it literally just said template not found. And then they sent me a second email with a follow-up where it was like, hey, sorry about that. And then they sent the correct template. So, dude, as someone that's worked like sending out emails via like template emails and stuff like that, dude, it sucks. It sucks. So many things can be so perfectly scheduled and lined up, and then you look and they're not. I felt so bad. Not for me, by the way. I didn't feel bad for me. I felt bad for all of the like the email stuff that might have needed to get corrected as a result of that. I immediately went, oh no, what if it was a bunch of other people? Because like me, it was a good thing where it's like, oh, you accidentally got the Bardic College one. Congratulations. You know, we like you. You're in the CC program. So that's cool. For other people, it's like, I'm worried. Because if somebody got the wrong email in the bad way, then it'd be like, ah, shit. Ah, shit. I feel really bad. I bet that a little weed would scare away the California Dev Studio. I mean, listen, there's a certain marketability, right? Where somebody is very much like marketable. And then somebody is very much not marketable. And it's like, I'm not the most marketable. I get that. What happens if people got the content creator one, but it wasn't intended? That's what I don't want to think about from a customer service standpoint. Because then it's like, do we just let this dude in? It's like, do we just call it good now? Like, congrats, like no take backsies? Or do they reach out and they're like,
hey man, so you're actually dog shit.
Oh, dude, I feel so bad. Yo, Zara, what up, dude? What are you guys testing in the PTR? We're testing leveling loops. They have been testing many leveling loops. So they have been constantly changing and refining the first time user experience. Our boy Jaren in Lionhold lost his fucking quest. So unfortunately that's down bad, but we're trying to do every bit of research that we can. At least I am. And we got more people from the guild that are out here on the ground as well. Boots on ground, trying to get familiar with it. But man, let me tell you, it's gonna be looking like a lot of mob grinding for us. That's gonna be the big thing. You're gonna be selling yourself? I don't try to sell myself. It's not gonna be too big of a deal when it comes time to actually handle the perks. They're gonna take another look at the creator. It's just started for now. Oh, yeah. And honestly, like, within creator programs, there are also usually different tiers of creators in the creator programs. Not that I know anything. I know nothing about Ash's specific stuff. I won't even lie. I don't even know what all the perks are right off the top of my head. All I know is the one that excited me the most was community giveaways. Because back then, like, Steam announcement, gifting a copy of the game essentially meant that it was breaking, you know, TOS. And that copy of the game would be likely to get nuked if it was like an account that was purchased and then change hands. Or I'd just have to send the money to somebody and be like, hey, please don't buy Fent with this. Which, always up in the air in this day and age. Fent's very readily available. So, for me, you know, I'm more excited about just being involved with the community stuff. I don't really care about the title or anything like that. I'm not trying to like flex that. But like, no fent is bad. I know, Fupo. No fent would be awful. Goodness gracious. No fent is awful, Fupo. What a bad world to live in. What a terrible world. Some are. Oh, dude. Oh God, Roarier. I bet some people are all about that shit right now. Fent is bad is what mean? You said it, not me. I'm allergic. So, like, I'll pass. That's all for you. That's all for you. They tried to kill me once in a hospital. They gave me fentanyl in recovery when I broke both my wristies. And, apparently, I don't breathe too well as a result of my allergy in the presence of fentanyl. So fortunately, I was in a good place to not get cooked. That's bad times. Yes, it was very bad time. I started to get the hives on my chest and stuff, and they kept like moving out and expanding. And they're like, okay, cool. Well, we're just gonna stop this real quick. So that was nice. That was nice. No die. So that's cool. That's great. That was a good time. Get a bunch of commissions for killing mobs before turning in. Pop an adventuring scroll, and you're welcome for XP. Ooh, like the commission adventuring scroll. Ooh, that's actually solid tech. Yeah, fill your shit with commissions and then pop a scroll as soon as you get one of the scrolls. That's not bad. I mean, that might be like a level or so of XP, depending on how quickly you could target the initial commissions. The thing with commissions is I just worry that commissions are going to be so ungodly fucking contested. I think that's the biggest thing. Some people's egos took a hit. I'm sure some people's egos will take hits. I'm sure other people's egos will probably get stoked to a degree that they shouldn't be stoked. I don't think people should read too far into it. Like, if I'm being honest. Yo, what up, Poop? Level 25, primarily off hunting and gathering commission mass turn-in. How long did that take you, would you say? Like, how long until you were actually 25? Oh, God. I gotta burp. Like a month. Okay, yeah, we're trying to get it down to a few days here. So that's always the goal. We want to try to cut that all down. Let's go. I mean, so this is the thing too, though. Like, they're not even just valuing it off of like, oh, you have streams or videos or anything like that. Like, if you make written content, if you have a newsletter, if you edit together community videos or do anything like that, like anything Ashes related is eligible for the content creator program if it is like community made, you know, community generated content, which I think is awesome. First things first. But yeah, I hope that there is not a big level of like, I'm getting attacked by a fly. I hope there's not a big level of like ego coming out from people over it. That's always the fear when like certain people get titles, that they'll flex those titles in a very, I don't know. I don't want to say douchey and be mean, but a very douchey way. Already started building my throne. Dude, make yourself like a sign in the back that's like Ash's official content creator. And then it's just like a handmade sign. I just want to stream to help people grow. No, you want to stream to make the most money possible and to rug pull your community and then retire on a yacht. The fuck you mean? The fuck you mean? It's very simple. Would have applied to CC program, but seems being small black bear and void cats not allowed. That not making content or anything. Wait, I've literally raided a Fupo stream before. No, I've seen Fupo stream. Maybe it's not Ash's content, but I've seen the cat go live. Yes, yes, cat interacts with mouse in a quite symbiotic way. Does not try to eat mouse. Does not try to kill mouse. Cat and mouse were playing games together. I saw it with my own peepers. It's an 8x11 with a Sharpie. This is Ash's content creator program email receiver. Jesus, just get a shirt. And then your entire camera is your shirt. Yo, wait, hold on. Put a mirror behind you, right? Focus your camera on your mirror instead of you. And then in that mirror, it's pointed at your other monitor where you have the creator program email pulled up for the entire stream. This is the tech. This is the tech. Wait. Yo, I have the opportunity to do the funniest thing in history right now. When you get partnered on Twitch, you can make like a Twitch team, basically, and then you can invite other people to your Twitch team. I could literally make a Twitch team that says official Ash is a creation content creator. And then I could just invite everybody to it, and then we could all have like the tag on our Twitches. God fucking damn it. I need another partner willing to tank the Bardic College one. No, bro, you don't understand. There was, it has to say email recipient content creator. Well, then I couldn't join. Yeah, what the hell, bro? Trying to hold me out. Trying to create the exclusive club. I had to fucking cause a ruckus. I had to speak to the manager. I sent my email back. Just responded with a fucking question mark. Trying to do cooking videos? Ayo, cooking videos would go hard for the people. Did you speak to someone? No. Yo, Morgan, thank you for the follow. I didn't want to make a big deal. Like, I just told chat, I was like, yo, who else has gotten their emails, by the way? I was like, just curious. I was like, are you guys getting like content creator ones or Bardic College ones? And everybody was like, what do you mean we're getting content creator ones? And I was like, I'm not. Because again, mine didn't come until like 6 hours after other people's came. Like, people were saying towards the start of stream that theirs showed up, and then mine showed up towards the end of stream. And so I checked my email and it was just there. And then I was like, yo, something happened, boys. I was like, maybe they don't like me that much anymore. And I like, chat was mad. Like, chat was like, what the fuck? And I was like, no, it's okay. I was like, it's okay, it's okay. I was like, I stream for you guys, not for them. It's okay. I'm still gonna go live. I'm still gonna make Ash's content. And like, stream just continued. And then Arcane Adam pops in, and I just see a message that says Discord. And I'm like, oh shit. So I think there may have been a chain of command that was set up, because we always have people that are lurking that are well connected. I don't think there was like a big revolt over it or anything like that. I think somebody probably just reached out and was like,
hey, is this right?
But yeah, it turns out I just got the wrong email. So things happen. Things happen. I have worked with emails many times in my life. I sent out fucking thousands of emails a week when I was working at the college, so might have been mentioned to look at. That's okay. That's okay. Listen, I wasn't even upset. Somebody hit me with the most banger consolation ever, by the way. Whoever it was, actual W friend, basically. Someone came in with like the friend advice of like, Dusty, maybe they just want you to teach the Bardic College. I was like, you know what? Maybe you're fucking right. Maybe they do. Also, are mounts not supposed to have regen right now? Because my mount's not regenning. I don't know. Yeah, mounts don't have regen right now. /bug. Mount, no regen HP. Bug. Hold on. What's this under? Combat? Stats? Movement? Mounts? Ah, there it is. Mount, take damage, no heal damage. I know have heal ability. Please help. Alright, dope. Dusty getting his mount killed? No, I'm trying to fight for my mount's life over here. This dude's got 214 HP in a fucking dream. And then I just looked at somebody else's mount, and that was also lacking HP. So it seems like all of the mounts are not regenning HP right now. Taco Bell still got the value menu. Taco Bell value menu is good, but the best value at Taco Bell is the build your own cravings boxes. So you got to go into the app, and then you got to do the build your own cravings box under the online exclusives. And then from there, you save the clams. You do one of those, and then a couple cheap things off the dollar menu. And then you're at like $10 for 3,500 calories if you're doing it right. Plus, with the app, you get reward points if you're logged in. You want to be logged into the app, because with the Taco Bell reward points, those freaky ass motherfuckers, for whatever reason, put a cheesy roll up, which is a tortilla with cheese on it, in the lowest tier, right? Makes sense. What's also in that lowest tier is an entire cheesy gordita fucking crunch. So for the lowest tier of rewards, you can get a cheesy G for free. So you get like a free cheesy gordita, you get like a $7 box. The $7 box has a beefy 5 with it. So it's like my old order back when I was on the bell. I'm reformed and I'm clean now. Basically, it was a free cheesy G with the rewards because the lowest tier you just generate one of those pretty much every time you order. So free cheesy G, and then the box had a Crunchwrap Supreme, a beefy 5 layer, cheesy Fiesta potatoes, and a large Dr. Pepper with no ice, because warm Dr. Pepper, best Dr. Pepper. Then I would go to the dollar menu, or the value menu, as it's called now, back in my day. And then I would get, depending on what I was feeling, either like a cheesy double beef or a couple cheesy bean and rices. And then that would be my entire order. I would hound down 3,500 calories. I would lay in bed and my heart would hurt, so I'd roll over on my right side so my heart could pump downhill instead of having to pump uphill against gravity. So yeah, there were accommodations that had to be made as a part of my daily life, but I was willing to do it. Biggest regret of moving is I can no longer get the bell without driving over 20 miles one way. Yeah, that's rough. Although I will say it's probably better for you that way. Like, I don't know why, but bells are abundant in Maine. We got those bitches everywhere. Like, you can be out in the middle of fucking nowhere, Maine, East Bumfuck, and then you can find a Taco Bell in that hoe. It's crazy. Better for your health. Better for your health. Better for your life. Like, better for your wallet. It's probably better for your soul, if I'm being completely upfront. All I have is Burger King? Oh. Well, just don't get fast food at that point. Like, just don't subject yourself to that. That's like saying I could go outside, but directly outside of my, my front door is a bunch of like broken glass and rusty nails, and my shoes are on the other side of that broken glass. You just don't go out that day. You wait for somebody to throw your shoes to you. You just go get better food. They buy that church and started Taco Bell and that. Yo, that church is such a good fucking deal though. 20 miles one way and 10 years added to your lifespan. 10 years added? I think I mean 10 years subtracted, dog. If Taco Bell is a fountain of youth, then my heart was telling me the wrong fucking language, dog. I swear to God. Keep in mind, I played sports my whole goddamn life. I have never felt heart pain the way that I felt heart pain after a month of eating Taco Bell semi-regularly. I physically, like, the left side of my chest would get tight. And it would hurt. It would hurt. Could be acid reflux? No, I know what acid reflux is. I know what acid reflux is. That is spicy chest. That's fine. I pop at Tums. This was physically, like, keep in mind, I was an athlete when I was younger. Now I'm not a fucking athlete. But I know what it's like to have tired muscles. It felt like my heart was tired. It felt like I just did a set of reps for my heart. It was not good. It was not good. It's their mystery meat that gets you. Or probably the sodium warning that's on every part of my fucking order when I get Taco Bell. Like, every individual piece of my order has a high sodium warning. And then I'm just like, yeah, let's wash that down with a Dr. Peppy, dog. I shouldn't be allowed to do that. That's not the sodium, 5x daily value? Yeah, exactly. You see this rice and shit? I don't like Hodge either. I don't. Like, if you can get it, that's huge. But I don't think that it's going to be gettable. You know what I mean? I feel like everybody and their dad is going to try to be at Hodge. Where do you go instead? See, that's the fucking question. That's the fucking question, dog. Where would you go instead? Like, that's the largest thing. Because you are, even if you're 6, at a place like Hodge, you're going to have so many, like, absolute, bozos that pull up that are 1,000% going to contest that. So I don't know. Gear gapping is going to be a real terror this phase. Yes. Gear gapping is going to be a big thing. The econ game is going to be a strong game. A very strong game. Crunchwrap is a suitable replacement for meaningful relationships. And it helps ease the pain of having a broken heart because you can't feel your heart. Yo, Immortal, what up, dog? Anything interesting going on this week, but none of it. PTR has had a shitload of, like, you know, first-time user experience changes and early leveling changes. So tomorrow the PTR goes down and the live servers come back up. Creepy, hope you're having a good day. So that'll be up for 5 days, Shoal and Lotharia, for the end of the world event, like end of the server's retirement event. So we'll actually be able to show gameplay over on that end, so that'll be cool. But until then, it's more early leveling loop testing on the private test realm, trying to figure out where go, what do, and how level. Anyways, basically figuring out where go, what do, and how level. And that's the largest thing that we're trying to get right now. It sounded like fireworks just went off outside or something. Notice Aura's coming back, likely Nova Ordum as well. Also notice Cats is an Ash's Guild recruitment channel. Any reason why? We just recruit everywhere, honestly. I don't know if we posted one in the recruitment channel or not, but yeah, we recruit openly, man. And honestly, we have a relatively good influx of players coming in just naturally without even, you know, putting it out there too much. We're not really spamming in-game recruitments. We're not going too crazy on just like, you know, blowing up discords or anything. A lot of our recruitment at this point is focused on like word of mouth and like targeted recruitment of people that are genuinely interested in the mission instead of like general recruitment. We already have such a large community just numerically that it's now time to focus in a little bit on like, hey, if you want to come in and you've heard about this community and it aligns with what you want, then awesome. But like, we're not necessarily at the point where it's like, hey, please like join us, please by any means. So that's the big thing. Gotta get out there early. What's that? Out in out where? Out in like the fucking the tropics and shit? Or what you talking about? What you having about, Clue? Hard Lizard came and cleared this out this place out last time. They couldn't do anything. I mean, if we have enough people for it, then that'd be good. But I don't want to necessarily commit that many resources to one place either. That's the thing. I don't want to get too involved early in looking at the immediate, you know, the first wall in front of us. Like, I myself want to look at the wall that is after the first wall. So it's like, why would I be worried about level 6 grind when we can go many places and level 6 to 9 is going to be fast as shit. 9 to 12 is going to be longer. So for me, it's like, I want to get a lot of spots where people can go 6 to 9 at like level 8 to 9 mobs. And I go from there. Wonder if it has you with YouTube. What's that? Oh, are you talking about the content creator program? No, I was supposed to get in. I just got the wrong email. It wasn't even like from what I've gathered, it wasn't even like oh my god, after further review, the ruling on the field is overturned. It was literally like I got put in the wrong email list from what I was told. They could always be making that up and maybe it was just pity. But yeah, from what I was told, it was legitimately just an oopsies on like the wrong like email being generated to be sent out, because it wasn't like a customized email. It was it was email lists that went out like all at the same time. They just blasted the email out to the people that were on the list, and so they wouldn't have to send them one at a time. I just got on the wrong side of the coin. So DustyWhy got in. Well, DustyWhy was sent out. Oh god, was it another email? What, the follow-up? No, I got reached out to on Discord. Yeah, no, I didn't get a second email. Now, they will go back and like get me all caught up with everything in the right set. But yeah, no. Arcane Adam came into Twitch and said Discord, and then I got caught up in Discord. That's where everything was confirmed to me. So yeah. My slash rollout. Oh god, the slash roll. I don't want to talk about slash rolls right now. I don't want to do it. Nowhere to get out of Hodge too. It's just that Hodge is kind of in the way. Yeah, I mean, That's just the biggest thing. It's like, do you believe in that area to not be absolutely gutter fucked by every single person that has a relatively scaled up group of size that will be absolutely contesting that? Oh no. yeah, that's where I'm at too. That's why I'm like, I kind of want to go out to the Trops and see what's up with it. That's my take on it. I just all who got denied were given a reason why. Or just a general thing, like no motion, 0 clout, and no bitches. And then it's like a fucking Steven taking the L Fortnite dance at the bottom. I think that'd be fire.
This is absolutely S
Yo, okay, Kona, brother. What up? Thank you for the follow. Much love. Much love. Like, that'd be nice. Although, that'd be fucking... They got over 6,000. 6,000 applications. That is a lot of fucking applications, dog. That's many applications. And it's not like they're just feeding those bad boys into an algorithmic review. Like, I'm pretty sure they went through and hand reviewed all of that content. So, what are the system requirements? Oh god, they've updated the min specs. Oh geez golly. I don't know what the new min specs are. Exclamation min specs has the old min specs. I know they updated it a little bit. But guessing goes from 6,000 years ago. What's that? All of the min specs listed on the C page. Oh, they updated it on the C page. Wait, that's huge. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you guys. I need to update my command. I have an exclamation min specs command, but I haven't updated it in a while. I don't know if it's the same. Let me see a list. Curious who some of the creators are and how many are from outside the S community. That's also curious, actually. Yeah, that's a good comm. I'm sure they'll probably do like an announcement thing with it, maybe in the dev stream at the end of the month or something like that. Wait, do exclamation min specs real quick, because the formatting is also cursed on my min specs, but I want to compare and contrast. I've seen 3 people's denials. They give very basic reasons. Doesn't upload, not consistent. Oh, okay. I mean, at least there's something. That's a lot more than like many content creator programs give when people get like nuked from them. Intel i5 8400, AMD Ryzen 5 2600. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it seems like that's still the same, right? Broadband internet connection, storage 120. Storage has gone up to 120. But other than that, I think it's mostly the same, other than the like SSD required thing. Oh no, mine even says like SSD storage. Yeah, because mine is old min specs from the website. So that should be good. Yo, Kona. Does this game have class change like Final Fantasy 14 Online? Or more like Guild Wars 2? Primary classes are all we have right now. So like when you make your character, it's almost like a, you know, that WoW type structure where it's like you make, you know, Paladin, you're Paladin. I make tank, I am tank. Who this? Dr. Frankenbomb. I appreciate you, brother. 1337, much love. Also, YouTube nukes my VODs every single time I get a dono. YouTube's gonna be very mad about that. YouTube doesn't like that noti. Yo, Frankenbomb. Thank you, brother. Much love. I greatly appreciate that, dude. I appreciate that. The support genuinely means everything, man. But yeah, so when you make your primary archetype, always in the middle of answering questions. Frankenbomb, thank you so much, bro. I appreciate you. When you make your class, like, you basically choose your primary archetype. Apes together. Strong. Fucking Dustman Gold today, man. What the hell's going on out here? Yo, Auradon, thank you for the 3 months, dude. Much love. Your primary archetype is like, if you do exclamation classes, I might actually have the image pulled up. Let me peep this real quick. I think I have it pulled up. Somewhere. I might have just died trying to pull this up for you. I want you to know. I do. All right, I got you. Bam. So, when you make your character, you choose your base class. Now, base classes are the only thing that are in the game right now, and that's going to be representative of like your 1 to 25, you know, choices. Your base class determines your primary abilities. I am a tank, so I will play tank, and I will have tank abilities. The secondary, which is going to come in here, this will augment the abilities that you get from your base with elements of these secondaries. Now, there will be 4 different like schools of specialization off of each of these that you can choose from. So I could go like tank as my primary, get my tank abilities, and then I could go tank, which is Guardian if I wanted to just double down on the tankiness, or if I wanted to go like Paladin, which is tank cleric, I may see some form of healing and sustain associated with some of these augments. I could see some form of maybe like radiant damage or some bullshit like that, depending on where they choose to go with the 4 different schools and like how exactly they plan to implement those. We don't have all of the details on secondaries as this entire part is not in yet. These will start coming in, I'd say over the course of next year, we'll start to see a lot of these. It's going to start out with cleric and tank secondaries being available to every one of the base classes. So essentially you'll have this row active, and then you'll have this row active first, and then after that they'll just keep zoom just down the list. So we'll get more of those secondaries. Your base class is bound to your character. Your secondary will be able to be respect freely through testing, so people can experiment and test with what they want to test. And then when the game fully launches, it'll be respectable, but with a very large cost. We don't know exactly what the cost will be, whether it'll be like a time cost through doing a quest chain, whether it'll be a monetary cost. We're not quite sure, but it is something where you'll be able to change your secondaries. Your primary, however, is bound fully to your character. So that's like a quick rundown on it. A lot of it with the secondary system is more like that's coming in at some point TM. But yeah, we do know tank and cleric are supposed to be the first 2 secondaries that are in, and Steven said those will start coming in the milestone patch after this milestone update. And then from there, I also think secondaries are going to be tied with our first level cap expansion past 25. Well, recent level cap expansion has gone up in the past, but anyways, the level cap expansion past 25. We've been 25 for like the last year and some change. So with secondaries coming in, those are going to start at level 25. And then you'll be able to get points for your secondaries post level 25 prog. Which means, by all means and measures, we should be looking at level 26 to 35 some point soon, maybe. I'd love that, because that would change up our entire gearing, our entire scaling, our entire everything, like the gameplay loop, all of it. So auto-generated email. Wait, you got like denied or Bardic? Which one? Oh fuck. Okay, I just almost killed my character. Bardic? Oh. I mean, I think Bardic College is still going to have the same benefits as the content creator program. I think the Bardic College is essentially something where they'll, like, I don't know all of the details, and this is just like a theory craft, but I almost feel like the Bardic College is meant to be like mentored by the CCP people, like the content creator program people, and then like help them get on a route to potentially putting out like more stable content or something. I don't know. I haven't heard shit about it, but like multi-tier content creator programs will sometimes have an element of like, you know, would you in CCP be willing to go down to, also CCP does not mean content creator program to everybody, so I gotta be careful with that. Anyways, or my internet will get hit. Anyways, would you in the content creator program be willing to, you know, go down and like, you know, help this person get on a track to not being super unentertaining during lives, or, you know, help them with their YouTube managing a schedule of edits, or giving them whatever, right? I don't know, but I've seen that with multi-tiered programs before. So, do you know of anyone else who applied to the cosplay building area? Oh shit, I have no idea. Bro, over 6,000 content creators is a lot of content creators, though. Now, granted, I'm sure a lot of the applications, hold on. Thank you for the logic. Thank you. I would assume that's going to be a lot of content creators of various sizes. Cause like, just for perspective, I'm in the Funcom content creator program, or whatever the fuck it's called, the Dune one. Just in the event that I ever checked out Dune, I applied for that. I am a part of the Amazon Games content creator program. Despite them never wanting to work with me, they accepted me into that. I'm a part of the Epic Games content creator program. And like, some of them are involved, some of them are not involved. So a lot of the time you'll just have content creators that will apply for every program with the hope that something comes out of it. And then a lot of the times what you'll see is a lot of the content creators have lost interest, or have gone inactive, or don't want to cover Ashes, have started covering something else, or their content's just not the same as it was at one point. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. I feel like out of those 6,000, I feel like a decent amount of people will probably, I don't know. I don't want to know what the splits are, but I feel like a lot of the people are also going to be like out of directory content creators that are just omega large. Now they've said that they're not evaluating it based on size or anything, but I mean, I say this with like the most genuine respect for everybody, right? But like when applying for content creator programs and stuff, we aren't necessarily the judges of what our content is. Like when I got my email, like chat was like, how did you not get in? And I was like, well, probably because I swear a lot and I'm a stoner and I always talk about weed on stream. So it's like, I don't know. I definitely understand that side of things, but I also like, we're not the ones to evaluate, you know, if our content is at a certain level, if it's not, if anything like that predicates it. It could be a matter of like, they're looking for certain representation or anything like that. And I mean zero disrespect by this, right? They may be looking for like a certain type of content. They may be looking for a certain type of content creator. There could be genuinely anything with it. And I don't have any inside info to like, you know, provide any perspective past that. But like when I got my email and I was like, oh shit, well that's, you know, obviously I was like, ah, damn. But I was like, oh, okay, well that's fine. There are probably reasons for it. And, you know, I got very fortunate in the sense that mine got taken care of. But like, I was like, oh, well, I stream for my community. I make content for my community. I was not predicated by this content creator program thing when I came to Ashes, and it's not going to make a difference. So like, I think the best thing is that it's not like people that are in the Bardic College, even if like it's a matter of, you know, shouldn't be in there or whatever, it does provide that opportunity where you're at least like foot in the door and then you can just jump up to the content creator program. Like they will invite more waves of people into the CC program. And I think there'll also be an element of like, you have new content creators that are applying for different waves of the program. And then you also have, you know, content creators that were in Bardic already. And I would guess that the Bardic content creators are probably going to be the ones that are more like, I don't know, more likely to actually see it. Bro, the Tomb Walker is level 17. I don't think we're going to be able to do the Tomb Walker from this, this quest this early. From like the Aberrant quest. Also, the mobs over on this island are aggroing from so fucking far. I don't think we can get over to the Aberrant quest to grab that. I keep trying to like weasel my way over, and it's not going the best for me at all. I think that's the biggest thing. One of the Bardic is like, well, you know, at some point keep waiting. I mean, I actually didn't see the content creator email, funny enough, but I'm pretty sure the content creator program's still the same thing. I don't know if they, like, I don't know what it is. I don't even know if I'm supposed to be talking about it in the way that I am because I didn't see the goddamn email. But from what I've heard, people that got the content creator email were basically like, hey, there'll be an NDA coming soon. Stay tuned. Let us know if you're still interested in being a content creator. I think that was it. I think it was like more of an action required type tag on it. And then the Bardic one was more like, hey, we know you're out there, you know? And I think it's more of a like, I don't want to say it in a mean way, but like on the bench waiting to get subbed into the game type shit, right? Where obviously less than ideal, but yeah. I think more communication will probably come from it at a certain point, but I also have no idea. I haven't heard anything other than the email. I always say, like, with how bad my predictions are, bro, I have clearly zero insider information. There are people that are out here getting full leaks of like intrepid meetings and stuff, and then I'm out here like, nah, I mean, I'd love to see the economy push through these things. I fucking wish I knew more, but I'm just some fucking goober over here, bro. CC outlined the program and said, let me know if you're interested still and we'll get back to you. Word. So, I mean, it may not even be a full, like, guarantee of the people that were reached out to getting in. Maybe there's, like, a secondary review or something. Although, that would be kind of weird. Yeah, we gotta know. That's good. That's good. I'm glad that they are opening it up to a lot of, like, the Ashes content creators. Because, like, Ashes content creators don't have a huge presence. Like, none of us do. So, I love that it's not just, you know, like... Granted, we haven't seen any announcements, right? So maybe they come out and, you know, dev stream comes out and like John Cena's walkout starts playing, and then like fucking Asmongold and like T-Pain and Pirate Software and like fucking, I don't know, like Lyric and a bunch of people just come like through a smoke machine in the back like it's a goddamn starting lineup intro. Who knows? Maybe they have another tier of content creators that they're bringing in, but it seems like from the ones that I have heard that are just like, hey, I heard back in one way, shape, or form, it does seem like it's a lot of Ashes people so far. Let's see. Where is this aberrant? Did they move this? John Cena does in fact follow Ashes of Creation on X. Of course you would fucking know that. Also, it's Twitter, you fucking freak. That's crazy. Why doesn't John Cena follow like 1 million people on Twitter though? Doesn't he have like just an absurd amount of like who he follows? Fuck, that's always funny though. Some celebrities just follow like 500,000 people. I always wonder what their page actually looks like at that point, because they probably don't go on that shit. They probably just throw follows to get people to follow them back and then just randomly go through and purge followers and shit. Well, I'm just saying. Chat, has anybody seen a large flesh golem aberrant looking guy on an island north of Halls? Because I'm not seeing Mr. Flesh Golem where he used to be to start this quest, question mark. And that's concerning me a little, because this island is now filled with like level 14s and shit. And I cannot actually find the NPC to even start this quest, so we're probably cooked there. Is it nighttime? Does he only come out at night? Mr. Flesh Golem, man? Because it's not nighttime. It is 17 minutes remaining. Yo, Brownies, what up, dude? Is this Alpha 2? This is footage from the PTR. So the private test realm is usually visual NDA'd, but there was a 1v1 event that Intrepid, the developers, ran. And at that event, they lifted the visual NDA, and then I got footage out of it. Carla, I hate all of your intros. You're so bad at introing on stream. They'll get better someday. It's okay. They'll get better. But yeah, so this VOD is from the PTR. We cannot show PTR footage right now, so there can't be like current PTR footage going out. But this was from a couple of days ago. And fortunately, we got some up-to-date info. But this is the most up-to-date build, so to say, kind of like a preview of what we're going to get on the 11th. Now, there are going to be a lot of changes in between now and the 11th. Also, this is just a small preview. So, I was just going to say hi. I'll need the files sent to me, because one of the files is corrupted. What the fwick? What the fwick? Okay, I can also put it like back over on the drive if it was a drive. I could get that sorted out. I'll get that tonight. Do you know which one it is? Because it should be fine on my end. You're just like a cringe factory. Their mobs don't only come out at night. The golem for the Hodge quest line is like that. Okay, I can wait. There's 16 minutes, because like it's a huge amount of XP. But you also have to figure out what order you're interacting with the tombstones in. And there are a few steps to it along the way, which is less than ideal. What the heck did I do? I don't know, you just exist. What the freak? Yes. He follows me too. Wait, John Cena follows Richie? Jesus fucking Christ. The 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon are hitting today. So, I mean, I bet John Cena knows Kevin Bacon closely. So, if Richie knows John Cena and I know Richie, then I'm pretty close to Kevin Bacon right now, boys. Streamed ESL a little, but Ashes will be the first game I stream consistently. Did you apply to the CC program and hear back? Also, Doss, how have your Gambas been today? You been hitting? I'm just like splish splashing in water for 15 minutes while I wait. Now, do we know Codex is not going to be up to date? How different are a lot of the mob grind areas now and like mob level spread comparatively to what we were looking at for phase 3 launches? Not this round. Okay, word. Are you gonna apply in the future, like once you start streaming it? Because they did say, I think there's another round of applications that's gonna open at like the end of January or something like that. So, DMC if he wants to get lunch and talk about Ashes. I mean, shit, that's basically a shot that I shoot in Summit's DMs every time somebody says he wants to play Ashes. Bro, anytime somebody says Summit wants to play Ashes, I'm like, hey, yo, big dog, you coming over to play Ashes? I'm like, you need anything, you let me know. Outro and part 1. Oh my fucking god. They're super choppy. Okay, I'll check the recordings on my end. That's unfortunate. That's so very tragic. Can you come on board? Listen, man, it's all questing loops. It's all questing loops right now. I am the opposite of bored. I'm actually quite stressed, if I'm being honest. Because I have to figure out what the fuck is supposed to go on with all of my group's experience. I am responsible for many things. Issues on the hard drive, they're fine. When they get to my PC, they're not. Weird. What would cause that? I'm sure I fucked something up. But yeah, like, I'm excited for EA to come out. I'm excited for the 11th because A, I get to show my screen again. B, I get to progress. Like, C, I get to just look at, you know, the entire guild's growth. We get to PvP again. We get to see a lot of players. It's going to be huge. This is going to be absolutely massive. I can't wait. But I also am very appreciative of having this time where there is not a massive populace everywhere in the world all at the same time. So I can freely roam around and check out, you know, what we want to check out. So we can see what the leveling spots are, so we can see how things have adjusted. It's really important. Sucks I have to work in gym, so I'm going to play on the 11th till like 10 p.m. You don't have to gym, and you also don't have to work. What the fuck do you mean I have to gym? Unless your gym is paying you to show up, you don't have to gym on the 11th. Also, you don't have to work. You can take time off, or, hear me out, no time off, you have a vehicle. Lay down in front of your vehicle, directly under the tire, with your legs sticking out and your head under the car. And then have a friend take a picture and then send it to your boss and be like, hey, I got hit by a car. I can't come in. And that, my friend, is the foolproof way to get a day off work. Yes. Trying to find Flesh Golem on that island for quest, but he may be RIP. Already off the 11th because it's my birthday? Ayo! Wait, that works out. Happy early birthday, dog. Because I'll definitely forget. Is true, I've done it? Yeah, who is going to tell you to come into work if you've literally been hit by a car? Nobody. Because you'd be dead. Like, that, they just very simple. Like, if you're dead, how are you gonna come to work? You just text your boss and be like, hey, I got run over by a car, I'm dead, I'll be back in Monday. And then you get Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday to play. That's more than enough time to level if you're degenning each day. And then Monday you go back into work. And on Monday morning, right? You have to go directly after you take the car picture. Change your shirt so it looks different. And then go to a church with your friend. And then outside the church near the Jesus statue, you have to basically take a picture of yourself. Just like, you have to stand and trust fall, right? But your friend has to take the picture of you at like this angle, trust falling with your arms out, so it looks like Jesus is raising you up. And then you say you got resurrected. And then you go back into work on Monday. No PTO, no fucking problem. Subscribe for more tips and tricks, chat. It's a foolproof way, and if they doubt Jesus, they doubt you. Yo, Winka, what up, my boy? No midnight. No midnight here. The only midnight that we look forward to is midnight tonight because it's one day closer to December 11th. Kind of selfishly hoping EA gets delayed. Got a call that a family member needs me to accompany them for their surgery on the 12th. Yeah, but why don't you tell them to just reschedule their surgery? Or hear me out. Hospitals have waiting rooms. Just drop them off early. Flights have layovers. Just hang out in the airport. I feel like hospitals have food. Hospitals have waiting rooms. Hospitals have beds, chairs, bathrooms, water fountains. Hospitals have everything that they need to actually sustain life in every way, shape, and form. Wi-Fi? Yes. Wi-Fi? TVs? You name it. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. Hospitals are lit. You just leave them there for a couple days. Recovery is fine. Honestly, if you leave a family member in a hospital, it may motivate you, if you do want to pick them up, to level a bit faster. Just tell yourself, no family member leaving hospital until I'm level 25, and then you do it for your family. You do it for everybody that can't do it for themselves, and you make them proud. I thought it was Jesus' dad that can do the resurrecting things. I just figured it was genetic. I figured once one motherfucker had superpowers, everyone had superpowers up in that bitch. I didn't really know that it, like, stopped. I don't know, because, like, even Hercules, like, Hercules' dad just fucked, like, a normal person, and then Hercules still strong as hell. So, I don't know. I'm not much in that lineage of things, but I'm just assuming it gets passed down in some sense. You know what else has everything you need to sustain life? A FedEx truck? Does FedEx truck have a bathroom? What does the FedEx truck actually have? Wait, take me through, like, this FedEx setup. Because what's stopping you from just stealing a FedEx truck and then living through it? Every truck comes with a pickup. Ooh, broken in for me? I hate when I have a pickup and it's a brand new pickup, so it's got too much reverb. It needs a little bit of that, like, crusted P cushion on the back of it to break the impact, so there's less of a splatter zone. And everyone knows that, but sometimes you gotta break in your own pickup. It's tough. It's really tough. How's the tournament? Did you win? The tournament was fun-ish TM. The thing with the tournament is it was a 1v1 tournament, so as you can see, none of the fights were actually ending by somebody fucking dying. I wasn't at risk of losing any of my fights, but the limit on fights was 3 minutes, and as a result, most of the fights went into a sudden death roll, where the GMs that were in, well, I guess they were GMs, CMs, the assistants that were in were rolling for players, and so it mostly just came down to whoever had the hottest dice. I was sabotaged during that. I was absolutely sabotaged. Probably 1v1 isn't how the game's built for PvP, when nobody can beat anyone in 1v1. Little bit of that, little bit of the fact that we are also in the middle of some substantial time to kill reworks. So people just got a lot tankier. Health has changed a substantial amount, and mitigation, especially block mitigation, is insanely scalable right now. So from that sense, it's a little bit of like, you know, 1v1 isn't going to be the peak of the game's balance. 8v8s are the peak of the game's balance. And on top of that, you're looking at the buff to HP scaling, the buff to mitigation scaling. You combine that with the amount of, like, sustain that actually exists within the world, and in 1v1s, people can't really do enough damage to each other to actually have an impact. People are gonna sit, like, toe-to-toe and trade, and, like, really the only things that were dying were those classes in 1v1s that lacked any form of sustain, which gets taken care of in groups, but is very annoying in 1v1s. So you're fighting like a rogue or another tank or a cleric or a bard or a fighter. Really, anything except summoner, ranger, and mage is not dying. Unless the person just is not geared properly or very good. Now, there are instances where, like, any class can just have the ideal set of circumstances. Like, I fought a summoner in round 1, and I blew up their summon with a really hard-hitting combo, killed their summon, and then just got to them before they could, like, you know, resummon or get another summon out or anything like that. So it made it very, very easy for me to just, like, walk down a summoner that's essentially, like, 60% of a normal class without its summon out. So that was a really advantageous thing for me. But again, other than that, like, anytime it was secondaries worked, not secondaries, geez, anytime it was sustain worked in, that was a big problem. Cock Rock is level 12. So Cock Rock might not even be a valid play right off rip, because 6 levels outside of the range is going to be ungodly slow. there any YouTuber you can suggest who's making videos about the actual classes and not from the basic archetypes? I mean, from a systems breakdown standpoint, Copium Clinic has a lot of very good videos that break down like the intricacies of systems. He has one that covers secondaries as well, but there's not a lot of like actual information that's known about secondaries other than, you know, how the system is expected to work in terms of the structure of like each secondary will have 4 different schools of augmentation, augmental scale on a level of 1 to 10 in terms of their impact and their strength. But it's a good video to watch. Copium Clinic does a really good job articulating a lot of that shit. I like his videos a lot. He's got like animal husbandry videos. He's got the secondary archetype videos. So I'd give that a look over there. There's not a lot of nailed down information or even like examples of what we can look forward to with secondaries because they are still a bit further out down the road. Yeah, Doss, you're kind of up tremendous. Still trying to find out which classes will be close to Shadow Priest without playing Summoner with a demon to control them. I low-key feel like Cleric Mage would play kind of S-Priest, but it would kind of be like an elemental S-Priest, if that makes sense. I kind of feel like that could be a play. Or almost like, What about like a Mage Bard? From like the mana battery standpoint. Because like, yeah, sure, Shadow Priest this, Shadow Priest that. Shut the fuck up and give the group mana. So I'm kind of thinking like, what about Mage Bard? Mage Rogue? Mage Rogue could be solid. Yeah. Yeah. I feel like Mage Bard with a little bit of that like buffiness coming out too, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what Mage Bard does. Like what elements of an S-Priest are you looking for? Mage Rogue sounds like an S-Priest. Yeah, Mage Rogue could be good too, because like sustain and stuff there. Cleric Rogue could be fun. I think anything Rogue could be fun, if I'm being honest. Just be a mage and turn on a black and white filter. Be mage, pretend you're doing shadow damage, and then you're Shadow Priest. Yeah, I mean, Cleric will probably have some more offensive potential down the road. But I wouldn't expect it too heavily. Maybe some alternate builds coming out as ranks come in for abilities, mayhaps. But I mean, I'm not too sold that a cleric will ever feel DPS-y. Now, this may also have been the eras of WoW that I played, but I'm also not too sold on the fact that Shadow Priest ever really felt DPS-y. We never brought more than one. It was like a rep pally for most eras. You didn't really want many of those bad boys at all. S-Priest mana battery? Yeah. Yeah. DOS would let me bring one. And I would always feel really bad because we couldn't bring all of the Shadow Priests. And so I convinced DOS to let me fuck up the raid comp just a little bit. And we'd sneak a couple people in that probably shouldn't have been raiding. Well, the theories with the game, so many options and uniqueness. Wait until the server's actually set up in a, you know, a long-term fashion, and you have the ebb and flow of like, wait, why can't you craft item level 29 stuff? Oh, well, Winstead got sieged and lost a siege, and now Winstead is level 0. So now we have an entire town that got nuked and can no longer craft this thing. Oh, well, why can't you farm up this drop? Well, because that entire biome is taken over by corrupted areas, so we don't have those mobs or those resources available anymore. Like, there will be unique impacts on every server that will keep every server in the long run feeling very, very, very individual. They're super good in this X pack. Mana battery's no longer. Mana battery might have been their best job, though. That's why TBC was great, though, because you could take one of everything. That's fair. It could also be a problem because you only wanted one of everything. Yeah, see, that actually segues me into something interesting, though, that popped into my head. Because Steven has said, like, we have 8-person groups, right? We have 8 primary archetypes. Steven's ideal situation is a world where you are incentivized to bring one of every class in your group, like one of every primary archetype. So it's going to be intriguing to see how they can actually make that shape up. Secondaries may be able to help, but like, at this point in time, it's 4 supports, 3 DPS, 1 tank. Very simply put, and I don't necessarily know long-term if there will be enough incentivization. I mean, PvE maybe. Because, like, PvE is fine. If your tank dies, you just have the one cleric res them. And, like, a cleric dying in PvE shouldn't really happen unless shit's going completely south. So I'm not too worried about that. But in terms of PvP, not having 2 clerics, I feel like, is risk. Although, clerics right now may just be able to get replaced by maybe a summoner. Like, not clerics, but cleric. I'm kind of thinking, like, 1 cleric, 2 bard, 1 summoner, 3 DPS type shit. But it'll be intriguing. No look of stealth at all classes is rogue sub. They've talked about like temp stealths and stuff like that, but nothing as powerful as like full rogue is what I've always been told. Because originally, before I was thinking about like tank fighter and just really bruisery build, I was thinking about like how nimble it would feel to play tank rogue and have some form of like re-stealth and like battlefield manipulation and stuff like that. So that was always kind of intriguing for me, but yeah, I don't expect like a full stealth or anything to the same like stealth level that a rogue has, because that's the differentiator between a rogue stealth and a ranger stealth as well. Is like rogue stealth is just a higher level stealth than ranger stealth, so it's a little bit harder to see the ranger than it is the rogue than it is the ranger. You can pick the ranger out a little bit easier. So, well, everyone will be a rogue secondary then for being Beatleys. It'll be stupid. Now, stealth is also intriguing, though, because stealth break mechanics can be any plethora of things. Like, for a rogue primary, their stealth breaks on 5% of their max HP taken as damage, which also got a huge buff this phase, like with this TTK rework. If secondary stealths are an instant break on damage taken, that could be a very large change up to how those secondaries are feeling. So ranger stealth breaks on a swift wind. Oh yeah, no, if I flick my character to you promptly enough, ranger stealth will break. Not even just me being able to target you, you'll just come out that bitch. You get like startled and then you break your stealth. It's not the greatest situation for rangers, but I don't know if I would want ranger to have the same level of stealth as rogue. Stub my toe and lose stealth. Yeah. Ranger stealth is so bad. Well, it's not a stealth. It's like a camouflage. It's like a shroud type beat. No big cock. But it's not, I don't think it's intended to be that full stealth. Thing is just like, look at me, stealthy hunter man, tracking prey. Other than that, I'm not too expectant of anything there. Now, I will say, I can see you from like 1,000,000 meters away, so. Notice all the rangers in stealth during large scale. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can literally just see one of them creeping forward, and then I can just grapple them. Yeah, it's not like it's a hard thing. Ranger stealth is the absolute worst thing since Halo 3 camo. I think the thing about ranger stealth is like you can still see somebody in the ranger stealth. Like, it's not like they go invis. They essentially go like pseudo invis, but it replaces their character model with like this spooky, like, you know, animation that covers the area that the person's walking through. Ranger stealth is probably great if the person is playing on a CRT. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing against somebody that's audio only mode, yes, that'd be great. You get the super old monitor, you get the audio only mode players. Maybe like the people with the eye conditions, cataracts or whatever. People that can't see. I feel like there are some people that stealth will actually like be effective against. But I feel as though it's on a more person-to-person basis than anything else. It's mainly to hide your name tag. Yeah, but I can just turn to you and see your name tag. That's a counter there. I just got 465 XP for one mob kill, by the way. And it was a non-elite. I'm just curious about where we would want to go. Because, like, low-key, I feel like an area that has a bunch of non-elites could also be very good for initial gearing. If you're able to mass pull the non-elites and then just tank them in bulk, I feel like that's not going to be bad at all. But it's also dependent on the respawn time of the non-elites. I don't know, it's hard to test mob XP payouts without a full 8-person group as well, because it's gonna split it, at least a percentage. And that's Part of the toughest part with the evolution of it. But I think personally, in terms of like being able to just like, oh shit, being able to just generate XP right now, non-elites kind of go crazy. Yeah, okay, hope you're having a beautiful day. I don't know if Ranger Stealth actually works like this, but it suggests it should be harder to see a Ranger if they're not moving in higher elevation than you. I believe that. I mean, most stealths, I mean, every stealth in Ashes, to what I know, is based on like the frontal cone of vision. So providing you are not in my immediate like frontal cone, I should not be able to see you nearly as easy. And like that's why when I'm fighting not rangers, but rogues, I always try to, when they're stealthing and trying to get a disengage, I will just charge in their general direction and try to make my character look at them. So that way I can get them in frontal cone and lower that stealth level. And I feel like Ranger probably has a lower base stealth level, and then the frontal cone maybe takes away more of it, if I had to guess. But yeah, that shit doesn't really work. I like the VOD, missing string table entry. Yes, missing string table entry and death rolls. Yes, that is what we're showing off with this VOD, Mr. Penis Rogue. What you getting up to, Doc? 2 weeks rooting for the company to have a big success with the Steam start, and not be the same case like other early access Steam games. People are so stupid to consider the reviews. What's your class you're thinking to play for the first? Oh, Winka, I'm gonna be playing tank, dog. I am a tank player through and through and through. If there were not fresh starts, was going to level a summoner, but everything's wiped. I gotta level a tank. I'm a tank player. I'm not a summoner player. I was gonna level a summoner as like a fun project so I could show off like what the summoner had. But I mean, for me, it's just tank time, baby. I got nothing else that I can even focus on at this point in time. I gotta level a tank as fast as humanly possible. And then I gotta tank everything that I can. P3 got me hooked on Cleric. Were you doing something other than Cleric before? Where did you come from before the Cleric way of life? Ranger. What do you like about Cleric versus Ranger? Because I feel like that's just an overall improvement for you as a person. I feel like playing a Cleric it's a more important role. You get to not just be root bot. Snake, shut up and root. Jesus fucking Christ, I need a vines on this wolf. Yo, Zerman, what up, dude? Does this game have forced PvP? Kind of. Like, kind of. So, basically, in the open world, I could come up to you and hit you and kill you without you hitting me back, right? If I kill you without you hitting me back, I do what's called corrupting. So basically, I come up to you and I hit you. I turn purple for PvP. If you hit me back, you also turn purple for PvP, and then we fight each other in the open world, you know, about a fisticuffs of fracas. One of us dies, and on a normal consensual death, whether PvE or PvP, you only drop materials. So that is like glint, which you can sell for gold to vendors, and gathered materials, stuff like that. You're not at risk of losing items from any normal death. So say you're just minding your own beeswax, minding your manners, and I come up to you and I'm just like, die bastard, haha. And then I kill you 100-0 without you hitting me back. I, instead of turning purple for PvP, turn red, which essentially means Dusty is murderer. I cannot unequip gear, I cannot go into towns, I cannot trade with other players. The only way that I can get my corruption off is by either farming off a shitload of mobs or dying. Now, the thing is, other people can also see me on the minimap, and corruption is typically something that gets dealt with very quickly if it does happen. Now, corruption is also something that most people are not going to partake in, because corrupting is the only time that you will drop pieces of your equipped gear. So my items could be compromised if I were to corrupt and somebody were to kill me. Now, there are people that will run corruption squads and go around and, like, if you're doing something that, you know, say you have a crate on your back and they want to take your crate, they'll corrupt on you, and then they'll have somebody else come and kill the corrupted person, and then they'll take the crate and turn that in, clearing the corruption and defending the corruption person. But that's also your roaming band of thieves, basically. So if you see those people, you'll very likely, like, run away from them. You'll create space, you'll post in global, call in other people if you're in a guild, and kind of try to set up for that. So while there was, at one point this past phase, a band of people roaming around, like, killing people with crates, there was also a spin up where there were people that were killing the people that were killing the people to get crates. So then there was this like social element of there are the bad people that are going around. There are the people that are going to go around to stop the bad people from going around. So that was kind of a cool element to it. Other than the open world system, there are guild versus guild wars. There are settlement versus settlement wars. Settlements are like the towns. Those enable open world PvP, but you can opt in or out of that open world PvP system, by basically, or not the open world, but like the guild versus guild and the settlement versus settlement. You can opt in or out basically by being a citizen or not being a citizen, or by being in a guild or not being in a guild. So, or they'll everybody kill them while they're corrupted and cleared their corruption with 0 consequences. Happen to be at a grind spot after we beat a group in PvP for a spot. Sure, absolutely. But if somebody's corrupting on you and the buddy's cleared the corruption, then that's also a chance for you to, if you don't get full cleared out by the corrupted person or the PvP flag group, like if your group doesn't get fully wiped, then the person dies when they're corrupted. You just loot their stuff. Speaking of that more, I literally acknowledge that. But that's also an incredibly low odds play. You have to get your entire group wiped out by somebody that's corrupted, which would then be an incredibly high level of corruption. When they do kill their friend, if you have people that are still around witnessing them killing their friend and taking advantage of that, then you can loot the ashes. If somebody is corrupted enough to kill your entire 8-person group, then they've got too much corruption to actually fend off with one corruption death. So in terms of the having a buddy kill them, that's also only going to be useful for a little bit of time because you're not speaking on the blight statistic. The blight statistic keeps track of how many times your character has corrupted, and that blight statistic increases the amount of corruption that you get. So, how rampant it was to have friends clear your corruption. I don't think it was nearly as rampant as you think. I'm gonna be honest, like, crate success rate was actually still really high. There was only a handful of groups doing it. Yeah, it was a small amount of people that were actually corrupting, that were very well known that they were going to be corrupting, and they would also corrupt in the same mountain pass, like not the same mountain pass, but like the same ledge pass all the time. It was one route in the anvils that they would corrupt on people on, and it's the same thing as passing through a bandit highway. If you're taking the most efficient route, but there's a toll on that most efficient route, you might avoid that route. If you're getting stuck up on that route, then you'll go somewhere else. That's kind of a social system. Now, it'd be cool if there was something to potentially stop the friends clearing the corruption, but also, that's kind of a part of the system. If you got the friends that are willing to pull off a bank heist and be your getaway driver, social system. If you know that people are corrupting in those parts, it's dangerous, dangerous area. It's like sailing through waters that have pirates in them. You can't be out there by yourself because then you're going to get pirated. That's the risk that you take. And nothing in Ashes comes without risk. Risk reward is one of the core building tenets of Ashes, and you are partaking in risk simply by logging into the world and existing. There is no safe space. There is no exemption anywhere. But there are punishments for the people that are the bad actors to prevent griefing, to prevent things from getting a little bit out of hand. Those will continue to be tweaked and adjusted over time. But as of right now, corruption is really more or less limited to people who are running crates on their backs through specific areas, and that's also curtailed by, in the long term, having more than one route that you can run crates on. So basically what you had that led to a lot of the corruption via crates was a very predictable route where people would basically go Riverlands, up through here, all around here, right through here, up through here, through the middle, and then they'd work their way up to Kaltorum, because Kaltorum was it was the only settlement that was leveled in the Anvils. It was the only settlement that was leveled anywhere other than the Riverlands. So, the corruption, if you hear people are corrupting in the Anvils that day, well, I just go to the Jundark. I go to the desert. Long term, I go to Frostgrave. I go to Sejoma. And that's an element of like, the world expansion. People were able to corrupt on crates easily because everybody knew crates were following this path. Every single crate was following this path. There were also people that were sitting right here, so that way when people cross this water area, if they were silly enough to flag up for PvP, they would sit under the water, and then they would pop up from underneath the water and then they would just kill the people with their crates and then take their crates. That's just part of the risk that you partake in by existing in the world. Like, there are punishments for partaking in like the murderer content and stuff, but is it in the game or not really yet? The new zones? Which ones? Like all the way over here? This is all not in. So right now we have the Riverlands, the desert, the June Dark, the tropics, and the anvils. So like we have here and then outlined here all the way down to here, and then we have this. So this is essentially the cutout that we have. And this is already a massive ass world, if I'm being completely honest. A lot of it does feel quite empty in certain places because there's like a lack of point of interest density. There is a large amount of improvement that needs to come to these, these parts of the world. So personally, in my opinion, as they get these areas up to par and increase their capacities to implement here, 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 and here, that's going to make these future implementations feel a lot better. Because part of the primary complaint for people right now is that, like, yeah, in all these areas, we don't need to go there for anything. We can just play out the Riverlands. I can just stay here 1 to 25. I can just get my gear here. I don't have to leave. So we're kind of waiting for that moment of like, hey, you're paying rent or you're getting the fuck out. And then they just literally kick us out of the Riverlands and they're like, all right, off you go. Enjoy the beautiful world of tomorrow. I can't wait. That's going to make the actual world feel a lot more alive. It's going to get us out of that immediate starting area. It's going to be quite huge. Still Team 6, dude, literally, David, yes. So keep in mind too, with the sport fishing system, you're going to see a lot of boats out in the ocean areas that are just like fishing these, like, these chummed up fishing spots. They'll be fishing and putting the fish in storage containers on their boats. And then you can jump on and you can steal fish off of their storage containers on their boat. You can kill them. You can kill their boat. You can take their shit. It's going to be nuts. But yes, that is the Ashes world. It is a living, breathing world where, like, players do have the sandboxy decision making. There is guidance with that where, like, if you're a murderer, there are punishments that you got to deal with. But again, if you're a murderer that's got a friend to help you bury the body and make sure nobody saw anything, and to kill somebody where there were no witnesses and nobody reports the body missing, how are you gonna get caught? It's the perfect crime. Kill somebody in an area, nobody else is able to respond in time to stop that person from getting killed. And in the time that people respond, you're far enough secluded where the body's gone, your body's gone, the evidence is gone, and you're turning in the crate, hitting a goddamn gritty to the bank. 7 feet deep in a cemetery? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We got an extra foot, so when you dig 6 feet deep, you're fucked. You think it's done. You think there's nobody there. Yep, exactly. That'd be the craziest heck. Literally just burying somebody in a cemetery. Like, you dig up, like, a casket, and then you just throw a body in a casket. That might be tech. I'll keep that in my back pocket, just in case. I'm gonna go take my coffee out. It's almost 6 p.m. Is that dark brown area to the right playable? Here? Badlands? No, not yet. So we're still waiting on this foresty area, this badlandy area, and then the Dunes and Kel mountain range, which is like bringing us into the mountains. We don't, like, it's in the game, but we don't have a ton of functionality with the Dunes and Kel mountain range. I mean, I guess the Dunes and Kel mountains are here, and then you have Bonfire and Hammer Rest, but like this area is not playable yet. And then, oh yeah, no, I guess this area is all a part of Valgadim. So this is in, and then it cuts off like here. So I would say we're waiting on like this. Whoops. We're waiting on like this, basically. And then we're waiting on like Sejoma up at the top here. But everything else over here is in. It's just not everything over here is up to the highest level of it. You know, it's not all up to the same par. It's not all up to, the point of interest standard that everybody else would want them to be up to, myself included. So we all know there's still a whole hell of a lot left. All right, I'll be right back. Un momento. I'm bringing my coffee out. 1 sec. Swamp Dungeon. Good day. My boys. I am here. Tables went cold? Well, I had to run the tables back up. Yeah, I had to make some money back for the house. I had to go turn the odds down. Trick is to maintain, the trick to maintain your hopium for the game is to leave Ash's official Discord and let it come back every few weeks, months. I'm gonna be real. The trick to enjoying games right now is, in my honest opinion, don't join the Reddit community for it. Don't join the Discord community for it. Just chill, play the game within your circle of people that you find, and inform yourself whether you like it or not. If Vanilla WoW came out in the state that Vanilla WoW came out in, and people in gaming had the mentality, the expectations, and the means of communication that they have today, Vanilla WoW probably would have been relatively negatively received, especially with the amount of bugs that did make it through to very early WoW builds that would have been taken advantage of. Like, gaming to a certain extent before the element of, like, sweatification of things, but also the transparency that content creation, streaming, Discord, Reddit, like those immediate communities provided, was the transparency for people to know things they wouldn't otherwise know. And you don't know what you don't know is one of the most true statements of all time. And as an MMO player or a gamer in general, if you don't know that the endgame economy is completely fucked up because of a bunch of bugs, you'll go in completely blind and the endgame economy will just be the endgame economy. And you'll make an honest opinion based on that. If you don't know that questing is supposed to be good, bad, or indifferent, you'll make an honest opinion. If you don't know that DustyWhy is supposed to be a yapper, you'll make an honest opinion when you come in. You don't know what you don't know. And if no one's ever told you, or you've never found out, then you won't know and you'll have to find out for yourself. And that's the difference between gaming back in my day and gaming now. I played Madden NFL 2004 because that was the Michael Vick cover. And I used to use Michael Vick before the dogfighting stuff because he was absolutely OP. I played that shit for years because 04 was more fun because Michael Vick hadn't made pit bulls fight each other yet and I could play as Michael Vick. And I didn't like the handling and the game feel of other years of Madden. So I played 2004 for literally years after, 2004 had surpassed. Because I was playing the one that felt best to me. I wasn't asking my mom for the newest ones. I played 2 years after, and 06 also felt shit to me, so I went back to 04 again, and I was like, all right, I'm just sticking this one out. Never got another Madden after that. It's almost wild how much different the gaming scene is when people play what they thoroughly enjoy and not what somebody with a lot of subscribers tells them to enjoy. And I wish more people were willing to accept that there are still that, there's still that untouched portion of the player base of every game that is still playing shit because they actively enjoy it and not just because it is the next hype train thing. It's the flavor of the month. You gotta go over and join the Bungalator offensive because your favorite streamer told you to, and you don't even really play Arc Raiders, but for this you'll do anything. To each their own. To each their own. I just wish more people would make their own opinions on games and have fun with the things they have fun with, and if they don't have fun with it, they don't have to turn everybody else off to it. They can just fucking chill. Can you check the wish list number? I can. Yes. In terms of wish lists, we are looking at a quick refresh. Oh yeah. All right. This is the total Steam wish list chart. We are 22nd. It seems like Chill With You Lo-Fi Story is picking up some fucking heat in the past few days. Chill With You Lo-Fi Story has been our biggest competitor, but we have surpassed Peak. The peak is over for Peak. We took over the last Caretaker. Now it's Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, and then Chill With You Lo-Fi Story. That's the next two. Those are both on sale right now. So with those being on sale titles, we got our work cut out for us. We really, really, really do. Also, for those that say negative Steam reviews kill a game, I'm just fucking throwing that out there. Like, for those that say negative reviews kill a game, like, say what you want, but Tarkov is fucking massive. Like, absolutely huge. People complaining games have changed are also often the ones taking the fun out of it for themselves. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's the metification of things. It's the guide meta. I have a lot of thoughts on this, because keep in mind, I am a streamer, man, who likes to make guides. But there's a reason I go so in depth with my answers. Wishlist? Yeah, this is a SteamDB wishlist activity. So the follows are the, total number of follows on the game. So overall, we're at 14,507. And this is like overall Steam wishlist activity ranking. And if you look at the plus minus 7-day gain, Ashes is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th right now in terms of 7-day activity. So it is Where Winds Meet, Dispatch, Arc Raiders, Bongo Cat, which has been oddly consistent, Fate Keeper. What up? No, thank you. I'm still so full. PUBG, Black Budget, and then Ashes. So, I mean, 7 days still looking solid. It's looking consistent. Tarkov lost 90% of its Steam players in the first day. Tarkov is and has been so large for so long. I don't know if you mean like first day after Steam deployment. That would make sense. That would make sense. So is it just that people like left Steam and went back to other form of launcher? Or what happened with Tarkov? ELI 5 with the Tarkov player leave. Because a 37%'s fucking cooked. Also, Tarkov got kind of fucking suplexed by Arc Raiders too, right? Like very hard, to my knowledge. Tarkov's just shit, owns Tarkov. Yeah, how many thousands of hours of your life have you spent playing Tarkov? Because I'm pretty sure Arc Raiders just suplexed the shit out of Tarkov recently. We couldn't enter from Steam, so just refunded and forgot about it. Okay, that makes sense for the 37%. Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, I really don't think that Ashes is going to be like a fucking 37%. Solo leveling a Rise Overdrive is a 73%. Like, it is kind of tough. Yo, Ilva, thank you for the follow. Much love. Like, it is genuinely tough to super hard bomb over the course of a long term if your game is not just absolute butt cheeks. Like, EA Sports FC 26 has a 43%. If Ashes is 50% or higher in its first early access deployment on Steam, I consider that a huge fucking W. And I really don't think it's going to be as bad as people are making it out to be, man. Like, things aren't in a perfect state over here, but also everybody that's been playing Ashes this entire time entered at a worse state of Ashes than we currently are. Just for consideration. Like, any new player that's coming in is coming in at a better state, a more enjoyable state, hopefully, than when any of us came into the game for the first time. A more developed state. Now, not everybody will enjoy that, but not everybody would enjoy Ashes on launch if it was fully developed, polished, finished out, everything. Just got Wolfpack Blueprint? I don't care. Doc, congratulations. I know that's very, very, very big. But I haven't played Ark in so long. Gives me the WoW release vibes. I'm nervous. Bro, I got some big stuff coming up, dog. I'm nervy as shit. Like, very much so. Like, I'm excited, though. I'm very excited. I think that having all of these new faces in, new large content creators, new communities coming in, a lot of people coming in to complement communities that are currently in and bolster those numbers. Dude, I'm excited. And it's also very cool to me that, like, as a content creator, I'm always very transparent with you guys that, as a one game Andy, my viewership reflects the content cycle of Ashes, right? And you can legitimately see the interest in Ashes over time based on the interest in my stream as of right now. Now, that's not always going to be a big correlation, but a lot of the time that I'm live right now, it's me and a couple other people, maybe. So what's cool is that we're on the recovery path, which is absolutely great. The thing that I always say too is that the trick to growth is being able to continue over time having a higher peak and a lower valley each content deployment. And basically in the long term, you slap a line of best fit on your shit, and that's how you have growth and retention. So what we're looking at is getting out of this valley right now. So we had the previous server launch in September. That's obviously going to be a very impactful thing, right? From there, you have the October decline of the player base fall off, and then November. November already went through a dip where, keep in mind, most streams were looking like this for a while. For a long period of time, I was averaging like 70 viewers earlier in November. The announcements go out with the Steam port, with the fresh starts, with everything like that, or with a wipe, and immediately viewership since then, pew, just right back up. Again, some days fall into the content cycle of just being slower, but the interest in Ashes has already been higher than it was, you know, a few weeks ago, which is very, 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 very encouraging to see. Obviously on my end as a content creator that is, you know, literally dependent on the viewership and stuff, but like at the same time, it's very encouraging to see that it's not just a dud where a lot of the response has been people coming in just going, oh, Ashes is going to be dog shit, it's going to fail. You've had a few of those. Absolutely, you always will. But I would say overwhelmingly the response has been right along the line of, hey, Dusty, streamer man that plays this a lot, is good? What do? Should play? And it's genuinely a lot of like inquisitive people, which is very, again, encouraging for me. I think people that are coming in will probably have heard about Ashes. And I say probably, I don't know. This is just my assumption. This is me literally putting my thoughts out there, just taking a stab at it. But a lot of people that have heard about the game in a prior point in time I'll say may, I won't say probably, may come in with the element of, I've heard about this, but I haven't interacted with this. So it's time to interact with this and figure out if it is good, if it is bad. What'll be the cost of Ashes on Steam? From December 11th, the day it comes out, to December 25th, it will be $42.50. And then starting on the 26th, it goes back to the normal price of $50. So it goes down substantially on the 11th. That'll be the Steam store and the Ashes store. Same pricing throughout. And as far as we know, the Steam side is just going to end up launching your like Ashes launcher, and then you'll go through there anyways. But yeah, if you're getting it the first 2 weeks of these servers, the 11th to the 25th, you're looking at $42.50. And that is going to be, if I'm being completely real with you, an unbelievable price for the amount of access that you get. What does EA launch mean? Early access. Yes. Yes. Because it's being labeled as early access now. $42 for a beta, $42 for an alpha. What if I one-up you? And 50 cents. Don't forget the 50 cents too. But in terms of what the $42 gets you, it's not one of the early accesses where is accesses the plural of accesses? I'm gonna say it like that because it sounds cooler. It's not one of the early accesses where it's like, this is supposed to come out in 3 months. In my honest opinion, as an Ashes content creator, I am here legitimately every single day. I think we're a couple years out from launching. And again, your pack gets you in the entire time that the game is in development. Every phase that is now or in the future, every fresh start, every wipe, anything like that, you're in for it until the game fully launches. And then when the game launches, you have your first month of sub time included with your pack. The sub doesn't start until the game fully launches, if the game fully launches. If we want to use that terminology, because it isn't guaranteed. But it's $42.50. You're getting shit, and this is again just a guess because nothing's confirmed, but I'd say probably 2.5 years of content. They could always knock my socks off and pump it out way quicker, but I think that it's probably gonna be 2+ years. So yo, Quality, what up, dude? Remember looking into the game a while ago, but I don't remember what the stuff money sub costs. Oh yeah, I got you. I read your mind. So yeah, $15 a month on launch, and it'll be no box cost, no DLC cost on launch. So basically, like, you don't have to pay another $50 or anything like that when the game goes live. You don't have to buy expansions or anything like that. Hold up, I actually got into the program. See, I received 2 emails. I think there was an oopsies with some of the email lists. Yes, that's my theory. I think there's an oopsies with some of the email lists. Because email lists can be as simple as like, put this group of emails attached to this template. And then, yo, Waz, thank you for the follow, much love. It's like, you know, put this template with this group of people and then this template with this group of people. And sometimes the templates can get fucked up. And I think the templates got swapped. I received one at 1 p.m. yesterday and 5 p.m. I only got one. Hold on, did I get a second one? Let me check real quick. Un momento. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. I got one today. I'm gonna mark that as important. Funny enough, the, oh, Poxin 2, word. The action required one was in my spam. Massive. Yeah, so they sent another wave out. I would say it was just an email list oopsies. But funny enough, the email right underneath that was the Funcom creator program being like, hey, you want to come check out this Dune content? Nope. No, I do not. There's no content. I will not. I will not. Everyone's a cleric now. I mean, clerics are really necessary. Like, there are a lot of clerics and bards because typical group is going to be like 2 clerics, 2 bards. So like the necessity for supports and like the demand of supports is going to be a lot higher. Therefore, there will be more supports type shit. I wouldn't say like everyone's a cleric. Honestly, going into the new servers, I suspect mage and cleric numbers to drop a good bit. Nerf clerics and bard and all tanks named Dusty. Wait, excuse me. I literally didn't even win the duel tournament. I want it out there on record. I feel like mitigation should be buffed. Block rating should be buffed. And my max HP specifically should be buffed. And then we should make Nimble Dance have a chance on stepping to slip and fall. Because while you are extremely nimble, that extra quick motion could lead to some danger. It's a risk reward. Currently, it's all reward, no risk. So when a bard pops in Nimble Dance, everybody within the Nimble has a 10% chance on character step to slip and fall. They get tripped for a second and then they get back up. Pull a muscle. Pull a fucking hammy. Exactly. And then you have to make a character on Where Winds Meet, and then you have to get your hamstring healed by somebody that's in like the healer sect or whatever the fuck it is. Yep, exactly. Mages, I mean, I've already said mages, I've got a compromise for y'all, but it's a deal with the devil. I will give you more power. I will petition for mages to have their old ball lightning hit frequency back for these new clumps and reduce movement. But it's going to come at the cost of ball lightning going in a random direction on cast, and it's an unpredictable random direction. You cannot determine where it's going. There is no indicator. It just goes off in one random way whenever it launches. So you basically do double the ball lightning damage, but you got to make sure you hitting that shit in the first place, and you might not. So that's my mage proposal. Let's see, cleric. I feel like cleric should use blood magic. I feel like if clerics had to sacrifice their life to heal other people, it would be way better. Like, I'm not talking like a gambit type thing. I'm talking about like every heal also drains a percentage of the cleric's life, and healing over time abilities can be stacked on multiple people, but it'll drain the cleric's life a lot faster. So then another cleric has to funnel life into that cleric. That might help with our time to kill problems, actually. I might have just solved it. Because if all the clerics die because they have no HP, then the sustain isn't there, and then the healers die. Why would that be good? Because people say the time to kill is too long. Yeah, I'm shortening the time to kill. And then I'm making the clerics actually play with a brain. Yeah, no more just infinite healing spam. Did you know a healer over the course of a fight can literally heal for infinity damage because nobody ever runs out of mana? Like, a cleric can free cast and heal for literally infinity before they run out of mana because they cannot mathematically run out of mana at this point in time in a group. Just food for thought. Infinity is a lot of healing. A lot of healing. More than most classes have. Just been gunned down. Been running out of mana like crazy. On the PTR? Or on live? Because live would make sense. But you sweet summer child, on the PTR, like, I got 9k HP on a goddamn fucking tank. Cleric here does have a ton of mana regen. Live? Oh, yeah. Live resources are a lot worse. For perspective, the VOD is my build that I was using in the 1v1 tourney, which is on PTR. So I'm sitting at 20k HP and then 9k mana, and I'm not even in like a full resource whore build. This was like, I had my two-hander on right now. This was a build built to show off how stupid and dumb block scaling was and mitigation stacking. So is that a bard problem? Nah, I mean, with the time to kill expansions, resources as a whole have been buffed, right? So in terms of resources, you've got your life, your mana, and then you've got your regen that plays into that, your sustain, right? And they took a pass at rescaling some of the mana costs for abilities, but it's also at the point where I think the mana cost for abilities was scaled off of the baseline class scaling instead of the fully geared class scaling. So essentially, what you're looking at there is mana costs being 50, 40, 30. So it's not really draining anything. If you can't kill cleric, it's a skill issue. Oh, I can promise you I would one combo your shit on live. Yeah, 1000%. However, on PTR, keep in mind, they just ran a 1v1 tourney on PTR that had many quite good players. Nobody dies in 1v1s on the PTR. Nobody even loses resources. These were 3-minute fights where people just don't even get impacted by anything. Like, it's crazy. If you watch any of my fights in this, my resources don't move. Over the course of 3 minutes, I can pressure people down to like 50%. But when clerics are stacking absurd amounts of mitigation, block mitigation as well, because sword and board scaling is fucking disgusting, it's a bit of an issue. So no one's losing then? Yeah, no one's losing, no one's winning. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. Yes, that's literally it. So it's like, when I actually fight a cleric in the last round that I'm in, and then I lose the death roll. Like, I didn't die to the cleric, but they put a 3-minute time limit. And if I had like 10 minutes, I could have killed the cleric, right? But when I fight the cleric, I'm like pulling them out of every single divine flare. They don't get a divine flare off on themselves. They are perma wound capped all the time. And I'm just dumping combo after combo into this person. And their health is just like laughing at me. Dude, I was doing everything that I fucking could for 3 minutes straight running at this cleric. And like nothing even, like, it didn't phase him. It was crazy. Cleric probably would have won. I was up against the ropes. It was a pillow fight. I was hitting pretty hard. Like, I was still hitting that motherfucker for like 4 digits, bro. I was still chunking when he wasn't blocking everything. But golly, these resource pools. I don't know. How hard was I hitting the cleric? Actually, let me fast forward to it. When do I fight the cleric? Oh, wait. It was literally next round. Okay, we're so up. Okay, maybe I was not hitting them for 4 digits. All right, cool. This is a cleric fight. That would have gone on for an hour. I can kill clerics. Also, his consumes were going to expire in 6 minutes. If y'all didn't cut this off at 3, I would have had him in the long run. I had 60 minutes of consumes. He had 6. That's 54 minutes of fucking playtime, Fupo. I swear to God, I would have had that with consume buff. Also, I had gear in my inventory that was given to me by another player, but I didn't want to use it because it felt unethical to use gear that was given to me by somebody else. I should have prepared myself. Because, like, I did not need any mitigation scaling. I could have fought this dude with, like, 5k HP and been fine. Like, cleric doesn't really threaten much at this point in time. What class wins 1v1? Right now, nothing. It's more like what classes lose a 1v1 right now. Because most classes don't win or lose, and it's like ranger, mage, summoner, lose. Just don't be one of those 3 for 1vs. Had to be 3 minutes to fit in time. Oh, God. Oh, can you imagine if they didn't time limit the fights? Fupa, we'd still be in the second round. Like right now. Everybody would be like disheveled at this point in time. It would have been awful. But yeah, peep that, like zero flares hitting. And like the HP bar just doesn't move. I've got wound caps up. I'm getting full debuffs going out on him. I'm getting my double bleeds up. I'm getting my axe buffs on myself before I go in with my combos to make sure I've got 30% more base damage, 15% fizz pen, 15% attack speed. Like, I am putting every single thing that I can into the combos on this man to do the most physical damage to him. And I just can't get through it, dude. It's actually nuts. Now, I started draining his resources, so that was huge, but it isn't enough. It isn't enough. Because if he just starts interfiring this, he would have just ended up, like, re-resourcing anyways. So he could have just traded at any point. See, mana bar dropped? Yeah, I mean, if I had 20 minutes, I could probably get through his mana bar. Because the thing with Cleric is, like, I'm making him play defensive a lot, and I'm trying to not let him get, you know, combos off and finishers off while I keep my wound cap up, so that way I can keep the anti-heals out, stop him from getting inner fire procs, stop him from getting ward procs if he's using ward, which I'm assuming he is. Like, shit, health drop there. That's the craziest part of this fight so far, though. But, I mean, I'm not letting him get flares off. This is literally everything that I can do as a tank to stop a Cleric from healing. And this is the most pressure that I can put up. He's getting 0 time to cast. Dude, that tick up hurts my soul. That hurts my fucking soul. I think as a tank, I lose to... Like, I could lose to a rogue. I could lose to a bard. I think there are also a lot of duels that are just stalemates on the PTR time to kill, you know what I mean? I think there are many where it's a matter of like, you don't win this, but I also feel as though I do not win this. And that's also, I feel like ones are kind of corny in that sense. Now, this was also with Lego plus 20 gear, but Lego plus 20 gear is also going to scale up power too. Just food for thought. So I don't think the whole, like, this is Lego plus 20, it's going to feel entirely different on, you know, green gear. It'll feel different on green gear, but I think everything's going to be kind of proportional. I actually think mitigation is probably going to be stronger scaling in lower gear. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but with the amount of, like, relative mitigation that I have on live with green and blue armor compared to what I have on PTR, the mitigation scaling is not that different from pee-pee poo-poo to success. So, do they have bless on? No. Wait. Yes? No. No, I don't think so. I do not think so. What is like... Something's like fucking honking on my screen. Sound like a goddamn bullfrog. Level 6, almost 7, full set of gear and upgraded tools. Goddamn! How long did that take, Foop? And was that just from, like, the gathering grind? Did you do quests or anything? Yo, did you hear they shot my boy Jaren? Jaren ain't do shit wrong. I want feedback passed up, bro. I want shirts made. Like, you put my boy's face on a shirt, and I'm gonna wear that shit until the day I die. Jaren needs justice. And right now, there is no justice. These streets will not rest until the storage quest returns. Also, I have a meaningful argument that I can articulate why it would be important to have that storage quest in place. In the Destinies tab, Section 1, subsection 1.2, talk to storage clerk. Now, this would be best facilitated by a quest bringing you to the storage clerk directly. However, without a quest bringing you to the storage clerk, there will be no indicator to go to a storage clerk. Therefore, that quest to bring us to and introduce us to the storage clerk is absolutely up tremendous because it is a bonus destiny for people that they don't really have to stress too much to come across. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Please give us it back and also triple the XP. Guys, regenning for more than the damage dealt. Should be seeing some play that shit was 100% most of the fight. Yeah, I mean, right now, it's subject to the TTK being more defensive focused. They're going to come in at some point with another implementation of time to kill changes that will basically, like, do we need boost in Discord? Yeah, I think the Cat's Discord needs boost, and I don't know if my Discord's custom link is working, but I know the Cat's Discord needs boost, I think, for the tag or something Carla was saying. I don't know too much about the Discordian way of life. Carla does that, so I don't have to. I only go on Discord when shit's going bad. If I'm in Discord, something's wrong, so. But yeah, JD, basically, like, the TTK changes inflated HP values a lot. And mitigation is disgustingly strong. So for perspective, this build with all of my defenses popped can reach 78% physical mitigation, 63% magic mitigation, and then I have a shield on, and the block mitigation is like 72% fizz and 63% magic as well. So I am mitigating 78-72 and 63-63 of every instance of damage that is coming in. If I'm actively blocking, if I'm not actively blocking, I still have a relatively high passive block chance. So I didn't even have my shield on for that fight. But with the raw scaling and in the weapon tree, having inner fire, which inner fire is finishers and extended finishers. So like the last 2 hits of your weapon combo, increase health regen, mana regen, and stam regen by 0.02% of your max HP. And then 1 and 1 per tick, I think, stacks up to 2 times. So I think you get base of 1 of each and then 0.02% on top of that. Or it's 0.02% of max HP and then 1 mana and 1 stamina. Sorry, I read that weird as shit. Per tick stacks up to 2 times. Deadly finishers and deadly extended finishers grant 2 stacks and then restore an additional 1% maximum HP, mana, and stamina. So that's the big point of scaling there. On the deadly procs, which are the procs that are going to be applying the, the status effects to people, that's giving 2 stacks. And then that's going to an additional 1% of my max HP per second and per proc, which is going to be a large amount in this, a couple hundred. So we're getting that. We're getting the mana sustain. And then with this build, I'm also running Ward. Ward is 5% block chance. And then finishers and extended finishers grant 1% of my max HP as a shield, stacking up to 2 times. And then the temporary HP granted by the next finisher or extended finisher is doubled after casting an ability. So if I'm going into one of my weapon combo finishers, I will use Grit directly before my finisher goes out, because Grit doesn't interrupt my combo and uses some of my courage, so I get the courage back on finisher. I get the ability out before my combo goes out, and then I get double the HP shield. So, displayed damage numbers are after mitigation. Yes, displayed damage numbers are after mitigation. And you'll also see those with like blocks and everything like that coming in. So, from a base power standpoint, damage is actually like not bad. It's just being mitigated so heavily across the board, whether it's fizz, whether it's magic. If you're fighting against a sword and board build and you're actually hitting the sword and board, then you're very likely going to be susceptible to having a lot of your attacks blocked as well. So then you have that secondary block mitt. If I am getting hit by a bunch of people, I can just guard, which is like the frontal cone block. That's a guaranteed block at the cost of stamina. And they changed the stamina damage taken algorithm, this build, to be able to take more blocks before you run out of stamina. So now it's shifted from a very like dodge heavy meta to a very mitigation and block heavy in terms of how do I prevent damage. And with everybody being able to access block stuff, and I'm gonna be real, block not being the highest fucking skill ceiling in the world, because at least dodges, you had to have stamina and you had to like plan out that stamina usage, and you at least had to like time your dodges to not get cooked out of your dodges. You could still get pulled back in off of that. Like, block is basically just passive block chance, ha ha ho ho, I wear shield and use stats. And then it's I full frontal cone block and guarantee block. So, I mean, I don't mind. I'm just gonna, embrace the meta, so to say, and use a goddamn shield. But I also do feel like there's a little bit of a... I don't know, skill ceiling lower at that point. Like you're bringing down the skill ceiling a little bit with the blocks, but that's my own thought on it. But yeah, basically every build is doing effectively 0 damage right now, especially if I am in tanky build. Like if I go back to fighting a rogue or something. Oh, good timing. What the fuck? That was odd. I just kind of like sent that back. Oh, that was huge. Oh wait, is this the death rolls? Or are we starting? I think this is the start of the fight. I think. Okay, yeah, this is the start of the fight. We're good. Motherfuckers were rolling. I wanted to make sure this wasn't death roll already. So when I'm fighting a rogue, like I start this fight out, I'm pretty sure with sword and board on. And you'll see when he comes in and hits me, like, I'm getting hit for fucking nothing. Like, absolute pee-pee-poo-poo nothingness amounts of damage. So, I actually switched mid-fight over to my two-hander because I was like, huh, he's probably going to do more damage to me. But, like, the most damage I'm getting hit for is, like, a tick of 100. And then every time that I use my weapon combos, my finishers or extended finishers, I heal for more than that anyways. Plus, I have shield going out. I have passive HP regen. I have abilities that give me more mitigation and restore my HP. So, is it forced PvP all the time, or can I opt in and opt out when I want PvP? The potential for forced PvP is there, but it's honestly, I'm gonna be real, quite rare that people get like forced into non-consensual PvP, because the non-consensual PvP aspect of it, like if I come up to you and just murder you, then I go what's called corrupted, and I turn red, which basically means I am outlaw, I am murderer. If people find me while I'm corrupted, right? And, you know, I don't have someone come kill me and grab my gear for me and give it back that I know, then other people can come up to me and find me and they can kill me. And when I corrupt, that is the only time in the game that I will actually drop pieces of gear. Other than that, any normal death, it's just going to be materials that you drop. So your gear, your armor, your weapons, your mounts, never at risk unless you decide to non-consensually murder somebody. So, like, you know, your mounts are never at risk anyways. But basically, if you do decide to commit murder, you will absolutely want somebody there to bail you out of that. But honestly, the amount of corruption, I think, is not nearly as high as many people think it's going to be. I also think that most corruption is centered around like certain gameplay loops, where like if you have a crate on your back, right, and you're walking with literally your wallet out saying, hey, I have money on me, come hit me and take this money, then somebody's going to be a little bit more likely to corrupt on you than they would be if you're just hitting some trees, right? Because they're going to kill you and they're going to get a percentage of your materials. Keep in mind, on a death, you still keep 50% of your materials. 25% goes on your body, 25% goes on the ground and you can't recover, or goes into the void and you can't recover that. So like, they're going to, at most, get a quarter of the materials that you had. And from there, they're going to risk losing equipped gear. Now, maybe people have corruption sets, but like, I can honestly say in 3,000 hours, like you take away one specific route where people ran crates where there were like bandits out there. And you know, it really doesn't happen much, man. Yo, Shachi, what up? How do you have so much HP? Is con scaling exponential? Can other archetypes get close to those HP numbers? That's actually one of my big problems with scaling right now, funny enough. So funny you should ask. I have a little bit of a diagram that helps articulate what I think the problem is with current Ash's scaling. Chat, this guy's not a paid actor, by the way, but check Triangle's graph off of your Dusty bingo cards. So basically, what this breaks down is like my visual, mental, how do I assign attribute points to a build? And by that, I mean, I put pieces of armor on my character. What does that lead to for a build discrepancy? So, you have 3 parts of the triangle that complete your total scaling. You have your power scaling, that is all of your offensive stats. You have your mitigation scaling, that's all of your mit stats, so mitigation, block chance, block rating, evasion, parry, if you have a parry, we don't. And then you have health and mana resource scaling, which is your health, your mana, your regen, you know, those sustain numbers. So, essentially what this is showing, And again, this is just like relative scaling. This is not actually like mathematical fucking numbers. It's just for visualization purposes, right? The blue represents where tanks are right now in terms of their scaling. You'll notice very balanced, very heavy mitigation, health and mana. This is at least where I built my tank for the 1v1 tourney, and where I'll be taking my tank build as just a relative reference. Part of the reason why mitigation is so high and this delta is so huge here is because I use a sword and board, and your average DPS is not going to use a sword and board. So sword and board brings in block chance and block rating in a very high way. So DPS have been switching that out and switching out a little bit of max HP to get more in the power scaling, right? So I, as a tank, I can achieve, like, with this build, roughly 80-90% of a DPS's power scaling. I can outmit them, and then health and mana can be relatively similar. Now, what we saw in the 1v1 build from every DPS, I'll say most DPS, was a build that was more akin to the green triangle. So the deltas were way smaller because base character scaling is very, very, very minimal in terms of total scaling. The attributes that you gain from leveling naked are not that high comparatively to the amount of power scaling that you're getting from gear. On top of that, we have what are called waterfall attributes. So in the character sheet, you have your main stats: strength, dex, con, int, wisdom, men. So strength gives 3 fizz power, 2 fizz crit power, 2 fizz accuracy, 1 fizz disable power to every archetype. Tank, fighter, ranger, rogue, you name it. We all benefit the same from that. So with the same gear sets, you're able to 98% share the exact same scaling, exact same stats as of right now as other archetypes of your same scaling, because the actual stat variance from leveling and the base stat attribution and like stat scaling is low on builds right now. So in the current state of things, they have turned up HP scaling. It was originally a 4x. So I was sitting at like fucking 28k HP. I had builds that were above 35. That's a different story. But anyways, they brought HP scaling down about 25%. They turned it down on the con scaling side from 4 HP per con to 3 HP per con. Cut down HP scaling on items by a good percentage as well. So con scaling has got turned up. HP scaling has got turned up. Mitigation is a percentage that plays off of that as well. And basically every archetype, every class can get the exact same scaling, more or less. And that's why you'll see like the cleric that I was fighting had a sword and board on, because you just slap on a shield, especially against a fizz DPS. And if it's a fizz shield, then you have, you know, fizz block chance that's higher and fizz block mitigation that's higher. So you're effectively mitigating a shitload of damage. So that's kind of my like big quarrel, honestly, right now with how the scaling is. Probably a little bit more than you intended getting yourself into right now. But every archetype feels eerily similar if they put on the exact same gear. If you copied the gear set that I have on my tank and you put it on a fighter, you'd get relatively the same numbers. Sorry, something why. You'd get relatively the same numbers that I have as a tank. It would just be subject to my tank abilities, altering that on top of that. You know, tank damage scaling, tank mitigation scaling, tank health scaling, shit like that. But this is looking at just the I am X class, I equip armor set. There is barely any delta class to class, just across the board. So, Hayes, what up, dog? Felt like November flew by. And now that I know about the 11th, all time is slowed down. Bro, how do you think I feel? Genuinely, how do you think I feel? I can't show my screen. Like, I am sitting here working 8 hours a day plus, and I can't show my goddamn screen to take you guys through what I'm doing. It's great info. Yeah, of course, dude. Let me know if you have any questions. Now, I expect this to change and evolve a lot over the course of Ashes, right? Everything's subject to change, whether we like it or not. I would, in the long term, expect different archetypes to have different scaling of waterfalls. That would be something personally that I'd really like to see. So it's like, if I am a fighter, maybe having 3 fizz power, 2 fizz crit power, 2 fizz accuracy, and 1 fizz disable power. And then as a tank, having 2, 1, and 2 or something, and like changing it up. Or even just having it be 2s across the board, where it's like, I get less fizz power and more fizz disable power because tank wants to be a little bit more disably. And then from there, we'll get different scaling in terms of the attribute outputs. You'll have more of an emphasis on DPS classes, maybe being skewed towards DPS naturally. So you don't have those tanks like me that'll just scale up equal power to a DPS when I'm fighting a DPS, match their kit, and then out mitigation them and then just win 1v1s. So, you know, you'd have different con scaling for different classes as well. Maybe tank benefits more from constitution than DPS classes do. There will very likely be many alterations to this in the long term. And what I'm really hoping is instead of the baseline of classes looking like the green and the blue triangle when it's mirror match gear, I hope that it's the blue and the red with the exact same gear. And then with gear choices and specializations, you have the red going more up into here, and then you have even more separation. You know what I mean? I would like to still be able to, as a tank, put more into power, but I would have to pull out of like this side of it. Right now, I don't really have to do that very much because I can just scale up the exact same way that a DPS can. Then when you factor in tank abilities, I just have so much mitigation. So then maybe regen and health regain needs to be scaled in PvP circumstances, and maybe mits as well as, like you said. I think the problem might be they're working off the same scaling for PvE and PvP, which doesn't work. I mean, so consider too, part of your power scaling is pen. And as of right now, pen doesn't exist. So that's essentially what you're looking at. Now, keep in mind, pen is legitimately the direct cook that stops mitigation from being so high. So if pen was there, the MIT would be canceled out, at least in some percentage. This is the direct push through. Keep in mind, pen also goes against block rating, which is block mitigation. Cancels that out. Now, what have I been preaching are my top 2 defensive scalers right now. I'm not saying that I'm scaling max health like crazy because I have a 28k HP build and I can get up to 11k mana on a tank. Am I scaling that up? Nope. I'm not too worried about 28k and 11k. I can, but I didn't. I'm sitting at 21k. What I'm also sitting at is 90% plus effective evasion, not evasion, but mitigation rating. And since there is no pen to actually deal with that, this is scaling freely. So now you have no pen, and with no pen, these are unchecked. I unironically have 90% plus mitigation to every type of damage in the game. I'm not exaggerating that. When you go through the mitigation, it takes away 90% of the damage that you are doing to me. It is disgusting. Now we have another thing to look at. In Ashes right now, crit chance is disgustingly high. Like, crit chance is very frequently 50% or more on every single build. For example, I as a tank am 52.1 in my current tank build. And that's, again, legendary plus 20, but it's very easy to hit 45 plus on a tank build even without Lego plus 20, considering we're putting no emphasis on crit scaling. So what if we split this and then take this side of it and put it into pen? So now you're looking at, fuck it, maybe even 30% crit if they want to keep crit damage higher, crit numbers higher. And then you're looking at like 22% pen. This alone would be enough to get through shit as a tank. A good amount of mitigation. You'd strip a lot, and then you'd strip block mitigation as well. The DustyWhy triangles of success. I'm a visual explainer, so I like pictures, especially effective pictures. It helps me articulate very much. But yeah, so this is something that I'd love them to take, you know, a gander at some point. It's just this general pen or this general mid side. I really like HP numbers being higher, not because Dusty's tank, Dusty's invulnerable. I like health bars bouncing. This is my personal preference. Some people like a slow tick where it's then like a slow battle of like, oh no, I'm ticking down, I need heals. Oh, the heals are coming, we're ticking back up. Oh no, there's more damage, I'm ticking back down slowly. I want my health as a melee to go, yeah, yeet, yeah, yeet, yeah, yeet, back and forth. I want to be taking damage and healing damage and taking damage and healing damage, and I want to be in between 10 and 90% HP as much as humanly possible. If I'm under 10, then something's wrong, and if I'm over 90, something's also wrong. My personal preference, I want to just be ping-ponging back and forth between those two, and every single fight is a fucking melee. What that comes from is a reasonable amount of mid, but not this much mid. That requires a high amount of HP, so things can also come through and play off of your HP pool. More numerical damage can be soaked. More healing can be coming in for you. Higher numbers of healing, right? But the mitigation itself basically flattens the curve where our health bar is not ya yeet, ya yeet, ya yeet. It's just this little trickle. No matter how many people you have on you, even in the settlement siege testing that was done over on PTR, where I had like 30, 40 people hitting me, I sat there and went, and then everything just dropped down. Just kept dropping and dropping and dropping. So like, that's my personal preference. My personal preference is not necessarily correct. I'd like to think it is in most scenarios. But my personal preference is my personal preference. And I feel as though HP bar bouncing makes clerics and bards feel like they're more involved, makes melees more on edge and more aware of the plays that they're making because of HP bar bouncing. That means if I go in with proper preparation, I get support to get healed and get bailed out. And if I go in without proper preparation, then, well, I get punished for it. Right now, I can go in without any prep and I can just be like, hey guys, I'm going to die in approximately 34 seconds. And that can give everybody a whole lot of time to respond. So I think I'd like to say that mitigation is the true devil here. The overfuckification of crit chance also, in my opinion, is a large contributor because so much of the total power scaling is being influenced by the crit chance. Because probably, I don't want to say probably, but hypothetically, Intrepid could be looking at the numbers as like, let's take all of these numbers that exist, power, crit chance, crit damage, attack speed, pen, and accuracy, and then just run it through general calc, right? And see what the total power output is. So all of those numbers could account to a higher total number in an ideal set of circumstances, but they didn't run it against a set of circumstances where it's like, this much mitigation is weighing on it, impacting that. So maybe it was run in like an echo chamber where, or like a vacuum where pen wasn't actually that impactful. Maybe they're just looking at it as like, this is, this number that we assign to it is like a power output of like fucking 227 or something in terms of where we effectively rate it. And then with the pen changes, because crit chance goes down by 50% and pen goes up, maybe since they're not testing it against enough mitigation to scale it, this one actually tests at a power rating of like 209. And as a result, they think the 227 is going to be better for DPS when the 229 actually would be more impactful along the way, because this 209 would then scale off of this actual player-made build of mitigation a little bit more. What are these stats are meant for level 50 gear when we launch? I mean, even then, it's going to have to get tuned 17 million times in between now and then, We have more forms of scaling. We have archetype ranks. We have secondary archetypes coming in. We're going to have more grand dungeons coming in. There are going to be more forms of crafting and gear augmentation coming in. There's going to be ascension of gear, so you can temper a piece of gear in that quality. Then you can ascend it to the next rarity. Then you can socket gems and shit in it to make it even more varied. Like, I think no matter how well or poorly they nail the TTK right now, it is a million, jillion, trillion % going to change 1,000 times in between now and launch. It's going to. Makes me wonder when Pen is going to show up and turn everything on his head. Hopefully soon, TM. If I'm being honest. Yo, Clips, what up, my boy? Thank you for the 32 months. That's so quick. That was so quick. Dude does not like the long messages. Yo, thank you for 32 months, my dog. What you getting up to today? But yeah, like that's kind of what I'm curious about as well. Because there are a few forms of mitigation strip, right? It's like you have Shaken, which is minus Fizz Pen. You have Volatile, which is minus Magic Pen. So that's a direct strip of the pen. And then on an individual source, or a direct strip of the mitigation, my apologies. And then on the individual source, you pair those debuffs that are going out with some pen for the total pen, percentage that you want to bring things down to a reasonable amount. Now, the thing about personal penetration. God fucking damn it. The thing about personal buffs related to penetration is that they will scale off of the amount of mitigation that I don't want to talk about it. I'm trying to give a lecture, dog. Trying to give a lecture. Please, everybody, settle down. Personal pen plays off of the target's direct mitigation. So, like, if I have 25% penetration, then I would penetrate 25% of target's mitigation, and it would scale off of that percentage of mitigation that target currently has. But the thing about Ashes that's peculiar is it was always inconclusive on what this type of penetration actually is. Because there are two types of penetration that exist in the game. There is, or not in the game, but typically in any game. There's armor pen, and then there is global pen. So basically, what happens with armor pen is it's something along the lines of like damage goes out, and then when damage goes out, it's like damage minus MIT percent, and then it's like MIT percent is armor percent plus, well, armor percent minus pen percent, and then you have your percent MIT plus percent MIT, whoops. And then over here, like that's basically your armor pen. It goes through a percentage of your armor, and then you add your total MIT on top of that, and then that gives damage output. So it's raw damage, then it goes through the reduction of mitigation, which with an armor pen, it's armor minus the pen percentage. So it'd be armor number, armor value. And then it would be minus pen percentage, and then it would be plus percentage of MIT. That would give you your total MIT formula. This isn't actually like MIT formula. This is just me putting down words. But that would give you your like total damage output. Then with global is basically damage minus MIT percent minus pen percent equals damage output. So essentially what you're getting through with global is I take all of your total MIT, which is your armor value plus your raw mitigation, all of that, because armor value is base mitigation plus, or sorry, mitigation percentage is armor value plus base mitigation, percentage base mitigation gain, stuff like that. So essentially, if penetration is armor pen, then it's going to be getting through way less. Oh, Dusty, by the way, I'm 18 now. What? Congrats. The Fortnite kids are evolving. What the fuck? Yo, Eclipse finally an adult. Yo, you gotta be careful. If you're 18, you go to real jail instead of juvie. So keep that in mind. You gotta be a normal human being now. What are we penetrating? We're penetrating many things. We're penetrating all of our friends, all of our enemies. So, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. One of the statement comes so close to talking about penetrate. Why did that? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're not getting onto that. So, with pen, the thing about it right now is like, armor scaling only covers a small percentage of it because armor scaling is one fraction of your MIT scaling. It's like your percent MIT and then your armor value. So that puts in your MIT percentage. But then you also have your block rating over here. Block rating is its own entity. That's just scaling off of that one stat. And armor pen is going to do nothing about block rating. Global pen will. Because global pen will essentially look at this blocked formula and it'll say, I take a chunk off of this, and then I take a chunk off of this on each end of it. Because when I get hit while blocking, it takes my mitigation, then it takes my block mitigation, and then gives the total damage output after those. So personally, I think the solution is global pen. Now, if we look at penetration in our character sheet, show stats even when 0. Where is... Do they have pen listed anywhere? Or did they like take the stat out completely? Block chance. Why do I not see pen? Power, power bonus, damage boost. Disable power, disable accuracy. It's gone from what I can tell. Weird. Weird. Yeah, I can't find it in the character sheet anywhere. So, penetration in Ashes, according to the old character sheet, used to say that it was armor pen. It said that it reduced a percentage of opponent's armor. So, from what we've gathered, the old penetration, and for all we know, what is coming from our weapon ability trees, or like weapon skill trees, whatever we want to call weapon trees, would be armor pen. Now, armor pen is still going to get absolutely rolled. It's going to be okay. But like, with mitigation coming from percentage base, especially abilities, like global pen isn't going to do a damn thing against like tanks, which are truly tanky, which I don't think that's a bad thing. It'll help with the armor pen. And I'm not sure... I wonder if I can find where I hover my character sheet. I hover my character sheet somewhere. Do I hover over my MIT numbers? No. I want to see what the split is on my MIT. I'm hoping. Do I hover it? Hover it, you stupid bitch. I think I popped my coolies at some point. God damn it. Did I not show my MIT there? We're so down horrendous. Boss was up my ass. Ayo. That sounds like a good day at work, though. It doesn't sound very bad at all. What do you mean boss was up your ass and it's a bad day? I know a lot of people that love to work in that environment, my dude. I consider that a W. All right, where do I actually use these abilities? Oh, here we go. Surely I hover over it here, right? Surely. Surely. Come on, hover it. I want to see my basement percentage. I mean, I like micro hover my magic defense. Brother, hover it. Hover it, Dusty. God damn it. I'm not hovering it, am I? Oh, this is so tragic. It's so tragic. Hold on. I'm sure we can get the hover. Settings, speed, 0.25. It was like back here. All right, this is good. We're at least going to be able to see the magic side of it. I don't think I hover the fizz side at all. But I will lock in. Nope, it didn't hover. Okay, cool. Hold on. Wait, it's not letting me space to... God damn. All right. Wait, we're on our way. Okay. There we go. So, in terms of my 63% magic mitigation, 29.4% of that is base mitigation, and then 27.3% of it is coming from my 7,733 armor, and then 6.3% is coming from gear and effects. So essentially what you're looking at is with armor pen, you would be penetrating out of my 63%, 27%. So whatever that math actually represents, that means that armor pen is going to be taking away whatever percentage of this is of the 27% that represents the armor value here. So armor value on armor pen, even if you have 50% armor pen, that means that you're going to be getting through roughly... What do we have here? It's 27%. So 50% pen would get you through 13% mitigation, which would mean total MIT, I'm still at 50% mitigation total, and then my block rating also is not touched at all. That's what I think is the problem with armor pen, especially in the current like dual-fisted scaling that we have. Learning for future instances how you should actually hover. I have the technology. I can make it work no matter what. This looks like random gibberish if you guys weren't here for the rambles. I'm gonna be completely honest. This looks like random fucking scrawlings of a madman. But it makes sense if you were here for it. Long story short, even if they add pen, if it's armor pen, which is what Ash's pen previously was, based on testing that we could conduct and guess around it, and also the description of it saying that it went through a percentage of the target's armor, then armor pen is going to do nothing in this current state of affairs. Because we have so many other actors on the entirety of it. TLDR, the answer to our problems, reducing the scaling of here and here, and then putting some of this scaling into global pen. That'll pull through both of these in their entirety, or just drop pen, or drop mitt. Either way, those are my takes. Thank you for coming to class. It's Dusty TED Talk time. I don't know how she fired the bubble on it. She told me, I was like, bitch, not today. Make her fix it herself. Honestly, fuck that. Are some classes stronger than others? Early wipe versus late game with gear? Or do they all scale reasonably well in the current state? 1v1 tourney would have beaten them all if there was no time limit in death rules. Yeah, like 1v1 tourney, I also had like an invincible build in all fairness. So this is kind of like why I have this whole triangle scaling cooked up right now, and why I'm so like passionate about this side of it right now. Because in the tourney, I just made a build that scaled up essentially 80% of everybody else's power, and then I had double their mitigation so they couldn't hit me. And anytime that somebody was doing low damage, I would just switch to a two-hander and then have more power than them. So like the 1v1 stuff's always a little corny. I think scaling is definitely there for every archetype. Archetypes that scale the hardest with gear. Tank benefits from many things in terms of attributes coming in. Fighter scales really hard with gear. I would say like an early fighter doesn't really do much. Rogue can be very annoying. But I mean, like, the gear scaling is definitely there for every archetype. The impact is still there. I mean, early on, you may notice having certain comps feels a little bit better because people are going to be squishier. So maybe like early on, rangers and mages will reign supreme because they can just dump from far. And then once people actually tank up, then rangers and mages will fall off and more of that like dog you down damage will come in with like fighters and rogues, I think. But it's going to be intriguing to see how it shapes up. Now, balance is always around 8v8s too, right? So that's the important thing. A lot of the time, things that feel weaker will be complemented by certain things. And I mean, even things that feel like strong in their current state, like tank in 1v1s, tank plays substantially less oppressive in group-based pushes, primarily because like peels can happen. Oh wait, I'm still on 0.25 speed. Peels can happen, bailout can come for people, we can get tripped, we can get our combos interrupted, they can heal through our combos. Like, tank is oppressive in 1v1s because I can scale up what I can scale up as efficiently as I can, right? But on the other side of that coin, you also have to hit me. There's like no way, shape, or form around it. You have to square up and you have to hit me, even if you are at a mitigation disadvantage, if you're at a max HP disadvantage. Like in group-based stuff, you can kind of ignore a tank. You can in-cap me with, you know, Rogue Diddy Dart, with Bard Marionette. There are many ways you can actually keep a tank or a melee from operating efficiently, because a lot of classes also only have one CC break. But everything scales pretty well. I would say everything has a place. The biggest thing that's in shambles right now, I think, for the next patch is Ranger Mage, which is kind of funny because Ranger and Mage have been so dominant in the DPS scene for so long. It's been like Fighter has been fucking laughable for my entire existence in Ashes. And I'm glad to see a meta where maybe, just maybe, Fighter can get a little bit of, you know, a little bit of love as something that can generate some pressure. Because, like, melee archetypes are very popular. It's just people don't want to play melee because melee fucking sucks. It just doesn't really serve a place. And every time that people asked about, like, you know, what if I'm really good at a melee? I'm like, well, if you're really good at melee, you'd probably be really good at range, because range is easier than melee and you can do more damage with less risk. Because it was all about get big bops out, get big combos dumped on clump, and then they just died. They ceased to exist. So now it's going to be a little bit more of a, I don't know, I think persistent damage meta. I don't want to say it's like, I think it is going to be resource whore meta to a certain extent, where fights will oftentimes be dragged out until one side's supports run out of mana, and then you'll notice that coming in. But I also think it's going to be like a pull one target, get trips and CC combos, get their HP down a little bit, start dogging them down even more, and then, you know, over time you start to notice that their HP is dropping like mad. I think that's kind of what I'm predicting. Range is hard, watching on the melee is stuff for the mental. I mean, listen, as a melee that's usually the first one in, I only die if motherfuckers don't follow me. You know what I mean? That's the big thing. If I got divines to play in, if I got people walking up with me, if I got a root on me, shut up my boy. If I got freezes coming in, I'm just fine. But if the caller says go, I go. I will be the first one in. I will literally, like, Bill's fucking Mafia myself through a goddamn table if it means that I am the first one into an all call. I will respond to that faster than I respond to Discord messages, bro. I swear to God. Root over the 7 other random archetypes? Bro, they can just run away from other archetypes. You know what they can't run away from? Root. Clam, thank you for that. Very much love, dog. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Sounds like the ideal. Yeah, I mean, I come from New World over the course of the last, like, 7,000 hours. You know what I mean? Before Ashes. I'm like 3,000 hours into Ashes now. But, like, my time in New World was long. So over the course of that time, I became very accustomed to a little bit slower of a TTK, where it is like, hey, I'm dogging this target down. We have an opportunity to get on this target, to dog them down, to isolate them. Everybody on this while the opportunity's here. Okay, that's not working. Cool. That target's gone. They've reset. Let's switch to a new target and try to get a new opportunity while that person resets and they're down a person. And eventually, through identifying good targets, you will work to a point where, like, the people that are running for their lives run for their lives, and then you switch to the right person at the right time, you get the right build, and then you actually dog somebody down. And then from there, you start to dog more people down, and you notice that you're up 3 people in a fight very quickly. That's how you'll see people scaling up in this meta, especially if the TTK stays as slow as it is. I'm used to slow TTKs. This is slower than New World War TTK was, I think. And I could live through 15 people dumping a full combo on me in New World, because they gave us full iframes. Like, that was just a full dodge. That shit was not okay. It was fun if you knew what you were doing, but if you didn't, you were rough. And I can live through just about anything over there. So, 2 groups who are super skilled should end up for healers, mana, zoom. Yeah. I think resource battle should definitely be a thing now. I do also think that CCs playing into kills is something very impactful that we haven't really necessarily been CCing right now. We haven't necessarily been seeing that right now. Because once groups are actually operating in an optimal capacity, you're going to have probably rogues assigned to clerics that are finding the supports, that are trying to get the healing abilities out. And once a target call goes out, you're going to see a rogue jump in on a cleric, trip them, and then the trip wears off and they thump them for a silence. And if they thump with advantage, that's going to be a long silence. And then they thump again, and then they trip again. And that entire time, they're just kind of poking and prodding. And, like, once you get your kill squads established, once you get your flank groups established, what people will realize is, to a certain point, you don't even need to kill a person as long as you stop them from playing the game in their supportive way. And with slower TTKs, it becomes less about attacking this person head on and just blasting through all of the support. And it becomes a little bit more of a, let's disable the support while we're hitting this person simultaneously, split our input, split our CCs, split everything, so they're not getting healed. So really efficient backline dives you'll see like 3 clerics, 4 clerics on the back line just instantly get CC'd at the same time. And then you're like, wait, where's all our healing coming from? And then you don't have any fucking healing. I think that's where we shape up. I think backline dives are going to be very pressure oriented, where it's like, hey, I make you run around, I make you panic, I make you not play the game in the way that you want to play the game. And as a result, the people that are on the front line that are getting kills can continue to get the kills that they need to get on the front line. Could entirely just result in people not dying at all, but, you know, I like to try to take an optimistic route to it. I've seen TTKs like this before. I'm familiar with the TTKs like this. And as a melee enjoyer, I will say, I very much like TTKs like this. I like when I have to find targets that I can go on with multiple people, and then we can just push people down. We can dog people down over time. We can play aggro. We can make it happen. And from there, good things come about. But I don't know, just the old metas felt a little Thanos snappy to me. But it's also all personal preference. I always try to reiterate that it's personal preference for literally fucking everybody. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm curious though, because I don't want to be like I don't want to start the whole they're running out of time movement. I don't think that's the case at all. But we are now under 3 weeks to the deployment of the early access launch and the new servers. In that 3-week span, they will have 5 days of PTR downtime to prep a whole shitload of content, hopefully, implement a good amount, and from there, maybe we come back on the 6th to a huge PTR banger. But as of coming up on the 6th, or not the 6th, I'm so sorry, the 2nd, Jesus Christ, the 2nd, we will have 10 days. That's not the most time. That is not the most time. So with the amount of playtesting time that is left, it's going to be intriguing to see how much they try to force in terms of new implementative content versus like, hey, we're just trying to get this shit troubleshot. Now, I will say the stutter is feeling a bit better today. It's still really bad in some areas, but the stutter's feeling much, much better. 1 more month till beta. I hate that. Bro, why did Steven have to say the B word? Like, why? He had no reason to say the B word whatsoever. He literally could have just said, as we push through more content in the next year. I swear to fucking goodness gracious me, oh my. He could have done it if he wanted to, but he didn't want to do it because he wanted to start some goddamn shit. He's a shit stirrer. I've seen him before. I'll see him again. Blackblood, thank you for the 35-day streak, brother. How are you? Have you been testing the PTR? If so, what are your thoughts? Because my thoughts are that, well, my leveling loop got a little changed. And things are looking a little bit different than how I expected them to look at this point in time. So I'm doing some improvisational leveling on my end. Not necessarily improv. I still have my initial questing loop. But I most definitely have to figure some things out. Because if I don't, we're down bad. We may be very, very, very down bad. I was going to say, how's server performance for EA? I mean, it's good. Like, other than the stutter, I think server performance has been really good. But you'll see it in the VOD occasionally. There is just this really bad stutter that comes in. And sometimes it's this quicker micro stutter, but sometimes it is genuinely this, like, this long, drawn-out, like, chain CC stutter. And it does feel bad. It does. Like, no ifs, ands, buts around it. It do feel bad. That is the big thing performance-wise that I'm really hoping they get sorted. They've confirmed that it is, like, of the highest priority for them to attempt to get sorted out. So we shall see. I am such a huge game feel person, though, that, like, you know, I'm moving around a lot. I'm not really sitting still in fights. I'm not sitting still IRL. I am pulling people around. I've got a lot of animations going out. I'm moving my camera a lot. If I hitch and I stutter, that fluidity is noticeable. Did you try an Anvil's loop yet? Ooh, good comms. Maybe I shall. Maybe I shall, because the Anvils might unironically be resident sleeper. I should check it out. All right. I'm gonna go pee real quick, fill up my water, and then I'm about to make a new character, and we're gonna go check out the anvils and see how that is feeling. Because if the anvils is good, it can actually be really fucking solid. Because it's all gonna be about a transition to the tropics, I think. If I'm being completely honest, if you can get a crab farm in the tropics, you're so up. Now, that's still going to be susceptible to huntable crabs spawning in. But I think there are some good spots in the tropics. And I need to try to see what's up with them. If I'm being honest. So this might be a good time. Might be a good time. And we'll start better because of the early game accessories. I mean, I think everything will get replaced. Like, yes, but for me, within week 1, I'm gonna have new gear anyways. I'm not gonna care. So I just wanna hit what's gonna get me furthest ahead of the clump. Whatever is going to give me the most accessibility to actually progress. I will say, the anvil's fucking empty comparatively. I see a few people over here. Is it Buddha? The fuck Buddha doing over here, bro? Well, Buddha is chilling. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna go pee real quick. Wait, is there world boss testing? Did they say something about world boss testing or what's up? Why did Strix just say hope to see you at the world boss testing? Oh, there's world boss testing. We're scheduling more PTR raid encounter testing for next week. These will happen Tuesday, December 2nd and Friday, December 4th. During this test, we may test any or all of these raid encounters. Let's see. People from the RSVP guild. Well, what time do we want to hit? I could sign us up. We would need to have in between 25 and 40 people, which we may have to limit it for 40 people. But I could sign us up. I will do that right meow. Are you available to join us? Yes, I am. God damn it, click on it, stupid. I will be using the name Dusty. And then I am part of the Cats with Abs community. Will you be able to listen to voice chat in Discord and follow directions? No. Fine, I will. All right, I signed us up. I did the RSVP form. We had 5 people react to Streg's post. I mean, we could always post in the Alliance Discord if people don't want to get on, because I'm sure the rest of the Alliance will get on. I don't think we'll have any problem with it, if I'm being honest. And if I just put out an at all, and I'm like, everybody get the fuck up. Fubo! Hi, friend. Fubo's built like Shrek out here. Fubo, you want to know something cool? Hold on, stand still. You can hide me in your Renkai. Stand still. Watch. Just let this happen. There's collision, but the collision is not very fast. I'm gonna go in through your butt. I'm going into Fubo through his butt right now. Alright, you can literally hide me inside of your character's legs. I don't even go up to Fubo's waist. Dog's legs are larger than my character. Is this PvP? Yeah, this is PvP. This was just a little like fuck around brawl that happened after the 1v1 event. This matches the comment you made earlier. We're testing penetration here today, chat. In every way. We're here for the betterment of the Ashes community. It's a team goal. It takes a lot of testers on both sides. WR's drop rates are changed not to make a difference with graphics starting gear compared to grinding mobs for starter level. Yes, that is correct. Wait, you got a promotion at work? Yo, Blackblood. Congrats on the promo, dog. That's fucking massive, by the way. But yeah, drop rates have been boosted for levels 0 to 9 gear. You're gonna blow up with this game, Geekzone. I appreciate you, dude. Much love, much love. I greatly appreciate that. Yeah, level 0 gear has been substantially boosted. They also have the new Destiny system. So the Destiny system is basically these like guided objectives that you can pull off. And you know, you complete these, you get some XP and some glint, and then when you complete multiple within the same bracket, you get, you know, a larger reward. So you can get everything from like starter weapons, and they're like eye level 9 weapons, at least one of them, to, you know, gear pieces, chest, shoulders, bracers, jewelry, all that shit. So Destiny's system is going to give people like a little bit of an influx along the way to look forward to. So kind of want the selects. I sit here to fall on people randomly. That'd be a cool event. Like if they had a world event in the tunnels where stalactites like fell down and you had to like fight through the tunnels and then kill a boss underneath the stalactites or something. Environmental hazards. Earthquake? That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, there's like a mining operation where they're trying to extract like something from the, you know, from the mountain itself and get it up to the surface for the lore of it. And to stop the shaking, you have to go down and respond to the world event. So then when the world event's up, it causes these like sporadic shakes where the stalactites start coming down and shit. Am I designing a world event right now for free? I swear to fucking God, if this comes in as a world event, I want royalties. I'm just throwing that out there. We need to call it the Girthquake if it does come in. That's my legal demand. Do you think there will be a fresh start when they raise the level cap to 50 with zones being set to their normal level range? Probably, but 50 is also going to be a long ass grind. Like the thing about it is every time they put a major, you know, content implementation in, it would theoretically make sense for them to start fresh and wipe because it would be a more valid data set, more up-to-date data set, you know. It would be a better player entry point. But with a live service MMO that is built to be a live service MMO in the long-term affairs, you also have to be able to onboard players and get them into your economy as expansions come in, as content increases. And if you just build everything around like new content comes in, we wipe, when it comes time in a live service environment for like an expansion to come out or a big update to come out or anything like that to come out, it simply becomes a matter of, well, see you guys later, time to wipe this bitch again. So that's my big worry with wipes in the long term. Like I really would love to see minimal wipes. Because again, at the end of the day, it's a live service. Like they've got to be comfortable with actually operating as a live service and being able to onboard people in that live service environment. I think that's the largest thing about it that we just haven't seen yet. When updates come in, it is always new server, fresh starts, wipes, whatever it may be, and that's fine. That's fine. They gotta get their feet under them. I very much look forward to the day that new updates come in and they're like, hey boys, state of this economy's good, state of this server's good. Like there weren't dupes, bugs, and exploits that cooked the entire economy. And guess what? You guys can play for more than 3 months. Like everybody will be dancing in the fucking streets, like throwing money up and making it rain in that bitch. It'll be like a goddamn Hallmark movie. I swear to God. Thought the trees would fall and damage me at first on my first day based on the sound they made. Dropping trees on people in PvP through choke points would be such cinema. It'd be so good. They just need to fix the exploits and bugs quickly and they won't have to wipe. I agree. I think it is always a guarantee that there will be bugs and exploits. And honestly, dupes, it is not a guarantee that those things will be responded to in a quick way and in a precise way. When those things are allowed to persist and they're able to make their way into the general economy and like into the core essence of what your game's built on, it causes a few problems for people, you know? That's kind of what we saw this phase with things. At the end of the day, it was a crate dupe. It was some vendor stuff that was generating a shitload of money. And then from there, you know, statics are statics. They got to work on the tech for that. But like the crate dupe was facilitated from caravans. People weren't running caravans anyways. Just drop the fucking caravans, disable the caravans, just cook caravans for a little bit. I don't want to say just do that. But like, yo, Emerson, thank you for the follow.
This is absolutely S tier.
I feel like if those things are allowed to exist in a meaningful way for an extended period of time, that's when it truly, emanates down into the core essence of like the economy, the progression, everything with that. So then you react fast. Yup. It's got to be quick. And if they can get it quick with a completely player-driven economy, brother, they're set. It's just the reactions. It's the swift and concise reactions to deal with these things as soon as a report is first discovered. They get QA on it in every method. Every single person in QA is all called. Nets on the windows, bars on the doors, punishments at midnight, beatings at noon until they figure out that fucking exploit. Until they repro it, and until they pass it up to the people that'll fix it. That's my take on it. Shit, I'll volunteer for the beatings. I'll take that shit for them just for funsies. But anything that they can do to facilitate more information being gathered about these bugs quicker, and then being willing to cut the head off of the snake with a lot of these things and say this is the root cause of this while we investigate allegations of dupes existing, this system will be coming offline for testing. I'd prefer that, if I'm being honest. Whole lot of dupes and exploits and shit in New World early that were mitigated because they took the trading post down. And while it was unfortunate that they had the trading post down for as long as they did, it's also better than the amount of dupes and exploits that would have been facilitated into the economy as a result of that. So that's my take on it. It's tough though. Why the emphasis on speed day one? Will that help you long term the faster you get max level? Oh god, yeah. So everything's in the open world. So everything is contested, right? So on day one, the emphasis is to be shot out of a cannon. The primary reason for that is because if you are a, casual player, if you are a slower leveler, whatever it may be, you're going to be caught up in a whole lot of shit. A whole lot of shit. There will be people in who name their character Yo Dusty. Jesus Christ. Which one of you is this? Anyways, you will have a lot of people that are contesting you. The more you allow them to actually catch up, just naturally, right? More people within your level range, more people on your dick grinding for stuff in the bad way. So with that being said, it's like I get shot out of cannon. I hit questing route like mad, and then I am ahead of the curve already. Once I am ahead of the curve, I don't have to compete for the spots with as many people. There'll still be, oh, it's Phoenix, what up, dog? There'll still be competition around it, right? There will be, but it'll be far less. And then once you get into the end game, you get more people into the end game. And like, say my guild has a lot of people hit level 25 really fast. We no longer have to worry about leveling, so we can then work on our gathering progression. We can work on helping other people power level. We can econ. We can essentially work on the other objectives of the game in a more forceful and dedicated way. If I'm already done my leveling in, we'll say, I don't know, 60 hours, 70 hours of gameplay, and then I can just start pumping, dedicated gather before anybody else is gathering, I'm going to be able to get such a surplus of materials in such an uncontested way. Likewise, in the long term, some players may be looking for emblems and essences for their item level 29 crafts if they are planning on that as their, their pinnacle weapon. Farming those bad boys early and econing around those bad boys early is going to be very much so facilitated by knowing what to do and where to go. So, you gotta get ahead. You gotta be able to hold stuff down by force. And if you can do that, then you can essentially get anything you need in the game. Lumbering Axe isn't appearing. Is it on cooldown? If I remember correctly, they have coolies. I don't know what the internal on them all is, but I feel as though this has been discussed before. Because I think all of the pick-upables are supposed to have internals. Is that just trying to see the route? Thought process firsthand? Word. Yeah, I don't necessarily know what the route's gonna be over here, so I'm gonna grab water real quick because I was gonna grab water a while ago and then y'all hit me with a bunch of questions. I'll be right back. Food momentum. I gotta piss. Good day. Huh. Chair stream. I bet you'd fucking like that, wouldn't you, bitch? Bet you'd like that. And dog, thank you for the posture check. I just hit that shit by standing up and sitting down. Bop. Freedom. Then did you fix somebody else's mistake? Because congratulations if you did, brother. As a casual playing 2 hours or so a night, the mood to possibly focus on professions first, then leveling to avoid the zergs and contesting. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. If I were a casual player, my emphasis would be near entirely on gathering. I would gather my life away, and I would try to assemble as many high rarity gatherables as I could. If I'm being honest. I think that is the smartest play, the best spend of your time. Where's the fucking archaeologist? Oh god, I haven't done this route in so long. Is it down? It's just like down the path a little bit, right? You're being Planendorfed. Oh no, wait, the flashbangs are happening? Oh shit, wait, what's going on? Foop, protect yourself. You must. But yeah, if I were a casual, just like my own personal take on it, I would be spending pretty much every second that I had just smacking shit. Just cutting trees, hitting rocks, picking flowers, and then I would plan around. Oh, I have hiccups. Everything's terrible. I would plan around basically trying to econ your way up and sell your way up to have a livable amount of money. And essentially what that's going to open up for you is being able to buy other people's gear, right? Because with ashes, nothing is bind on pickup, nothing is bind on equip. So with that in mind, you'll be able to kind of get like, I don't know, those like hand-me-down, those leftover pieces, so to say, once people are done with them. If I have an item level 26 bow, and then I make an item level 29 bow, then I'll very likely sell that 26. And then try to, you know, try to make some money out of it. Now, you'll very likely be able to get that for much cheaper. But, you know, it is what it is, right? Like, that's the big balance of it. You're buying old people's stuff. You're trying to balance that out. Oh, Fubo. The lumberjacking axe is where I am. Did you end up finding it? I don't know. It's behind you along this, like along the pillars. Is fishing in game yet? Yes, there are 2 fishing modes that will be in on December 11th. So you have the just I cast a pole, I AFK fish fishing mode. And then you also have the sport fishing mode that will be in on the 11th in particular. These guys are sitting here just pulling cinder clay columns, I think. That's crazy. I don't know how much they farmed. These guys are literally just sitting here killing all of the Clayborns, and I respect that so heavily. They haven't even left. But yeah, so with the sport fishing, sorry, I got a little distracted because I had a group of people near me that were doing weird stuff. With the sport fishing, there are spots around the world that are basically like sport fishing eligible. You'll have visual indicators, there'll be like seagulls and shit. And then from there, what you're going to do is bring over chum, which is something that you make from cooking, from basically, you know, just fishing up a bunch of stuff and then just sacrificing the fish, making them into a chum bucket, throwing the chum into that spawn area. That activates the sport fishing area. And then you cast your pole into that, hook a fish, and then it's like a little mini game to catch the fish. Fish has different movements. You have different abilities. With the sport fishing, 4 different abilities, so to say, 4 different movements of your pole. and then you do damage to the fish. The fish dies in the water. You loot the fish in the water, bring the fish as a crate back to your boat, and you can put it in storage on your boat, or you can have one on your back. If you have one on your back, then it's going to be very slow. So that's like the sport fishing. You can sell those fish crates for money. So that's going to be a pretty decent source of income. There will be freshwater and saltwater. Keep in mind, the saltwater, the open ocean, is going to be the most incentivized. However, that will also be... Oh, wait, the archaeologist quest is out here now. Oh, really? Oh, you dirty devils, you've made the already linear mountain experience even more linear? Oh, freaking really? Okay. Okay, talk to me nice. This might not be the worst, if I'm being honest. It just depends. It really just depends what we can actually get up to. It's arcade sport fishing. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There are going to be multiple things in Ashes where you look at it and you're like, so arcade? And I'm just like, yeah, that's exactly it. I wasn't even, like, I was not an arcade player at any point in my life, but Steven, the creative director of Intrepid, was and loves arcade. So a lot of things in Ashes will be, to some way, shape, or form, at least somewhat inspired by arcade. It definitely leans into that side of MMOs much more than it does the, you know, the extremely theme parky side. So, this is a big arcade fan. Oh my god, one of the largest. Yeah, Steven is an arcade freak, yeah. Will we drop fish if we get ganked while AFK fishing? They'll be in your materials tab. So if you are AFK fishing and somebody like jumps you, like they would be killing you. Typically, if you're AFK fishing, it's not going to be in a like lawless area. I mean, you could fish in a lawless area if you wanted to, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend just AFK fishing in a lawless area because again, it's lawless and people can hit you out there. So with that being said, what are the Heartwood roots for? Do I have another quest that's not tracked right now? Weird. With the sport fishing, your best sport fishing is going to be in lawless areas. You'll be able to fish in freshwater areas as well. But in terms of like AFK fishing, I would highly recommend only AFK fishing in non-lawless areas where you're not flagged up for PvP. Just personal recommendation. Now, if somebody does gank you and kill you, they corrupt, which again is like the only time in the game that somebody actually drops pieces of their equipped gear, is corrupting, like when they do corrupt. You, as the person being ganked, would only lose 50% of your materials at very worst case scenario, and they would be able to loot 25% of the materials that you had on you. So 25% goes, you know, just into the void. Fupo eats 25% of your mats, and then 25% of your materials go onto your body when you die in any normal death. Flagged up PvP deaths are actually less material loss. So in the event that somebody like does come up and corrupt on you, if you're AFK fishing, like you're not actually going to lose that much, and they're not really going to gain that much, which is why I'm being harassed by a fly. Which is why there's not always that element. Like, there's always the element of somebody could come up to me and PvP me. But I'm gonna be real, it doesn't really happen that much. In terms of just random, I'm chilling, I'm minding my own business. Oh my god, now someone is ganking me. It's not that common. Take a video to send a plan in. Is it a global loom setting? Cause like, I'm silky in here, I'm chilling. Peep your global loom, Mr. Cinematic settings. And also just send him a flashbang. Yes, Flanky Wanky. What up, my boy? How are you? Are you excited for the 11th? What are your plans for the 11th? Dude, I'm so fucking pumped. I am trying to do all of the research that I can currently to try to figure out what the hell is going on with the differences over here, man. I've done some Riverlands loops. I feel how I feel about the Riverlands. I am now doing Anvil's loops to try to figure out how I feel about the Anvil's loops. Oh, you can pre-gather the roots on your way and then insta-turn that in. Yo, that's actually so huge. Oh, fuck. Okay, that's really good. I like that a whole lot. And then we have to examine the small box. That completes a quest for us. Did I miss a quest? I don't have a quest right now. I think I missed a quest somewhere. Because I don't have a quest right now. I think I'm about to fuck this loop. Uh-oh. Alright, back to the start. Doobie. What up, dude? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Is December 11th when it comes out on Steam? Yeah, December 11th is when it drops on Steam, when the price reduction hits, and when the brand new servers start up. I am mostly excited for the last part of that. The brand new servers starting up. I very much value any chance for our community to level and try to optimize and try to, you know, shore up operations in a meaningful way. And any chance that we have to level with a whole ton of people also leveling and trying to pump and compete for all of those resources and those mobs and those mats and like the early econ, dude, it's just so fucking fun. So I will never get mad about it. Now, obviously, on launch, we don't want to have fresh starts and wipes out the wazoo. That would be less than ideal. But in development, like whatever they need to do to get the best data, man, I'm here for it, if I'm being completely honest. And our community will also be here for it. We're just going to keep leveling every single time. So kind of happy that my boys aren't going to be playing. Wait, your guild isn't playing Flanker? Boy, oh boy, do I have just the thing for you. Interesting. Wait, so is EU gonna be dead? Or like, what's going on with the EU side of things? Going about a starting area from bonfires, like looking at the sun? It's actually like once you leave the area, interesting. So, did I miss a quest? That's what I'm curious about. Cause I ran out of quests. And so I want to make sure that I'm not missing a quest on the way out. Cause Captain Steeltide doesn't give a quest. Dude just says bye. The Traveler doesn't give anything. Nobody out here gives one. Am I tripping? Or is the bonfire side cooked? Objective complete. What objective is complete? I don't have an objective complete. What is going on over here? We doing self quest or is it not worth? I mean, you can peep it. Any quest that is not going to get fully contested and cooked could very well be worth. But it's just keep in mind, anytime you're questing, ask yourself, how would this quest be if there were simultaneously 50 other people doing it? Because there will be. No matter what you're doing. That's my recommendation. About a dozen might still play, but in a casual mode? That's fucking crazy. So is all of EU just looking vacant as hell? Because that's kind of crazy. It's another few years, just back this game in June of 2017. Ayo. Yeah. So the big thing with launch, early access isn't changing the actual state of launch whatsoever or the implications on launch. At least my hope is that it's not. Their goal is still to move from Alpha 2 Phase 3, which we're currently in, to Beta 1 when the game is near feature complete, which could be, you know, any point down the road. I think we're still definitely a year plus out. I think more than likely 2+ years remaining until, you know, we go into betas. It's just that feature complete state that they talk about before Beta 1 is a point of like, huh, very interesting. Because as a daily Ashes player and content creator, there's a lot still left to come, man. There's a lot still left to come. There are a lot of systems that can be fun right now. There are a lot of ways to have fun, especially with a community. But a lot of accessory systems are not in yet. Accessory systems being those Panda. Accessory systems being those systems that build off of the core. It's not necessarily like your settlements or your core econ. Rather, you know, maybe arenas coming in. Maybe your replayable content. Maybe your like your housing systems and your decor for those housing and those housing systems and having those chase items in for your housing players and your PvEers. Like those are kind of like your accessories that'll bring in a lot of replayable content for people. And as of right now, outside of having a community that's very active, the replayable content isn't there in the most meaningful way for a lot of players. So I still personally think that we are 2+ years out of beta. I could be incredibly wrong on that though. My predictions are known to be quite butt cheeks. And some people claim that the cadence is most definitely going to be faster than that and will be there sooner. I don't know that I am bought into that, just being completely honest. But people have their ways of finding information out. I don't have any leaks and I'm fully willing to admit that. I know nothing that's going on. So, just from episode 1, they talked about a wild amount of content to come. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Is Raptor mount accessible in-game? The Raptors are huntable in-game. I think they can still be a mount. I don't remember if those were taken out of being an actual mount. Let me check Animal Husbandry. Some of the old huntables were taken out of being mounts because they were parts of packs. Let me see here. Raptor. Yeah, it says the Raptor's still in. Raptor's mount. I know, I just didn't know if it was a part of a pack, but yeah, no, it's still in. I wanted to make sure it didn't get taken out before I made somebody very happy. I think it's glitched on its speed. Oh, is it slow? Or is it too fast? Because, like, an aura farming raptor seems kind of funny. Speed did get a little bugged. Oh, no. Not like this. Okay, yeah, so raptor still exists. It's only an apprentice mount as well, though. So, even in the grand scheme of things, like, if it was functioning fully, then it would probably be outdone by many other mounts. But don't let that stop you from swagging on people. That's my advice, brother. Why can I go into the water over here? Is my question. It's almost like they want us to go over this way, but there's nothing over this way. I feel like unless I am missing something, or I bricked a quest along the way, the bonfire side has a lack of continuity. Football, am I tripping? Are you going through the bonfire side as well? Because I'm going through the bonfire side. I'm doing it a second time right now to make sure I didn't fuck anything up the first time. Do you get the Ancient Corpse quest? That's the one to loot the 2 corpses and then get the box and then open the box? Or... And we're again not losing my eyesight. Poopa, you gotta keep the sunglasses on. I think that's the important thing to remember. Straying from the beaten path. Search the caves for travelers. Right. And then Firekeeper. I turn in a quest with her, and then she doesn't give me a quest for Ramkin. And I want to say that was the quest. Firekeeper Malay is missing the Ramkin quest, if I remember correctly. Closure for old heroes. Where are you picking that one up? Do we know if they're adding a way to track the quests we have finished? That, I don't think, is anything that I've heard planned. Partly because there are a lot of quests that are like the more discoverable quests. Discoverable quests, Jesus Christ, sorry. That are kind of like out in the world where it's a bit more non-linear. For like main story stuff. I don't know, potentially, but... was the game look so pixelated on stream? Is it due to your stream bitrate? I have 22k bitrate and stream at 2k. So, I don't know, it may be because we're watching a VOD because I can't show visuals. Because I am watching like a Twitch storage of a VOD. You're not getting like native right now. Because the PTR is visually NDA'd. So it could just be that it's like the VOD side of it, and I can't show my actual gameplay because I'd get Thanos snapped. From there, I'm not quite sure. But yeah, I'm 22k bitrate, so should be good. Is there any DPS meter? No, no DPS meter. Wouldn't expect it either. 1080p quality implies to YouTube videos, even when you upload original 4K. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure they bitrate limit VODs as well, but... Yeah, the stream itself is actually high bitrate 2K, but the visual NDA ends pretty much any and all hope that we have for actually putting out high quality VODs. I do apologize. Meth, thank you for the follow, much love. But on the, actually tomorrow, I'll be showing gameplay again. So that'll be nice. We'll be over on live starting tomorrow for a few days, and I'll be able to show my gameplay because the live servers, the production servers, are not visually NDA'd. Blessings on blessings for that. What's on live? Well, PTR is down, so that's a start. Literally can't play PTR. So, live is going to be up from the 26th to the 1st with, yo, Diablo, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate you. It'll be up from the 26th to the 1st for like the end of Vera event, like the whole like apocalypse type shit there. Yo, Diablo coming up with a primer as well. Dude, much love. I greatly appreciate that. I greatly appreciate that. Let me know if you have any questions. But yeah, so end of Vera event. It'll, they said they'll have boost NPCs up on the 1st for the final day. I don't know if they'll have boost NPCs up prior to the 1st, is my question. I think it would be nice for people that do have their access that would be hopping in. But either way, I digress. There will be boost NPCs up on the 1st, bare minimum, and then they'll be ending the server with like a big ass, you know, corruption sweeping over the world type thing. I don't necessarily think that it's going to be like the actual corruption system coming in, like the, you know, the Harbinger system. I don't think we're going to see the open world corruption there. But what we could potentially see is maybe just some like, you know, new world bosses spawn in, maybe like the Ancient One fight, which is a really fun fight. We could see new mobs spawn in that we haven't seen before. A few things along the way. Not quite sure though. Okay. Am I tripping? Or 2 out of 2 times, there has been a lack of continuity on the bonfire exit. There's no quest giver to segue you out to bonfire once you complete the chest. Because you unlock the chest and the chest doesn't give you anything. And then there's no bridge to bonfire to actually bring you out of the cave. So you talk to... what's her face? I don't even know the bitch's name. You talk to what's her face, and then she has you get the second body. You use the key that you got to open the chest from the second body, and then you have no more quests. So, I mean, maybe if you hit that, but like, I'm level 3 right now coming out this bitch. So, unless I get out to bonfire and there's just like a pumper quest, that's gonna be interesting. Very interesting. Are we expecting to have dynamic server gridding released on December 11th? I think so. Dynamic gridding is functional on the PTR and has been for a while, as far as we know. As far as we know. There has been some slight, like, hitching and stuttering on the PTR. I say slight. Large for some. Actually less bad for me today, if I'm being completely honest. Feeling a bit better today overall. But in terms of that, dynamic gridding is looking good for potentially making it over for the 11th. And I think if dynamic gridding is good, that could also help mitigate a lot of the Q boss that we see on server launches. There will still be Q bosses, but the queues are bound to each individual server worker with ashes. So with dynamic gridding spinning up more server workers, that would lead to shorter queues because the server workers would be smaller areas. People would move off those server workers quicker. There'd be more server workers to handle the player base. So what they want their population to be at, I don't know. Yellow 5 for dynamic gridding. The Ashes world, very big world. No load screens or anything like that, right? To run the entire world, they have these areas of resources called server workers. So when you're on any part of the world, you are on a unique server worker. If you go server worker to server worker, you should not be able to notice. So right now, server workers can host X amount of players and X amount of activity before they get bogged down, before that area of the world bogs down. Advantage to that is one area of the world goes kaput. We just say, hey, this road's under maintenance, guys. Don't go this way until Intrepid fixes it. Put out a stream PSA and everybody can avoid it. So, dynamic gridding takes the server workers and allows them to reallocate their size and their boundaries and then call for help, and other server workers will come in and they'll share the original area. So it's basically a response to more resources needed to put more resources where they are needed in the world instantly without developers doing anything. It's automatic. So if there are a lot of people in one place, now you have more resources in that place to keep the world running smooth for everybody, so the areas of the world don't get bogged down. So if there's like a settlement siege or castle sieges down the road, or just really big open world PvP, you may notice that in one part of the world that there's typically one server worker, there are now 6 server workers. So benefit to that is obviously, call in more server workers. You can split those like crazy, and you can dynamically bring in more capacity. But on the baseline of it, improving the server worker architecture is what they will benefit the most from what I've heard from the the networking team when they've done interviews and stuff. They seem very excited that that dynamic gridding is working, because dynamic gridding is literally revolutionary technology. But dynamic gridding still takes the server worker base, and their largest point of improvement, from what I've gathered, is actually the server worker bases, because the server workers themselves would then be able to support more before dynamic gridding is necessary, therefore resulting in 2 server workers to run an area with 1,000 people instead of 6 if the server workers are worse. So they have a twofold approach where they can just improve shit. It's really, 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 really crazy to think about, man. And this all happens, by the way, like that. There's no load screen. There shouldn't be any noticeable hitch, stutters, staggers of your game client, anything. It should just happen as the heat map of the players hits a certain point. It's wild. Will that improve the view distance displaying mass characters on a screen? You talking like render pop stuff? I hope render pop stuff gets better. I will say, render pop in large scale combat has been way better recently. Especially over on the PTR side of things. I mean, we've done siege testing. We're over at the 1v1 tourney earlier in this VOD, and there were a shitload of people over there. So, like, render pop has gotten better. You can still notice in some scenarios render pop still being a thing, but overall, like, it's got a lot better. Server performance, even before dynamic gridding was in, was also noticeably better. Settlement sieges that were being tested, wards that were being tested, everything, like, it is getting noticeably better on the server infrastructure end. Game feel on the PTR, I would be willing to stand on the business that without that stutter that you just saw, game feel on the PTR would be disgusting. What's the difference between PTR and regular Alpha 2 server? In terms of like their functionality, the PTR sees the builds early. It basically will be the first round of testing for future changes that could come in. Not a guarantee in terms of like what's coming in, but the PTR essentially has, at this point in time, the entire 0.17 and 0.18 updates that are going to be deployed on December 11th. I say entire. There's probably more that's still coming. There's a 5-day downtime. I would expect to see more first-time user experience improvements, time to kill changes, and some more shit coming along the way to the PTR early. But overall, the PTR right now is primarily Summoner. It is Harbinger system. It is Sport Fishing, time to kill rework, gearing rework, first-time user experience rework, progression revamps and pacing revamps, gathering improvements and taking out static gatherables, which was a huge problem, multiple dupe fixes, general bug and progression fixes that impacted the econ of live. Oh fuck. There have been so many changes, if I'm being honest, that I would have to go back through patch notes to actually hit. Quality of life improvements to recipes, gathering, refining, crafting. Processing stations no longer require fuel. They've adjusted processing costs. They've adjusted the stamina tree. They put actual stamina point costs into the stamina tree, so you can no longer have every point of stamina in your stamina tree. Oh god. What the fuck else? More or less a lot. More or less a lot. Now, don't get me wrong, this also is not just like the PTR is the rest of the game. Like, you're seeing the PTR right now. So what you're seeing on screen, this red doomy area, is a Harbinger. This is the corruption that's going to be coming in on December 11th as part of the endgame replayable content loop. So these big areas that we're going to be running into, these are Force Flag Lawless PvP areas. And you'll see on the map, actually, shout out to me for bringing up my map right there. No! You rat! Hold on. Me with the assist to me? 3, 2, 1, map. Bam. All right. So with the Harbingers, the Harbingers will exist in every area that is not a starting area. So basically the Harbinger originates from one central location. And it has this event cycle where players will have a certain amount of time to successfully complete the event and hold back the corruption. And if they do not hold back that corruption, the corruption begins to spread. So the original area was here. It had originally spread to the south, then spread here, then spread up here. And this is multiple spreads of it not being dealt with. Now, right now, we can't deal with it because we're missing some of the things to actually deal with it. There hasn't been a big effort to actually go deal with them. I think we still need to establish a forward operating base. But a better take on the corruption than New World. Yeah. So these are persistent. So keep in mind, fuck yeah, spread it. Keep in mind, this corrupted area transforms mobs, gatherables, the visual of the world. You'll see that as we drop down. You've got the doomy trees versus the regular trees. There are processing recipes that are only available through these corrupted areas. There is very likely to be like exclusive loot. And again, the event where you kill the boss needs to be responded to in a meaningful way, but these bosses hit very hard. And as you saw when I first came out to the corrupted area, the bosses will one-shot you if these, expanded areas are here. The boss in the middle that stops the corruption from spreading is protected by multiple buffs because of these expansions, because the corruption forms what are called freeholds. And from there, not freeholds, footholds. I want freeholds. Footholds! Wrong hold. Footholds! So, give me freeholds back. With footholds, those are basically like these little, areas of corruption that's concentrated. You have some mobs there, you have some events and shit. And with those footholds, you clear those bad boys out, you stop the corruption from existing there. It can weaken the boss to a reasonable spot. And within this Harbinger area, keep in mind, it's not just like a circle where there's one boss. You actually go into the Harbinger, and then there are bosses in the Harbinger, and there are different portals where you can go deeper into the Harbingers themselves onto different levels. And it's huge, the amount of content that is actually in the Harbinger system itself. Because keep in mind, this impacts the entire server. This doesn't pop off in leveling areas, like in the starting areas, but it exists in every single non-starting area. So the Anvils and the Riverlands are exempt, but the Tropics, the Desert, and the Goondark are all going to have these Harbingers in them. They will all need to be dealt with, or the entire area will be transformed into corrupted areas. This alone, in my opinion, is a huge thing to be excited about, because part of my personal take on Ashes right now in terms of why people don't have the most fun with it is because you can progress, you can get gear, you can get situated, and then once you have your gear, you're kind of like, yes, I'd like to do something with this. And there's not a lot to go do that's a deterministic on-rails availability of that content. Ashes is very non-linear and very unrefined in this current state of affairs. So basically, what I mean by that is if I have a community and we want to run scrims, we can run a whole shitload of scrims at any point in time. If you're a solo player and you want to find PvP, that might not be as available to you unless you get really lucky and find some meaningful PvP somewhere, but you probably will not find meaningful PvP somewhere. So that's my own personal take on it all. Equip yourself with a set of harvesting tools. Oh, I haven't done this in so long. But again, the Harbinger area, these corrupted areas, represent that first form, in my opinion, of course, of very repeatable content. You can go into those Harbingers, and you can be somebody that wants the corruption to succeed. So you're going around hunting other players that are all going to try to stop the corruption. And you get PvP from that, they PvP you back, and you know that you're having an impact on the server. If you're one of the people that wants to stop the corruption from spreading, you're also able to hit that. So I love this as a concept. We'll see how it works out, because as always, things can work out entirely different than they were intended to work out. And there's always going to be a level of variance between the ideal scenarios and the actual scenarios. So that's very important to keep in mind. I will be very excitedly participating in all of the Harbinger stuff that we can get into. But it's also going to be a matter of like, you've got to be ready for anything that might come your way as a result of that. So, all right, let me run the VOD again. Let me run that. There's literally nothing to do. Yeah, if you are not making content with your community, you literally hit a point where you're just like, huh, what do I do? Like, I got my gear, so I don't need to econ. I don't need to get better gear, so I don't need to gather. So let me take my gear and let me do something with my gear. And then there's no arena. There is no, you know, on rails PvP. There's no instance PvE that you can just go to and try to, like, you know, parse or whatever you want to do from there. There is a lot that, at this point in time, a lot of people would probably prefer to have a little bit more, you know, repeatable, replayable content. That's just my take on it. Become mayor? Like, mayors, meh. I'll be honest. I don't really like being a mayor that much. Now, I will say, replayable content is going to be abundant as Ashes continues to develop. I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, with Ashes full iteration, we will have no shortage of shit to do. You will probably have too much shit to do in a normal day. So you will not be able to actually, like, capitalize on completing every form of content that you want to complete. You'll have to specialize. There will unironically be way too much for you to focus on as a single player. Bro, this shit's way too soft. Spotify's fucking killing me right now. It's just like a delicate fucking, oh my god. That's fucking putting me to sleep. Anyways. Once we get arenas, once we get some PvE content, I mean, shit, once the Harbingers come in and the Harbingers start cooking for us there will be so fucking much to do. It's just right now, as things develop, people hit a point where they're like, what do? And there might not be the most. But it'll get better as soon as this patch comes out. I just chopped tree. Yeah, do Harbingers only start a few zones? They will be in the entirety of the map, just not in the 4 starting areas. So you won't have them in the anvils and the riverlands for now. And then long term, whatever the 2 starting areas are on the other continent, they will also be absent over there. But other than that, every single area will have Harbingers. How does the gearing work? Is it enchanting or something to upgrade it? You mentioned you had 20 gear. Is that the enchant level? Yes. So gearing basically works in a few different ways. I can show you the scaling here. So, fuck you. Where is my Codex tab? Where is my super suit? I don't have a fucking Codex tab pulled up. God damn it. Ashes, Codex, I gotta sit up. I actually do have a Codex tab pulled up, funny enough, but it's being used for something else. All right, let's go. Bro, I swear to God, Spotify trying to put me to fucking sleep right now. I see Wonderwall up in the fucking suggested. Nah, we're in an algorithm right now that I'm trying to get out of. Hold on. I gotta save the Spotify. Yeah, we're good. All right, we're vibing. We're absolutely vibing. Everything's fine. So, with gearing, we have a few different things to look at along the way. And this will all seem really confusing to you right now. I will explain as we go. You'll see a couple of different things here. Required level and item level. We'll start down here. The required level is called the grade. So that's going to be up here on an item, top right corner. This is going to be radiant grade item required level 20. See, even I fuck up with it. I just say level 20 gear. Now, enchanting also goes 1 to 20. So you can kind of clarify radiant gear, whatever. I usually refer to stuff as item level. Within your grade, you have 3 different item level tiers. 3, 6, and 9. So within required level 20 gear, you have item level 23, item level 26, and item level 29. So with that in mind, as you go up in item level, things are stronger. You have higher rolls. Makes sense. You'll also notice, let me pull up a 23. You'll also notice, if I just have these for comparison, item level 23 has hi read text. Okay, hold on. I'm in class. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. I'll be right back. One sec. Un momento. Be right back. Sorry. I'm back. My bad. No forced share stream, sorry. Corla had something with family come up, so sorry about that. I have returned. Anyways, your lesson on gearing continues. My apologies. So what you see here at the current state of it is your grade with 3 different tiers within your grade. You have your item level 3, item level 6, and item level 9 variants. So as you go up, especially with like level 20 gear, you'll notice the same trend where it's kind of like item level 3 is 2 gatherable inputs. Item level 6 goes up to 3 gatherable inputs. And then item level 9 goes up to 4 gatherable inputs. So with each gatherable input, these will play an even weight distribution on the crafting output of this. So you can improve the rarity of it. And improving the rarity improves the stats. Very simply put. So with item level 23, it's going to be substantially cheaper to make, but will also have substantially lower stats in equal rarity than something that is item level 29. So you'll have more strength, more main stat, you'll have more secondaries, you'll have more raw power, you will have more literally everything associated with that along the way. So with that being said, that's essentially what you're going to be looking at for gear. On top of that, you can enchant stuff. Enchanting is... Sorry to burp. It's like an Eastern MMO enchanting system, where it's essentially like a 1 to 20 progression, where over the course of that, each level of enchanting is either 1% or minimum 1, whichever is larger, to each roll on that item. So plus 20 enchanting, plus 20%. Now, the risk that comes with enchanting is, on top of enchanting scrolls having to be player-to-player crafted, as you enchant higher and higher, you have more of a risk of either losing one level, losing all of your levels. Oh, there's like a flock of birds just like flying in the sky in the anvils. Cute. Wait, that's so cinematic. There's just like a random flock of birds flying around in the sky. That's cool. Anyways, you have a chance to lose one level, lose all of your levels, or you could eventually even brick the item as a whole. And that obviously very, very, very not so good. So, with that being said, the risk to enchant will very substantially outweigh, and not like outweigh the reward, because if you have the best piece of gear in the game for your build in the highest rarity and you want to enchant that to get the most stats, then that's phenomenal. That's great. But is there a way to safely enchant? So, like, there are scrolls that are in the crafting menu right now for Scribe that are enchanting scrolls of like guaranteed success or something. Enchanting scroll of perfect success. These are going to be expensive to produce, if they're even producible, but I would assume these are going to be ungodly expensive to put out in the first place, because that's going to save a substantial amount of risk. So we haven't actually like encountered those yet on live. I personally haven't seen any of those bad boys crafted or sitting around or anything like that. So, by the way, the anvils feels kind of cooked. Remains turn in is broken, and it seems that the other quest giver that used to send you to the Nexus has nothing to say to you either. Yeah, there are 2 quests that aren't active on the bonfire side that, like, if we got put out at level 5, then running up to the bonfire, like the bonfire artisan outpost, could be solid. Go to a weaving station, process flax, snowdrops, or daffos. Saddle up for settlement. I have to sneeze for a settlement. Oh god. I have to sneeze in like... Oh my god. I'm in sabotage. Someone put pepper in the stream room. Oh my fucking god. I just got my shit fucking rocked by allergens. Holy Christ. My chest hurts after that. Wowee. So, anyways, if the Segway quest was here, that'd be really nice. Do you know anything about when we might see the talent tree changes? God damn, I'm hoping I can see my monitor again soon. Talent tree changes, I have no fucking idea. Margaret had said in the last dev stream that we would see some archetype changes like this past week, but we did not see them this past week. So I'm not sure if that's still on the plan or not. Yo, Chima over on YouTube, how much does it cost? Ashes? When it comes out on Steam for the December 11th launch of it, it will be $42.50, the 11th to the 25th. And then on the 26th, it goes back up to 50 USD, which will be the new price of it to get in all the way through the remainder of development. Now, as a primary source of the gear from crafting or slapping monsters. So, kind of like a double-edged approach, but primarily crafting. To get the best gear in the highest rarity, you are going to want to slap monsters in excess. But that is only to get the recipes from those monsters to give to your crafters. Because crafters are going to make the best shit all the time. If I'm slapping mobs, I am going to have a chance to find from that mob's loot table either the item itself as a completed item, typically in the lowest rarity that it can drop in, or I will have a chance to find the recipe to make that item, which I can then give to a crafter to then produce more of aforementioned item in controllable rarities. So the rarity is controlled by material input. So gatherables can have different rarity outputs, higher rarity, better, of course. And then crafters also have artisan gear, artisan food, artisan consumes, artisan buffs that they can all have between personal buffs and settlement buffs that can be very impactful for the total output of craftable goods as well. So you're getting your baseline drops from mobs, but while you're out there chasing those baselines, you're really, really hoping that you can see recipes come out, and those recipes you give to your crafters, then you farm up gatherables, chop trees, you know, pick flowers, all that good shit. And then once you get the rarity that you want in the quantity that you need, you then ship that over to your crafters. They make your high rarity, high tier stuff. And then that's how you scale up to your best shit. So over the course of it, crafting is also going to be restricted by a few things. You can only have so many like trade skills that are actually leveled and ascended to a higher level. And then from there, you can level as fast as you want, but you'll only be able to actively use the trade skill tables at apprentice until other, trade skill tables at higher tier are built in the settlements. So once a settlement hits, or a town hits tier 3, that will get apprentice tables for everything. And then it will also get, like its empty building plots. It becomes governable, mayorable, however we want to call it. And we can elect mayors. Long term, there will be 4 different types of elections. But once a mayor is elected, they can then set buy orders. Basically, buy orders are fulfilled through materials that are donated from citizens. The citizens are given citizen bucks, which you can pay your taxes and do a few other things with. So get citizens to get materials, to drop off the materials, to then build up settlements, to then get the buildings in place, to then enable higher tier crafting and gathering and refining. And then commissions, which are settlement quests, town quests, can be completed by people, and that can put buffs up in the town as well. There are levels to everything. What's the best way to do artisan then? Master the top levels or a certain gathering process and sell and trade then to get gear. So it's a matter of like personal preference, if I'm being honest. It genuinely just depends on what you're looking to do for your own gameplay loop. Unless you are somebody who wants to dedicate all of your time, effort, and everything in between to, very simply put, gathering and trying to, crafting and trying to attain the best recipes and like get funneled a bunch of gold and get funneled a bunch of, a bunch of the shit that you actively need to succeed as a crafter. It's a competitive world. And with crafting, you are either the first one to get something or you are not making money off of that thing. If you get a super high item level, best in slot weapon for a certain, a certain archetype,
you'll be able to charge a crafting fee for that, and you'll be able to make a lot of money simply for saying, I have this recipe. But if you're the fourth person to get that recipe, you're not selling that for a whole lot at all, if I'm being real. You're going to be very limited on what your crafting fees and your crafting output will actually be for that. So, my personal stance, I gather when I need to. I'm not a huge artisan person in the first place, but I gather whenever I need to. I have on my live character, you can have 4 different skills at apprentice. Journeyman. Jesus Christ, brain fart. You can have 4 different skills at journeyman for your trade skills. And I have lumberjacking, herbalism, hunting, and lumber milling. So me, where I'm a little bit more skewed towards the side of like, I don't want to craft because that's a lot of work. I'm going to gather so I can then hopefully get goods out, you know, sell stuff, econ for myself a little bit. Also, Emu, don't let you stop you short of success. You got to hit a big gamble all because you lost a whole shitload of points there. You're no longer rank 1. At this point, if you're not first, you're last. I feel like you just gotta send it all and you gotta try to double up or nothing. Cause like, what are the odds that you actually lose 2 big gambles in a row? It's probably none. Anyways, I would stick to gathering for most people. Well, you took Emu's gamble. That was supposed to be for Emu and you sniped that shit. It's a goddamn tragic state of affairs, boys. But I would personally stick to gathering for most people. I would not recommend ascending too much higher. Journeyman work may work now at 25 cap, but probably not 50. Well, no. At level 50, that's when you're going to be dependent on your Grandmaster. But right now, Grandmaster doesn't matter for shit. So that's cool. But yeah, you'll have to specialize in even fewer things as you work your way up to Master and Grandmaster. You'll only be able to have 2 at GM, 1 at Master, 1 at Journeyman, 1 at Apprentice. Yeah, so it definitely is going to be an ongoing evolution of it as we scale up levels wise. Even once they go into Master, like we're only going to be able to have 3 at Master for the first iteration. And then 2 of those Master go up to GM. And effectively, we'll be down to 3. So I'll probably cut out at that point, maybe hunting if I have to keep lumber milling, or if we have somebody that's a lumber miller that's Master or Grandmaster, then mayhaps I cut out lumber milling and I just go triple gather. And then when we go up to GM, I may put both of my GMs in gathering as well, providing I'm able to, you know, upkeep those bad boys. That's going to be a lot of gathering though. That's going to be a huge investment. So for me personally, I'm looking at my own gameplay loop and I say, how would I like to spend my time? I want to either be working towards a gear set that I need. I either want to be hitting mobs or I want to be hitting people. I don't want to be crafting a bunch of stuff for other people. I don't want to be sitting in a town spamming my services. I don't want to be chasing down every recipe that I need. If I'm farming and I find recipes that crafters need, that's fucking awesome. But my primary focus is farming with the intent to farm. Why are there sand squall broodlings in the anvils? Question mark? Are there huntable broodlings in the anvils? Because sand squall broodlings are the ones that can go huntable, right? They've been there for a while. There are not many here. It's just this little tiny pack of them. But I mean, getting a huntable there would be solid. Gathered the entire time with a little processing? Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, my last 3 weeks of the live servers, before the live servers actually went down, I spent effectively all of my time gathering between like lumberjacking. Honestly, I spent most of my time hunting. I didn't even lumberjack that much. I did herbalism and I did hunting like crazy. And the hunting loop took a lot out of me, but yo, Yuri, what up? Is game up to play? The private test realm is up. The live servers come back up tomorrow for 5 days, and then it goes back to the private test realm. So what we're looking at is brand new servers, a full wipe on the 11th of December. So like 18 days or something like that. I don't even know what the math is. Maybe like 16 or some bullshit. I don't know how many days there are. Anyways, on the 11th of December, we will have brand new servers up to play on. In between then and now, it will bounce back and forth a little bit. Tomorrow, we're back on Shoal and Lotharia. And then after tomorrow, after the 1st of December, it goes back to the PTR. Scar, you okay, dog? Hope you're having a good day, dude. Wait a second. Uh-oh. I don't know what that means. Chat. Ayume. I need help. I need translator. Nin, the goat translator. Thank you so much. Always here when I need you, Nin. Absolutely fucking massive. So, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, part of everybody's entire gameplay loop with the PvX of Ashes is definitely going to be gathering based. Like, it just is straight up is. There is no avoiding it. There are no ifs, ands, or buts. You're going to gather in Ashes of Creation if you want to succeed. I mean, that, or you're just going to econ your nuts off. One way or the other. But if I'm being completely honest, I think gathering is the way. Just unequivocally, undeniably, is good. It's really, really, really good. And gathering can be the base of your econ too. If you suck at playing the market and predicting markets, just gather a shitload of materials and then sit on them and then wait for them to be worth a certain amount of money that you're comfortable with. And then just fucking sell and secure yourself some clams. That, my friends, is opportunistic market play. You don't need to be the greatest salesman of all time. You don't need to predict markets and call futures and everything like that. You just gotta have the things in stock when the people actually need them. And let me tell you, friends, it's not that hard. You just take a little bit of time and a lot of fucking commitment. And you are there. So my thoughts on the anvil so far, by the way, is it's not that good. It's not that good. What a virgin face. Is this game really a scam? It looks good anyways. My face? My face gets sat on regularly, thank you very much. This face has seen some shit. This face has been through hell. What the fuck? Oh, fuck your face. We're all virgins? I'll have you know, I saw a titty one time in the character creator of Ashes when I was switching my classes. It's a bug. I can tell you what the titties of every single race in Vera looks like. Let's say I'm a fucking virgin. A bug? Quality of life feature. Fanfare. You know, it is what it is. Is that bug still there? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Time of the character creator just went up. Fucking 100%. 100%. Literally just doubled. So, someone said they had a level 12 quest loop in 25 minutes. I think it was dependent on a few things that were questionable at best. And I would have to assume that that was compromised. Because part of it that people are suspecting was a settlement quest that was like 60k XP. And then from there, that's not going to be available until settlements are T3. I looked at the quests that you could get from the Flesh Golem, like the Aberrant on the island north of Hodge. That's not available anymore. That golem doesn't spawn on that island, and it's just populated with high levels now. So I don't think that's a thing anymore. The storage quest that you got from Jaren is no longer a thing either. So there are a lot of quests that no longer exist. I have no doubt that with like an ideal set of scenarios, somebody could find a questing loop to level 12. I don't necessarily know that it'd be a 25-minute loop. But I mean, even with my tried and true loop, I'm still getting level 6-ish in 25 minutes. I'm still getting the caravan event done, the caravan quest intro. If they fix the defending a caravan, then that'll be phenomenal for the boys, because then that'll be another 15k XP. So, time is 30 minutes for level 7. Do you test that today after the new changes? And what route are you doing? I go like Lionhold, Road to Jova, down to Harbor as soon as I have 20 silver, and then just Destinies in Harbor. Honestly, yesterday, I'd peep it today. They killed some shit today. But yeah, depending on what you're throwing in as well, like if you're hitting the church quest, if you're hitting minnows, like minnows are still there if you're doing that loop to the north. Stay fast sure still exists. The commission quest is still broken at the commission board. I'm hitting the church. Brave. Church quest scares me, dog. You know how I feel about POIs on grind. I don't fuck with those too heavy. I don't fuck with those too heavy at all. I would rather avoid those. With group, it's quite fast. Is it fast if it's contested like mad is the question. And like when are you going to church? Like I don't think it's completely out of the realm of possibility. It's just it's so contestable is the thing. Yo, Mel. Thank you for the hydrate. I think that's part of the problem. But I don't know. We still have time to test. It's fast now. It won't be with more people. Right. That's why I fear every POI grind in existence. I would rather shit in my hands and clap than try to POI grind. Because if I'm being completely honest, it's not worth it. If it counts for the whole group, I think it's worth, but only if everyone gets in at the same time. Not likely. Yeah, that's like, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, we're probably doing the same shit. I just cut out church. And then like, I also don't do the Minotaurs because the Minotaurs also include a kill quest. I don't like kill quests. I would rather go mob grind and just sit on an area where we're gonna start, AoE polling or functioning as a group in some capacity where it's off the beaten path. And then from there, just get the experience that we would normally get from questing where we're mob grinding. That would be my ideal set of circumstances over anything else. I might be crazy, but I don't like the POI quests. I don't want to chance it. I don't want to get in that bottleneck of like, oh shit. Now, I will say the risk reward is essentially you complete the quest and get a nice chunk of XP and then go mob grind anyways. The risk is that you get caught behind a group that gets caught behind a group that gets caught behind a group. And then once that's all said and done, you're now caught behind another group that's already at your mob grind. Then you got to fight for your mob grind. That's going to be a bit of a problem. It's going to be a bit of an issue, my boys. So personally, I worry very much. What do you think of a group of 8 summoners? Oh God. I mean, it could probably work. I don't think it'd have the greatest AoE or like mana sustain, but I mean, it could probably work. You throw a bard in there. Never seen those mobs? Oh yeah, this is the Harbinger area. So this is from the other day when they had the visual NDA lifted from the PTR. The Harbinger area is that big corrupted area where they will have the the events, the giant world bosses, the Harbingers, and you'll notice like once it expands, you'll see in my mini map in the top right, there are like multiple territories of it now. So that's expanded a little bit over time to the point where now the big boss in the middle has a plethora of buffs. And with all of those buffs, he is very, 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 very hard to kill. So you got to be cautious. It's also a force flag lawless PvP area. So in that area, you got a lot of fucking trouble to deal with if other players are around. You will have your work cut out for you. All right, boys. I think I'm going to take off a little early tonight. Corla had something come up with family. So I'm going to go chill with her, spend some time with her. I will be back tomorrow though. And we will be able to stream live again. So live servers coming up. Huge bonus. Huge bonus. I'll be able to show my screen. We'll probably do some PvP and stuff. So, yo, Ortho, thank you for the follow. Much love. Boys, much like Ortho Bullet, if you guys are new to the channel, please make sure you drop the follow so you know when I go live every single day. I've streamed 880 days in a row now, so I'm quite literally always here. With that being said, I usually stream 8+ hours a day. I'm taking off a little early tonight. I had a little something unexpected pop up. So I will be back tomorrow. We'll be on live servers. If you guys ever have anything Ashes related y'all are wondering about, please make sure you feel free to ask in the channel. I will yap your ear off about quite literally anything Ashes at any given time. More than happily. Exclamation Ashes, if you guys have not made your account yet over on the website, you can make your account using my link, help support the stream. And then from there, you can do exclamation guild, hop into the Cats with Abs community Discord, and you can get all squared away with a guild to jump in with on December 11th. So, with that being said, the door is open for y'all. Please come in. Feel free to join us. Feel free to hang out and spend some time with the cats and with the community. Oh, sounds bad? Yeah, it'll all be okay. It'll all be good. Boys, I greatly appreciate y'all showing up today and every single day. Tomorrow, I'll be back and I'll be showing my screen so y'all can actually ask me some questions that I can answer. I love y'all. Thank you guys for being here, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Peace.